Chapter 326, Professional Suggestion. Klein had wanted to ask if Aaron or his family had brought home anything which was relatively more unusual, such as a slightly dirty rag doll, before the unlucky events befell him. But as soon as the words reached his mouth, he suddenly felt that it was too direct and could easily expose the fact that he knew a lot about mysticism. Although this could be explained away by the fact that he was experienced and knowledgeable, there was no need for him to take the risk. Instead, he took a more roundabout approach and asked Dr. Aaron if his family had suffered the same ill luck. Upon hearing his question, Aaron Series carefully recalled and said, "No, except for the steam locomotive accident that occurred to them as well, they were the same as before. Most of the time, they didn't experience anything especially lucky or unlucky. The rest can be said to be of both types, so they can't be considered especially unlucky." That's not right. If it was an item that needs to be sealed like the misfortune cloth puppet, it would definitely affect people within a certain range. Could it be that Aaron has dripped his blood on it, and the two of them have established a firm connection? In Klein's spirit vision, Aaron's aura and mood matched his physical and mental state, and there was nothing special about him. He asked after some thought, "Is there any colleague at the hospital that is as unlucky as you?" "No, so I think I must have been cursed by someone." Aaron pulled at his bow tie, looking anxious and uneasy. Under Talam's curious gaze, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Before you became unlucky, did you encounter any relatively stranger matters, such as cutting yourself? In folklore, blood is the powerful medium through which curses can be formed. After I suspected that I was cursed, I have confirmed this point. I have not lost any blood in the past 3 months." Aaron replied with a heavy mood as he held his knife and fork. "That's a little strange. I can't perform a more complicated divination in front of them." Klein asked again, "Then, were there other strange matters?" "Aaron, think back carefully. This kind of matter can't happen without a reason. Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you become an obstacle towards others?" Talam echoed with concern. Aaron looked down at the food on the plate and fell into deep thought. Klein didn't stay idle either. He took care of his food before it turned cold and unpleasant. By the time he started enjoying the dessert, Aaron finally raised his head and said, "I'm not a very sociable person. I don't have a good relationship with my colleagues, but it's hard to believe that they would come up with a way to curse me. Well, after your reminder, I do remember something. It might be related to mysticism." "What is it?" Klein and Talam's spirits were lifted at the same time. "Before my continuous bad luck streak, I was in charge of a patient, a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was very pitiful. Due to some complications, I had to amputate his left leg." Aaron nudged his glasses and recalled, "I just became a father not long ago, so I'm always filled with sympathy for the misfortune of a child. Every time I checked the ward, I would chat with him, encourage him, and comfort him." After a pause, Aaron's thoughts turned more fluid. "I remember that it was the day before his surgery. I specially went to his ward to look for him, and he was really upset. He was playing tarot cards, which he had brought with him when he was admitted to the hospital. His family wasn't even allowed to take them away. In order to calm him down, I began playing tarot cards with him. Back then, I drew a card. It was the reversed Wheel of Fortune. That child looked at me and said with a pure and innocent smile, 'Doctor, your luck will get worse.' 'Doctor, your luck will get worse.'" Talam drew a breath and said, "Why do I feel that such a scene and such words make my body feel cold? Did the child die on the operating table?" Aaron shook his head. "That operation was a success. It didn't take long for him to be discharged from the hospital. He even specially thanked me. So, I've never suspected this, but now that I think back, I find that this is the only time in the past 2 months that I have come into contact with something related to mysticism. No matter what, regardless of whether it is useful or not, tarot cards are still used for divination." At some point, a brass coin had appeared in Klein's hand. It was bouncing and rolling at his fingertips, seemingly symbolizing the analysis process of a famous detective. The coin was flicked up and fell into the palm of his hand. Klein glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and asked, having ended his thinking, "What's that boy's name? Where does he live?" Aaron answered without hesitation, "His name is Septon. As for where he lives, I don't remember. What is your suggestion, Mr. Detective? Do you know any experts in the field of mysticism?" Klein took a sip of his black tea and said with a smile under the expectant gazes of Aaron and Talam, "My suggestion is to go to the cathedral of the deity you believe in, tell the bishop about your recent misfortune, and then ask him if he has a solution. Aaron, I remember you were a believer of, the Evernight goddess, right?" He had almost said goddess, but fortunately, he remembered his identity as a detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery. "However, my prayers to the goddess, my participation in mass, and the donation of money and items were all useless. I think I should find some capable fortune tellers." Aaron didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion. Talam echoed with a nod. "Yes, the deities wouldn't care if you were lucky or not. Luck is a blessing, and misfortune is a test. Friend, your faith isn't pious enough. Be careful. The Lord of the Storms might zap you with a lightning bolt. Klein looked at the two separately and laughed. This suggestion is based on very simple logic. If, and I mean if, there exists useful and effective mysticism in this world, then the ones who are best at it are definitely the Seven Orthodox Churches. If not, they would have long been replaced by other forces who have mastered mysticism. If there isn't such a thing as true mysticism, then finding a fortune teller or witch doctor won't be of any help. It would be better to see if there's a solution to this problem with the help of a relatively higher-ranking bishop. Aaron carefully analyzed the situation and finally nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps I will need the bishop's help to pass on the message to the goddess to protect me. No, accurately speaking, with the bishop passing on the message, the Nighthawks would be able to notice the abnormality on you. Klein retorted inwardly. He had no intention of helping Aaron himself, because to solve the problem regarding luck, aside from finding the root cause of everything, he would have to set up particular rituals. Ignoring the fact that Klein didn't know any real luck enhancement rituals, and even if he did, he would be exposing his beyonder powers to someone he was unfamiliar with, which would increase the risk for no reason. Since I can get the Nighthawks to take up the role of helping you, there's no need for me to do it myself. I just don't know if the problem came from that boy or the tarot cards in his hands. If it's the latter, then it might be a suitable sealed artifact for me. Klein shook his head, suppressing his greed and emotions. At this moment, Aaron had already made up his mind. He looked at Klein and grinned. Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Although you don't know mysticism, you relied on strict logic to provide the best suggestion. Yes, I don't know mysticism. Klein smiled. Just call me Sherlock, Aaron. Yes, ever since I've stopped being a Nighthawk, the composition of my mysticism knowledge has become stranger and stranger. On the one hand, I've grasped quite a few secrets which are related to high sequences and deities, and on the other hand, I only understand the more basic ritualistic magic. Among the more complicated ones, I only know the sacrificial rites and bestowment rituals. As for charms, all I know are those three. Klein sighed to himself, feeling an urgent need for a more comprehensive and in-depth book of mysticism. As for the knowledge required to separate a beyonder characteristic from the spiritual corruption of an evil god, he had no clues whatsoever at the moment. After a short afternoon nap at the club, Klein rode in a public carriage to the Rice Circus near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. Today wasn't a holiday, nor was it a weekend. There weren't many visitors at the circus, and the clowns that were responsible for entertaining and amusing the visitors all seemed listless. Passing between the divination lodge and the tents that sold pies, pancakes, fruit pies, and alcoholic beverages, Klein walked along the edge of the circus and found a small theater. On the blackboard at the entrance, it read, non-holiday and weekends, for performances a day, 1 hour per performance. The first performance in the afternoon was at 2 o'clock. It had just begun. After buying his ticket, Klein entered the theater and heard cheers. At this moment, a beast trainer was on stage, holding a whip and ordering a black bear to perform in a charmingly naive manner. Next to him lay a tiger, with crisscrossed yellow-black stripes, and a seated dark and curly-haired baboon. Huh. The black bear rolled awkwardly as the trainer whipped it. I say, this guy wanted to give you a slap just a moment ago. In the front row of the rows of seats, someone suddenly shouted loudly, which immediately attracted the laughter of a handful in the audience. They thought it was a new way for the circus to amuse them. However, Klein didn't think so, for he noticed that the color of the trainer's emotions leaned toward anger and annoyance. He smiled and went to sit in the first row, watching the performance on the stage so as to not waste the price he paid for the tickets. At that moment, the person who had just spoken shouted again. That tiger wants to bite your neck off. That curly-haired baboon wants to use you as a cushion. Amidst the laughter of the audience, the beast trainer's actions clearly stiffened. Even though those words sound like they're causing trouble, why do I detect a hint of a warning? Klein looked over his shoulder at the speaker in the same row and saw that he was a chubby-faced man in his 30s. This tone this way. It's kind of familiar. Klein mumbled silently to himself. Chapter 327. Encounter on the Road. Inside the small theater of the Rice Circus. As long as something felt familiar, there was no problem for a seer to recall it. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses up on his nose, leaned back, and murmured something almost soundlessly. Soon after, he pretended to close his eyes to rest for more than 10 seconds. In reality, he had used the help of cogitation to quickly fall asleep and be reminded through his dream. It was a rather dim room, with only one candle flickering on the coffee table. The people sitting around it were all wearing black hooded robes and iron masks that covered only half their faces. Deliberately massaging his glabella, Klein opened his eyes and continued watching the beast-taming performance. He had interpreted the revelation and knew the source of the familiarity. The scene in the dream was of the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. There was also an apothecary with a chubby face who enjoyed using sarcasm as a warning. Although he was clearly a kind-hearted fellow, he always gave others the feeling that he deserved a beating. Could it be that apothecary? That shouldn't be the case. When did he learn beast taming? According to the confidential records of the Nighthawks, an apothecary doesn't have spirit vision like those of the seer pathway, who were able to distinguish emotional colors in detail. Well, when it comes to the color of auras, they're actually quite good at it. Klein's thoughts slowly dispersed without affecting his appreciation of the performance on stage. In his spirit vision, the emotional colors of the black bear, the tiger, and the curly-haired baboon were indeed unstable. If there was an addition level of provocation to a certain degree, they might very well rampage on the spot. This indirectly confirmed that the chubby man who had just spoken wasn't causing trouble. He seemed to be able to read the thoughts of the three animals and understand their impulses. Having received the warnings, the beast trainer's face darkened with anger, but even so, his actions were instinctively gentler. He was more careful, and the show ended without a hitch. After that, there was a simple but comedic skit. Only when it was over was it the magician's turn to perform. This magician wore a tuxedo. He wore a bow tie of the same color, as well as a large top hat. The moment he appeared, he spat out fire from his mouth, which immediately caused the audience to applaud and cheer. Such a simple trick. Klein, who had excellent eyesight and had watched quite a few magic lesson programs, understood the gist of it with just a quick glance. Next, the magician performed the classic escape act, releasing flying doves from his hat, pulling out flowers, card tricks, and so on. Klein thought he could easily see through every one of the magician's tricks, but he was surprised to discover that, at some point, he actually failed to do so because his attention had been drawn to where the magician wished it to be, causing him to ignore the key details. He clearly doesn't have any beyonder powers, but his technique is still able to fool my eyes. The key point is grasping attention. The magician's second rule is fully divert a target's attention, thus achieving the desired effect. Klein made a guess in his mind, which he wasn't sure if it was right or wrong. It needed him to act it out to receive feedback. At this moment, the magician's performance came to an end. The audience weren't stingy with their warm applause and cheers. The atmosphere in the theater reached its peak that afternoon. The third rule. A magician's performance requires the applause of the audience for his performance? Klein muttered to himself in a half-joking and half-guessing manner in silence. Shortly after 3 o'clock, he pulled the collar of his black, double-breasted frock coat and left the small theater. He didn't try to come into contact with the chubby man who was suspected to be the apothecary and only secretly remembered his appearance. Soliciting him suddenly might result in extreme reactions. He took a tracked public carriage back to Minsk Street. The carriage was divided into 2 floors, and each of them had a few passengers. According to his usual practice, Klein chose the spot next to the window on the first floor. The carriage proceeded and stopped from time to time. Klein, who had half closed his eyes to recall the inspiration he had just had, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He became sober and rational. The reaction was like someone had forcibly intruded into his dream or channeled his spirit. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was no longer in the real world. As someone rich with experience, he pretended to be unconcerned. He looked around and saw that the gentleman in a tuxedo and top hat to his left was still flipping through a newspaper. There were 2 children who were being reprimanded by a vexed woman in a light blue dress for being disobedient troublemakers. Beside her, people were chewing on bread or drinking tea that they had brought with them. Everything was the same as before. However, when Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, these passengers didn't emit any of the corresponding auras or emotions. They don't have ether bodies. They're clearly talking, eating bread, and reading newspapers, but none of them have any signs of life. Is this an illusion, or did they just suddenly die and are just moving according to the inertia of their lives? Klein tried to remain calm as he looked out the window and saw carriages and pedestrians passing by. It was still an afternoon scene. However, they also have no aura colors. As the carriage moved forward rather slowly, Klein became more and more serious, not understanding what had just happened. He lowered his head and examined himself. He saw a clear spirituality luster which was completely different from the people around him. At that moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar. It didn't sound like it came from a human. Klein looked up and saw a large black dog on the street. Its sharp white teeth were stained with traces of blood and rust. It was the huge devil dog that had committed heinous crimes. The black dog quickly swelled into a tall devil. It had bat-like wings on its back and goat horns, filled with mysterious patterns that grew from its head. It looked up at the sky and said in the devil language, "Corruption." Almost as soon as it opened its mouth, Klein confirmed that it was real, because it possessed aura and emotion colors while strong spirituality lusters were being emitted from it. Following the howls of the huge devil dog, a few illusory pedestrians exploded and turned into a black mist that filled the air, blocking his line of sight. However, Klein could vaguely see that there were quite a few real people with aura colors in midair and around him. They were using beyonder powers which emitted spirituality lusters. What's going on? Ordinary people are illusory, but the beyonders are real. Have the Nighthawks and mandated punishers found the devil dog and used a sealed artifact to create a battle environment which wouldn't disturb reality? That sealed artifact is only aimed at beyonders, and it has no effect on normal people. Thus, I, who just happened to pass by, was pulled in out of bad luck. Klein's mind raced as he roughly guessed what had happened to him. What a ridiculous disaster. Just as he was sighing with emotion, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling shriek, a blood-curdling scream, and a loud scream. The black gas that screened his vision suddenly dispersed, and the gigantic devil dog fell heavily onto the ground. Its body was divided into two halves, and all the light in the air converged on something, making it look like a clean, pure moon shining down on the dark environment. The gigantic devil dog tenaciously roared again, and its body suddenly exploded. Using its soul and flesh as fuel, it ignited blue and red flames that soared into the sky. However, the flames lost all of their brightness as soon as they reached midair, having been absorbed by that bright and resplendent moon-like object. It disappeared without a trace, and that huge devil dog died so simply and completely, not even leaving a speck of it behind. So powerful. As Klein was sighing, he suddenly thought of something. Would those official beyonders discover that he, another wild beyonder, was sitting in the carriage, different from the other illusory people in the surrounding area? His heart tightened as his scalp went numb. He pulled out a paper figurine, and with a shake, he transformed it into himself, a copy that was without any aura or emotional colors. As for him, with the help of the substitution spell, he hid in the paper figurine's shadow. At this moment, Klein heard a light snort from across the street. The snort was clearly filled with anger and indignation. Who is it? It doesn't seem like the sound an official beyonder will make. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't dare to dispel his double and peek his head out to look. Following which, a few pairs of eyes swept across the crowd, not stopping for even a moment. When all this faded away, Klein saw that the void around him had cracked and shattered like glass. Then the feeling of reality inundated him, and he knew he was back in the real world. After removing the double, he sat back in his seat. The passengers in the carriage were doing their respective deeds, reading newspapers, chewing bread, and scolding children. It was no different from before, but in Klein's vision, they had regained their aura and their emotional colors. In addition, compared to earlier, the tracked carriage had clearly moved forward by quite a distance. It seems like in that special battle environment earlier, time and space are synchronized with reality. If that battle had continued for a long time, then the carriage would have left the area of influence, leaving me alone there. Alone there? That would be an obvious exposure. Fortunately, Backlund is the capital of capitals and the land of hope. There are high-sequence beyonders from the 3 major churches residing here. Klein thought with a lingering sense of fear. He had originally thought that even if they had locked onto their target, it would still take the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and others several days to find the black devil dog. Moreover, that was on the premise that the dog hadn't left Backlund. That was something certain, because leaving Backlund would mean stepping out of the range of the ritual, and the advancement would fail. And to the devil, the negative impact of a failed ritual would cause it, who was already struggling at the edge of bloodlust, to immediately lose control. Who would have thought that just after 1 night and half a day, the gigantic devil dog would be discovered, executed, and cleansed? Terrifying. This is Backlund. This is the true power of the 3 churches. A sequence 6 beyonder who's just about to advance was merely exposed and had left behind the tiniest of traces. Yet, he was quickly found and killed so easily. This is a devil that can sense danger ahead of time. From the looks of it, some sealed artifact perfectly hinders this trait. In the future, I must be even more careful. Klein felt that he had learned a great lesson. At this moment, he remembered the strange snort he had heard earlier. It seemed to be the companion of that gigantic devil dog, its master. He was actually not discovered. Perhaps the final explosion of the gigantic devil dog was secretly orchestrated by him. Of course, it's also possible that he's a member of some secret organization that is unsatisfied with the official beyonders. Klein abruptly looked out the window on the opposite side of the carriage. All he saw were people walking past looking ordinary. They either wore tweed coats, half-top hats, or bright long skirts. He couldn't tell if there was anything wrong with them. Chapter 328. He that touches pitch shall be defiled. The wheels of the carriage pressed down on the track as the horses dragged it along. The heavy carriage steadily advanced, and soon, they were moving away from the street as though nothing had happened. With a normal expression, Klein held onto his cane and waited until the tracked public carriage passed 2 stations before he got off ahead of time. He took a large detour and slowly headed back to the place where the gigantic devil dog had been killed. He wasn't looking for its beyonder characteristics, as it was impossible for the top experts of the church to not know about this matter. They would have definitely taken it away long ago. He also wasn't investigating the source of that slight snort. After all, with so much time having passed by, the carriages moving on the streets, and the people that were coming and going, how could there be any clues left behind? Even divination would fail to obtain an answer. Klein's purpose was to look at the subtle details that remained along the street, and to see the nature of the sealed artifact that had created the strange environment for the battle, so as to prepare for what might happen in the future. This is a magician's acting. He sighed silently as he walked under the gray sky, along the edge of the street, which was marked by the gas lamps. The reason why he had to wait 2 stops before getting off and taking a detour was because he was worried that there would be an official beyonder who would sweep the battlefield in secret. He didn't want to meet them, so he tried his best not to. Klein, who was dressed decently and holding onto a cane, took some time before he returned to the huge devil dog's place of death. However, there were no traces of its presence on the street, and the passers-by clearly didn't know that a fierce beyonder battle had taken place here. That sealed artifact is really magical. It's even more powerful than large-scale hypnosis. Klein activated his spirit vision and slowed his footsteps, like a gentleman on an outing rather than on an errand. It took him over half an hour to complete his tour of the area, but his efforts with his spirit vision was futile. There was nothing out of the ordinary about his target area. However, Klein's spiritual perception sensed one thing: its scope and its boundaries. When I entered the block and left from another direction, I felt a subtle and illusory feeling, as if I entered a different world from another world. That is to say, the sealed artifact's scope of influence can reach at least 1 block, and its upper limit is temporarily unclear. Klein stood outside the target street and nodded thoughtfully before returning. He went to a decent cafe, ordered a cup of Southville coffee, and sat down by the window. As he drank the fluid with a rich aroma, he observed the street outside, which was beginning to bustle as time passed by, hoping to see any changes. Unfortunately, what he had been looking forward to didn't happen. Of course, he wasn't without gains. At the very least, he confirmed that a magician never performed unprepared, which was one of the rules of acting. He felt that the characteristics of the subtle precipitate in his body stirred a little. In the evening, Klein stopped his observations and returned to Minsk Street in a public carriage. At this moment, the gas lamps on both sides of the road had already been lit, illuminating the slightly wet cement ground with withered leaves that fell from the trees along the road with a blue hue. Holding his cane, Klein strolled past the house of lawyer Jurgen and strolled to Unit 15. As he was walking, he suddenly thought of something. He had finished all the ingredients at home. If he went back now, he wouldn't be able to cook dinner. Should I go to the meat shop and fruit shop, or find a restaurant to fill my stomach first? Klein hesitated for a moment. He then finally decided to take a break tonight and eat something ready-made. Many of the dishes in this world were made quite simply and very quickly, so it didn't become a situation where an hour was spent cooking for 5 minutes of eating. However, there was still a certain amount of work to be done. Furthermore, he had to wash the dishes and wash the knives and forks himself. After touching his wallet, Klein turned around and walked in the direction of the area where, according to his memory, there were restaurants. Once again, he passed the house of lawyer Jurgens. Standing behind the open oriel window and looking at the confused expression Detective Moriarty had, Jurgen raised his voice and said, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your key again? Or did you drop your key? Why is he saying again?" Klein replied with a chuckle, "No, not really." Jurgen solemnly nodded his head. "Then why don't you come to my place? You can return when it's completely dark after we have dinner." Klein hesitated for a second and smiled. "It will be my honor." When he entered, the black cat, Brody, was licking his paws in a corner. Jurgen didn't make much small talk as he stepped into the kitchen. After Klein had hung up his coat and hat and put away his black cane, he stepped into the dining room and saw that the table was already covered with food, blackened steaks, and mashed potatoes of the same color. He wasn't surprised by this. This was how Mrs. Doris, lawyer Jurgen's grandmother, cooked in her old age. The food didn't look appetizing, but they were delicious. "She's a good chef." Klein sat in front of Jurgen, smiled, and made some small talk. "Were you about to have dinner?" "Yes, it's a habit of mine to look at the scenery outside before my meal. It allows my thoughts to spread without boundaries." Jurgen spread out his napkin and picked up his fork and knife. Klein looked around in puzzlement and asked, "Where's Mrs. Doris?" Jurgen sighed and replied seriously, "The weather is getting colder and colder. Her chronic lung problems are back, so she has no choice but to be admitted to the hospital for a while. May God bless her." Klein drew the triangular sacred emblem of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery on his chest unfamiliarly. Then he cut a piece of steak and forked it before stuffing it into his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly asked, "So, you were the one who prepared dinner?" "Of course. It was done a few minutes ago. Jurgen answered simply. If it isn't the work of the great chef, Mrs. Doris, then this food. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. He held back the fear in his heart and still bit down on the small piece of steak on his silver fork, slowly chewing on it. His brows furrowed a little as he forcefully swallowed the food. He squeezed a smile as he asked, "Why did you prepare 2 servings in advance?" "One serving was prepared to be taken to the hospital for my grandmother." Jurgen glanced up at Klein. "I'll make another one later." So that's how it is. To be polite, Klein secretly took a deep breath and steeled himself as though prepared to do battle with the food in front of him and finish it. By the time he was finished, Jurgen still had a tiny bit left. The senior solicitor put down his fork and knife, picked up the glass beside him, took a sip of red wine, and asked without expression, "How's it? Which dish do you like the most? I know there's still a large gap between my skills and my grandmother's, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Mr. Lawyer, I suspect you have problems with your sense of taste besides facial myopathy. Can't you realize your standards?" Klein smiled, moved his head from left to right, and said, "The white bread isn't bad. That was bought from Dodge Bakery." Jurgen re-bared his head and finished the rest of the food. After drinking the remaining wine, he thought for a moment and said, "Detective Moriarty, I want to entrust you with a simple task." "What is it?" Klein kept drinking water. "The mashed potatoes were too salty. My grandma's been in the hospital lately. I might not be able to return because of my cases. This will lead to Brody being hungry." Jurgen glanced at the black cat. "I want you to feed Brody when I'm not back, clean up his litter box, and play with him for a while. He loves to be scratched under the chin. Yes, every night at 10. If there's no light in the house and it's dark, you can come in, too solely, every time, until my grandmother comes home." Klein saw the solemn and prim look on Jurgen's face. He smiled and said, "It's a simple task. The reward is quite generous. I have no reason to reject it." As he spoke, he turned to look at Brody the black cat and smiled at it. Brody slowly turned his body and faced Klein with his back. Klein's smile couldn't help but freeze on his face. After drinking his fill, Klein excused himself from Jurgen's place. He strolled back to his rented house in the completely dark streets. By this time, the people who had finished their work had already returned home and were enjoying their dinner. There were very few pedestrians on the streets and not many carriages. It was very quiet. Walking under the light of the gas lamp, Klein, who had no urgent desire to return, slowed down. So did the black shadow at his feet. When he passed by the Sammers, he saw through the oriel window that the interior was brightly lit. People were moving back and forth, and sounds of chatter and laughing could be heard. As for next door, 15, Minsk Street, it was dark and silent. With a sigh, Klein quickened his pace, took out his key, and opened the door. Before he went in, he checked the mailbox out of habit and found another letter lying inside. Who sent it? Klein took out the letter and glanced at it under the light of the street lamp. No stamps. It looks like Isengard Stanton's handwriting. He nodded slightly, went inside, closed the door, switched on the light, and opened the letter. The great detective Isengard said in the letter, "I'm very pleased to inform you that the murderer has been found and killed on the spot. The police think that our work is worth at least half the bounty. They should be dispersing it to me this week. When that happens, I will invite you and our other friends to come over and share this bounty." Isengard received the news so quickly. He sure has a close relationship with the Backlund police. Oh, it's without a stamp. That means that he got someone to deliver it directly. The Lone Kingdom's postal system isn't that efficient. How could a letter sent in the afternoon arrive in the evening? Klein sighed, put down the letter, and got ready to change into a new outfit before heading out. With the serial murders out of the way and the situation in Backlund easing, he could try to do a couple things. For example, find Casper's at the Bravehearts bar and contact Maric to see if the Beyonder, who could control zombies, and Miss Sharron had any books regarding mysticism. If my guess is right, they should be the defectors of the Rose School of Thought. They were previously in an official organization, and they must know a lot of mysticism knowledge. And now, I have enough money to buy them. Klein touched his wallet and thought in anticipation. Chapter 329, Claw Marks. Backlund Bridge area, Bravehearts bar. Klein pressed down the cap on his head, carefully protecting the wallet in the inside pocket of his grayish-blue worker's jacket. He walked around the customers who were surrounding the boxing ring and headed for the bar. On the way, he looked around and didn't see the black market arms dealer, Casper's Kalinin. He's either playing cards or playing billiards. Klein nodded to himself, sat down at the bar, and said to the bartender, half and half. He had seen someone drink this type of alcoholic beverage the last time, and he felt that it likely suited his palate. At least it's better than pure malt beer, Klein thought to himself. The bartender raised his head and glanced at him. Which 2 alcohols do you want mixed? Different choices, different prices. The typical one will do. The last time he saw someone drink it, the person had used alcohol of the worst quality. The whole glass of half and half was only worth 2.5 pence. 4.5 pence. The bartender watched as Klein arranged the brass coins on the bar and then went back to mixing. He said in passing, "You here for Casper's?" "He's not here anymore. His business has been snatched." Huh. Klein didn't expect such an answer. Before the bartender could reply, a man with a protruded mouth next to him laughed and said, "Yes, we've chased Casper's away." "Yeah, how can a lame old man like him do such a business? If you have anything you need, feel free to come to us. Find our boss." A gang war? Klein subconsciously came up with this idea, wanting to reject the man's suggestion. However, he soon thought of another possibility. Could it be that the Rose School of Thought has deliberately sought out a gang to suppress Casper's so as to force Maric and Miss Sharron to jump into a trap? Yes, it's quite possible. Casper's had been working here as a black market arms dealer for a long time. He's definitely not someone who can be chased away just like that. A while ago, because of the series of murders, the atmosphere in the whole of Backlund was rather tense, and the Rose School of Thought or other hidden factions wouldn't dare to recklessly kill and use spirit mediumship on Maric and Miss Sharron, even if they found them. This would result in a lot of bloodshed, and since they obviously only have a few suspects and are unable to confirm anyone else having a way to contact Miss Sharron and Maric for the time being, Klein swallowed the words he was about to say and asked instead, "Can I first get a quote before deciding whether to purchase?" He planned to observe the faction made up of ordinary people who had taken over Braveheart's bar's black market. If he discovered any problems, then he could use them as a favor to give to Casper's, Sharron, and Maric. In any case, Klein didn't want any conflict. He only planned on observing via normal processes, so there was no risk. Yes, the only requirement is, the man made a zipping motion with his hand in front of his protruding mouth. "No problem." As soon as Klein answered, he saw the half and half in front of him, and the copper coins had been taken away by the bartender. Without any intention of wasting it, he tipped his head and drank it. His brows gradually furrowed. "It's not what I thought it would be. The taste of the spirit is too heavy, the grape flavors are too mild." Klein put down his glass and followed the man to the third billiard room where Casper's used to stay in. When he was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something. As someone who doesn't know much, even I can guess that this is a trap. I wonder if Miss Sharron and Maric, who have been hunted for so long, know about it? They definitely wouldn't appear. However, Casper's knows more than one Beyonder. He has connections with several different circles of Beyonders, and he might be able to get other helpers. That would complicate things. At that moment, the man with the protruding mouth stopped at the doorway of the billiard room, and the distracted Klein almost bumped into him. He pointed inside and said, "Don't talk nonsense later. Our boss doesn't have a good temper. Everyone in the Backlund Bridge area and East Borough knows this." "All right." Klein nodded. Satisfied, the man with the protruding mouth turned and pushed open the billiard room's door. As the door opened, Klein saw a figure hanging in the air, gently swaying. It was a burly man with a full beard. There was a rope tied around his neck, a rope that was tied in a dead knot. His feet were off the ground, the tip of his tongue was protruding out, and his face was purple. He wore a contorted expression. "Boss," the man with the protruding mouth cried out in disbelief. As soon as the tension in Backlund's atmosphere disappears, someone takes action. Klein tilted his head and glanced at the subordinate. He then solemnly drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "May he find peace with God. I hope his temper is cured as a result." The man with the protruded mouth didn't even hear what he said. He suddenly shouted, "Boss! Murder! Boss is dead." Klein took 2 steps back as a result of the loud and shrill voice, and he also activated his spirit vision to take a look inside the room. There was nothing special other than the scattered billiard balls all over the place. Did a Beyonder from Casper's do it? What would the faction who planted the trap do? If there was actually such a trap, Klein quietly moved away and slunk away into the crowd when the other gang members swarmed over. He glanced at the kitchen of the Braveheart's bar and, with some thought, went over and familiarly passed through to the back door. As soon as he pushed open the not-so-heavy wooden door, Klein felt a cold wind blowing against him which caused him to shiver. And amidst the cold wind was the faint smell of blood. He listened for a moment, but saw nothing. He took out his penny and flicked it up. The landing sound was cut off by the wind, and Klein looked down at the copper penny in his palm, confirming that it was heads. Putting the coin away, he carefully walked forward, heading in the direction that his spiritual perception told him to. He walked to a dark corner where there wasn't any illumination from the street lamps. The smell of blood suddenly became stronger. With the help of the weak moonlight that penetrated through the clouds, Klein almost gasped when he saw what was in front of him. The floor here was littered with bloody thighs, calves, boots, ribs, a heart, arms, eyeballs, and other human parts. On the wall hung a portion of pale red intestines. The background was a large patch of bright red with milky white markings. Seeing this, Klein felt like he was looking at a slaughterhouse specially prepared for humans. Is the murderer afraid that the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the others are too idle? This is so exaggerated that the police would immediately transfer the case to them. Klein muttered in his mind to resist the discomfort caused by the scene. He walked around the blood and approached the opposite wall. To his surprise, there were quite a few deep scratches. It was like a thick and sharp claw that forcefully scratched out a mark. The claw is similar to the one the devil dog had after its transformation. Could it be that there's another one? Could it not be dead yet? No, I know what's going on. Klein suddenly came to a realization. The deceased must be the Beyonder who killed the bar's gang leader. He was finished off by the faction who had set the trap. According to Little Son's description, I've always suspected that the faction is the Rose School of Thought because they grasped the prisoner pathway, which is also the mutant pathway. And one type of mutant was the werewolf. This was in line with the traces of the crime scene before him. It also indirectly proves that Miss Sharron and Maric are defectors of the Rose School of Thought. Klein calmly retreated out of the scene, one step at a time. During this process, he confirmed that there weren't any Beyonder characteristics present. Of course, it was possible that it hadn't appeared yet. Then he turned and walked towards another street, intending to get someone to inform the police, lest such a scene frighten the commoners and make them suspect that Backlund had been infiltrated by some ferocious beast. Because he didn't want to get into trouble over greed, Klein didn't wait for the possibility of a Beyonder characteristic appearing. Just as he reached the end of the alley, he suddenly saw a brown carriage slowly approaching in the night. The carriage didn't continue to move forward like the other carriages. Instead, it stopped right in front of Klein. Klein narrowed his eyes as he prepared to do battle. However, whether it was his spirituality intuition as a seer or the battle sense of a clown, neither of them gave him a warning. At this moment, the window of the carriage was opened, revealing a pale face which wore a hint of madness to it. Its brown eyes seemed to conceal deep malice. Maric. Klein recognized him. It was Maric, Miss Sharron's companion who controlled zombies. He was only wearing a white shirt and a black vest, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. He gestured for Klein to board the carriage. For a moment Klein hesitated, wanting to use his spirit pendulum to divine right there on the spot. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Maric. She wore a complex black regal dress and a small, soft hat. It was the blonde Miss Sharron with blue eyes. She can easily do me harm if she wants to. She can directly come out from the wall behind me. Klein thought for a moment. Then he deliberately took 2 steps forward casually. He opened the carriage door and took note of it. After he sat down, the carriage began to move slowly. It was unknown where its destination was. Why did you come here? Sharron asked simply. Klein answered frankly. I wanted to contact the both of you and ask if you have any books on mysticism. It would be best if they went in depth. As you know, I lack such knowledge. Maric continued looking over with malice-filled eyes as he said in a slightly hoarse and low voice. We do have a lot of knowledge regarding mysticism, such as Shaman King Klarman's Book of Secrets, but what can you use to trade for it? Shaman King? Which pathway and sequence is that? As these thoughts flashed past his mind, Klein deliberated his tone and said, I can trade for it with gold pounds. Or do you need anything else? The pale, but exquisite-looking Sharron looked at him and replied stoically, Help. We'll use your help as barter. Chapter 330, Sharron and Maric's Philosophy. Help. Klein repeated the word silently and was momentarily a little stumped. Back when Sharron had taken on the mission of protecting him for 3 days, it was mostly because of the money. For a Sequence 5 expert to be willing to take on such a mission was, in itself, a low probability. It could be chanced upon, but it wasn't something that could be forced. Furthermore, back then, Klein was desperately trying to save himself and was so frantic that he wasn't willing to give up any sliver of hope. As such, he still felt very grateful for being able to receive the help of such a powerful Beyonder, even if it was because of the money. However, that was all. He wouldn't recklessly interfere in an unknown, dangerous situation in complete disregard of his own strength and circumstances for the sake of the other party. Klein's original plan was that the mysticism knowledge from Little Son could basically be verified as belonging to the pre-cataclysm era. At that time, the ancient gods who wielded power and the current 7 gods and evil gods didn't seem to have any overlap with each other, so it was possible that the 2 mysticism systems were definitely hugely different. So, even if he knew the details, he didn't dare to carelessly try it out. He had to receive indirect verification in order to know which ones could still be used and which ones didn't have any effect. It was just like the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein had already figured out the procedure from the Sun, but he waited for Mr. Azek's reply before he dared to conduct the experiment. It was to prevent anything unexpected from happening. As for the Hanged Man, he was at the rank of bishop or captain of the Church of the Lord of Storms, so he definitely possessed quite a bit of mysticism knowledge as well. However, the problem was that this was too orthodox and too involved with the Lord of Storm's domain, thereby making it not necessarily suitable for Klein to use. Not all rituals could be performed by asking oneself for help, and he had to consider the spirituality burden he had to bear by praying to himself. With these factors in mind, Klein turned his attention to the former members of a secret organization, Sharron and Maric. The knowledge they possessed was more suitable for wild beyonders to use as a reference. There were also quite a few unorthodox and strange ones that were effective. Of course, this wasn't to say that he would give up on exchanging information with the Sun and the Hangman. By having knowledge from ancient times, orthodox knowledge, and secret and unorthodox knowledge, it would result in him being more all-round, giving him a deeper understanding of mysticism. And that was exactly what Klein wanted. He had never forgotten that his ultimate goal was to return to Earth, so the more mysticism knowledge he had, the better. The more comprehensive, the better. The deeper the knowledge was, the better it was. Of course, the premise of pursuing this goal is to get rid of Zhangwell and avenge myself and the captain. Klein looked at Sharron and Maric and said with the corners of his mouth curled up, I need to know what kind of help you need from me before I can consider agreeing. I won't, nor is it possible for me to joke about my life. Sharron, who was wearing a small black hat, nodded slightly and acknowledged Klein's words. Maric, who was seated on the other side, leaned forward and put his fist to his mouth. We originally belonged to a rather old and secretive organization. That I can guess. Klein maintained a serious and stoic expression. That organization took shape at the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, after the storms of the Berserk Sea cut off the northern and southern continents, forming the southern continent's Highlands Kingdom and Paz Kingdom. However, I'm only talking about it taking shape. This organization's origins can be traced back to before the Fourth Epoch, all the way before the Cataclysm. The pale Maric continued describing. That, I know that too. The Rose School of Thought, isn't it? It's traceable back to the time of the Mutant King. Klein wore an attentive look. Maric scratched his slightly messy hair and said, this organization believes in an evil god, and they believe that magic is a science and art that changes according to one's will to change things. This requires the establishment of a religious ritual system, including law and order. Yes, before the invasion of the northern continent, they were an orthodox organization in the Paz Valley and the Star Highlands, alongside the Church of the God of Death. At the same time, they believed that their wills originated from various desires. Combined with beyonder powers, they were able to accomplish all sorts of unimaginable things. Because of these ideas, they retained an ancient and bloody tradition of primitive sacrifice, including the skinning of people and using the skulls of children as ritual objects, letting a large number of believers fervently release all sorts of desires. We couldn't accept the cruelty of such deeds, and we also felt that it was very problematic in the way that they handle their desires, so we looked for an opportunity to escape from that organization. Problematic in the way they handle their desires? Klein knew that the Rose School of Thought was famous for its bloody sacrifices, so he wasn't very curious about the former. The blonde and black-dressed Sharron replied in an ethereal voice. The way they do it is to indulge and burn. Our philosophy is to repress and show temperance. So that's how it is. Klein suddenly thought of the description of the prisoner sequence. The body was the cage of the heart, and the world was the cage of the body. Madness was bound, and desire was suppressed. If the Rose School of Thought did grasp the mutant pathway of prisoner, Miss Sharron's and Maric's philosophy is clearly more suited to the needs of the acting method. Why couldn't the other members notice this? That's not right. He frowned slightly. Seeing his reaction, Maric thought he didn't understand and explained in a slightly hoarse voice. They were influenced by that evil god, and they believed that indulging in their desires would help to strengthen their own willpower. When many people let their hair loose, they would also affect each other, adding to their fanaticism, allowing their condition to reach its peak. Our views are the exact opposite. We believe that desire must always be suppressed in one's heart, just like the flames and magma underground. Only at a crucial moment can it be unleashed, producing terrifying power. Simply put, it's the difference between lust and abstinence. The influence that the evil god has is in contradiction to his own pathway's requirements. It feels like something is amiss. Klein thoughtfully asked, so you escaped to Backland, and now they're coming after you? Did the dead man in the alley end up involved in this? We didn't get him involved. He got himself involved because of something else. Maric rebutted Klein's second guess, acquiescing to Klein's first question. Then, why don't you just run away from Backland? There are quite a few big cities along the border of the Lone Kingdom and Desi Bay. Furthermore, you can go to Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, Lenberg, Mason, and other countries. In other words, you have a reason not to leave Backland? What could it be? Klein thought for a moment and said, okay, I've got the general gist of it. What kind of help do you need? My sequence isn't high, and I don't know any powerful beyonders. There's no way I can go against that secret organization directly. After obtaining the potion formulas for sequence 7, 6, and 5 of the Seer pathway and killing Lenevis, Klein actually didn't have to stay in Backland. There was still a huge gap between him and his next target of vengeance, Zhangwell, who had sealed artifact 0-08. There was no hope of success within a short period of time. He didn't even dare to approach it, so it wasn't impossible to leave Backlund. At the very most, he would feel the pinch for wasting the rental fee that he had paid up front. The reason why Klein was still staying in this large city was because there were a lot of Beyonders here. There were also many resources and ingredients that appeared here. It made it one of the most convenient places to advance his sequence. It suited the revelation of his divination back then. When I become a faceless and am almost done digesting it, I'll have to head out to sea and look for a mermaid. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Sharron replied calmly, "Be our support. To kill a Sequence 5 Beyonder, together." Klein was slightly surprised as he asked, "With your strength, that organization only sent one Sequence 5 Beyonder to hunt you down. Could it be that the common characteristic of a cult was to be brainless?" "He has a sealed artifact that greatly restrains me," Sharron answered calmly, her face pale, but her expression delicate. "The person in charge of this matter is indeed a high-sequence Beyonder. But he has been led elsewhere by the clues that we deliberately left behind," Maric added. "It's not like we only have Backlund as our only base. If we can kill the person in charge of the nearby burrows and take away that sealed artifact, we will immediately disguise ourselves and flee. After that, we will no longer be afraid of being hunted down normally." Klein tersely acknowledged. "But why do you think I can help? I look so weak. And the target is a Sequence 5 Beyonder with power and that strange sealed artifact. You're not just at Sequence 9. You're also very special." Sharron looked at him silently with her blue eyes and said with certainty, "Haha." Klein could only reply with a dry laugh. Sharon's ethereal voice sounded once again. "Besides, you still have that eye." "That eye? Are you referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rossigo?" Klein nodded slightly. "But I can only use a small portion of it, and it can't produce too much of an effect since it was corrupted by the true creator." "That's enough." Sharron was always so terse with her words. Maric added, "The Sequence 5 Beyonder we are dealing with has similar characteristics as Sharron. Only that eye of yours can help us find him." At that moment, Sharron spoke again. "Maric will be the first bait. I'll be the second. As for you, you are the hunter responsible for solving the problem. I can't guarantee absolute safety, but you will definitely be safer than us." "Sounds sincere enough, but I'll need to make sure through divination." Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "I want to understand the situation about the other person's characteristics and sealed artifact. Only then can I make a decision." Chapter 331, The Accursed. Dressed in a black regal dress, Sharron pursed her bloodless lips and tilted her head to look at Maric, nodding slightly. Maric clasped his hands and said while concealing some of his madness, "You know about the prisoner pathway, don't you?" "Yes, I've heard of it in the Beyonder circles," Klein answered frankly. "Of course, these Beyonder circles refer to the Nighthawks and the Tarot Club." He sighed in his heart as he added. Maric seemed to recall something, and he was silent for nearly 20 seconds. Outside the window, he could hear the rhythmic sound of the carriage wheels rolling across the concrete pavement. He ruffled his messy brown hair and spoke with a slightly twisted expression on his face. "Prisoners are those who are locked up in prisons, and that also corresponds to having their spirituality and desires constrained by reason, body, and the world. The Beyonders of this sequence have strong bodies and keen senses, often possessing both a staid appearance and a crazy heart within them. They possess many criminal techniques and are proficient in killing with whatever they can casually acquire. Their corresponding sequence aid is lunatic. I believe you aren't aware of this because even an Orthodox Beyonder organization like the Seven Orthodox Churches aren't fully aware of such matters. That secret organization's member wields powers that far exceed your imagination. Those nearly twisted bastards are bound, be it their bodies or souls. It would be difficult to obtain any useful information by just relying on mediumship and divination. Sharron and I had also put up with this and waited for a very long time before we found a way to remove this binding and successfully escape. As all the Beyonders in this pathway are cursed and have crazy characteristics, we don't want to rely on the 7 major churches. We would lose all our freedom without leaving anything behind. So that's the case. It's no wonder the Nighthawk's confidential information doesn't have much about this. It even lacked the corresponding sequences 8 and 7 of Prisoner. It's something I could know based on the level I had at the time." Klein replied with a sense of enlightenment. "I really am not aware of the situation beyond Prisoner." Maric didn't nod as he looked at Klein with his brown eyes and continued. "Compared to a prisoner, a lunatic's greatest characteristic is to be able to autonomously sacrifice their rationality and let their desires run amok in exchange for strength and enhancements in every aspect. Apart from not having clear thoughts during this period, there isn't much of a problem. They can even gain stronger resistances towards Beyonder powers that can disrupt one's thoughts and influence their mind. To put it simply, I'll get rid of you first, and that will make it impossible for you to kill me." Klein couldn't help but lampoon. "From this sequence onwards, the curse will gradually appear. Lunatics easily lose control, Maric said as his facial muscles twitched. Isn't that obvious? If a person's mental state has been operating at a nadir for a long time, or if there are frequent abnormalities, it would be abnormal if the possibility of losing control isn't higher than other beyonders. Klein had his own understanding of this. He turned to look at Miss Sharron, feeling that it was hard for him to imagine what she would look like when she was in the prisoner and lunatic stages. And throughout this, Sharron maintained her ghostly silent and ethereal state. Seeing that he hadn't said anything, Maric slowly exhaled and said, "The next sequence is Werewolf. The mutation begins." However, in the eyes of normal people, the crazy prisoners and the lunatics who are prone to losing their minds are actually similar to such mutants. Well, Werewolf being a sequence 7 is lower than I expected. Klein's thoughts suddenly wandered. Maric didn't notice how he had gone adrift as he continued on. A werewolf is a fully cursed person. Every time the crimson moon becomes full, they will lose part of their sanity, grow black fur, and their bloodlust and desire for tasting blood would reach its peak. His voice gradually became a bit erratic, as if he recalled that bitter experience of enduring and repressing himself. A werewolf has rather powerful rejuvenation abilities, as well as terrifying strength, agility, and speed. Their claws and teeth are in no way inferior to beyonder weapons of the same sequence, and they contain venom. They also know some darkness-related spells. For instance, targets who are under the werewolf's control would become subordinates after a period of time. When a werewolf's venom infiltrates their body for a period of time, they would become a monster like a werewolf, and typically, these monsters possess very short lifespans. After hearing Maric's explanation, Klein made a pertinent conclusion. At the level of Sequence 7, the werewolf is above average in terms of actual combatability. A werewolf who is always unable to suppress their instinct to kill and their bloodlust during a full moon will turn increasingly cold and more twisted. Gradually, they will lose their feelings that a normal human would have, Maric added. There was an undisguised pride in his tone. It fits Mr. Azek's description of mutants. Klein subconsciously looked at Miss Sharron, instinctively imagining her werewolf form. However, her cold gaze almost made him shiver, and he quickly turned his head back. Maric unconsciously licked his lips. It wasn't the seductive kind done by women, but the kind that gave people a sense of danger. His gaze seemed to momentarily lose focus, leaving his recollections an unknown. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth again. I'm at the corresponding Sequence 6, Zombie. Zombie, your outer appearance really does resemble one. It's no wonder you often play cards with a bunch of your own kind. It turns out that you are also a special kind of zombie, a real living zombie. Klein thought for a moment and said, I heard from Caspers that you aren't afraid of bullets? Maric nodded and said, my body can be as hard as steel. Even if you used a revolver to fire at my head, I'll only feel dizzy at best. You'll need to shoot me 5 times in the same spot before you're able to break my defenses. And even if you break through my defenses, to a zombie, all other forms of damage isn't lethal if the brain isn't destroyed. And my strength has been raised significantly from the foundation of a werewolf. Furthermore, I wield a portion of death-related spells and can easily summon zombies and control ghosts. I can direct them and am proficient at using cold and decaying beyonder powers. Every sequence in the mutant pathway has different characteristics. There are very few changes in the progressive pathway. Klein pondered for a moment and asked, then, what about the curse of zombie? Maric clenched his teeth and said, I will thirst for the warm blood and fresh meat of humans. During the full moon, this state will be particularly serious. The only thing to be gratified about is that a zombie's curse replaces the werewolf's and lunatic's curse. They do not exist together, and it's the same later on. Every time the crimson moon is full, I will be in great pain. If I don't give up on self-control, I will be in so much pain that I will lose my ability to fight. And if I indulge myself, I will also become less and less like a human, and the risk of losing control is very high. Even in normal times, I would always resist the desires in my heart and the strong malice in my heart. Phew, compared to the beyonders of other sequences, the others are so much better. Well, except for Abyss and Demonis. Klein suddenly had such a thought. Maric paused and glanced at Sharron. Sharron parted her lips and said in an illusory voice, Sequence 5, Wraith. Wraith? There's such a sequence? It really is a mutant pathway. Klein was slightly surprised at first, but then he felt that this was indeed the characteristic of a spirit body that could be easily transformed. Having received the prompt, Maric added, after becoming a wraith, one can turn one's body into a real wraith and obtain the corresponding powers, such as moving through obstacles, hiding in mirrors, and directly attacking the soul of the enemy. They can jump through most things with reflections. And unlike ordinary wraiths, even with spirit vision, one will find it difficult to discover such a shadow unless they were a high-sequence beyonder. Yes, Wraith wields many death-type spells. There are many strange techniques, such as forcefully possessing the body and controlling the enemy. Her curse is that on the night of a full moon, she either consumes a certain number of human souls, or she becomes extremely weak. Choosing the former is equivalent to being on the brink of losing control at any moment. Without waiting for Klein to speak, the similarly pale Sharron suddenly said, "Our target is also a wraith. The beyonder powers of zombie, werewolf, lunatic, and prisoner won't be lost as a result of advancement," Maric emphasized. "It sounds like my nemesis. I'm precisely afraid of the type who are impervious to revolver bullets and do not suffer immense damage when burned by ordinary flames. Simply put, I'm afraid of ghosts." Klein felt his heart thump a little. After pondering for a few seconds, he asked, "What is the effect of the sealed artifact? Why would they restrain you? It actually made you willing to tell me your weaknesses and your curses." Klein had some general guesses. Maric's expression was somewhat gloomy as he replied, "That cursed artifact that needs to be sealed is called Scarlet Lunar Corona. Up to a certain range, it can create effects similar to a full moon. For those who are already cold and warped, it would aid them with explosive strength, but we will become weak and lose our ability to fight. If I give up on myself, then I'd rather choose death." Maric growled hoarsely, "I didn't expect a perverted and cowardly fellow like you to be a persistent person. To be able to last until the zombie sequence is indeed extraordinary." Klein didn't interrupt him and listened to the next part of the story. "The person who wears the Scarlet Lunar Corona is immune to the effects of the full moon, and they will gain terrifying speed and unimaginable rejuvenation abilities, as well as a number of relatively powerful darkness-related spells. However, it will make the wearer's blood gradually turn cold. They will freeze up, bit by bit, and if they do not stop in time or drink the blood of a living person, they will ultimately die as their blood freezes up completely." Maric seemed to greatly fear the Scarlet Lunar Crow. After he was done, Sharron looked over at Klein with her calm blue eyes. "Together with Steve are Zombie Jason and Werewolf Tyre. But as long as Steve is finished off, the others wouldn't be a problem." Maric added, "If we succeed, the beyonder characteristic left behind by Steve will be mine. The Scarlet Lunar Corona will belong to Sharron. The remaining spoils of war and the Book of Secrets will be your payment." Chapter 332, Notary Certificate. Very generous conditions. Klein almost couldn't believe his ears. Although the most valuable items are the Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic and the powerful sealed artifact with special powers, the rest aren't too bad either. It's impossible for a Sequence 5 powerhouse to only have sealed artifacts provided by the organization, and if any one of the Sequence 6 Zombie and Sequence 7 Werewolf is retained, it will be a bountiful harvest. Klein leaned back and pretended to think, to suppress the sudden greed in his heart. "Your conditions are indeed satisfying," he replied, and immediately returned with a question. "Who is Shaman King Klarman? What kind of information is recorded in his Book of Secrets?" Maric rubbed his temples and said, "The Shaman King can both refer to a high-sequence job and also represent an outstanding person who controls powers in the domains of darkness, the moon, and the strange, one who surpasses his peers. Klarman is the latter, and also the former. He was active in the southern continent during the early part of the Fifth Epoch, and then he completely disappeared. Maybe he was hunted down by the Church of Death or our secret organization, or maybe he died of old age in some unknown place. His Book of Secrets includes knowledge such as secret contracts, rituals, alchemy, astrology, symbolism, natural interaction, and so on. Even if an ordinary person gets it, they can become an expert in the field of mysticism. They can even rely on their own natural spirituality to accomplish a small number of beyonder matters without taking any potions. Well, the price is that they will slowly become mentally ill. This is the aftermath of one's spirituality being unable to bear the burden. Sounds good. Just what I need. However, this mission is not only difficult in itself, but there's also a certain amount of subsequent trouble. I'm dealing with a secret organization with a history of over 1,000 years. Klein was silent for a few seconds, but he still chose to follow his heart. "I wish to have some time to think it over. This is a very serious and dangerous matter. I can't be impulsive. I will give you my answer tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Come to my house. You know the address." He looked at Sharron while finishing the sentence. He suddenly felt nervous when he finished it. They had revealed so much important secret information, even problems that plagued them. If he didn't agree on the spot, would he be silenced? Or would they follow me until I make up my mind? Then, how can I go above the gray fog to make the divination? Sharron, who was wearing a black regal dress, looked at Klein quietly. There was no anger, doubt, or emotion in her blue eyes. She suddenly pulled out a folded piece of paper from a concealed pocket and unfolded it into a rectangle. The paper was orange-yellow, with many symbols, including those representing the sun. These symbols and labels drew out an empty zone, one which gave off a very warm and stable feeling. As soon as he saw the piece of paper, Klein remembered what it was and relieved his uptight heart. This was also from Numblebright Master Rosago. This was the notary certificate. Back when they were distributing the spoils of war, Sharron had taken this mystical item. The pale, delicate Sharron handed the notary certificate to Klein and said in a refined voice, "Press your hand here. Promise not to divulge what you just heard." Phew. Klein exhaled and nodded seriously. All right. According to the prompt, he took the notary certificate and pressed his palm against the blank area. Then, after some deliberation, he opened his mouth and said, "I promise I won't tell anyone what I just learned from Miss Sharron and Mr. Maric." As he said each word, the symbols and magical labels around the notary certificate lit up, one by one, giving off a warm and bright glow. When it was all over, the light turned into a seal-like image that pressed down on Klein's palm and even passed through it, covering the blank zone. A warm current passed through him, and Klein felt a subtle but invisible connection between himself and the notary certificate. Back then, the ability mimicked by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom really does belong to a notary. He suddenly thought of something from before. "I'm done." Klein returned the notary certificate. Sharron calmly nodded her head and didn't say anything else. Her indifferent figure quickly disappeared from the carriage. Maric, still suppressing the malice in his eyes, tapped the carriage's wall with his finger. The carriage slowly stopped, and the door of the carriage opened. They're using zombies to drive the carriage and shadows to act as attendants. It really is Maric's style. After activating his spirit vision, Klein took off his cap in enlightenment, pressed it to his chest, bowed slightly, and got off the carriage. It was a quiet street, one where several of the street lamps were broken, but no one had fixed them. Klein first went to his one-room apartment in Eastborough before returning to 15 Minsk Street and pretended to make 2 divinations in the living room. The first time was whether or not he should accept this commission. The second time was whether or not it was dangerous, and how dangerous it was. As for the answer to the divination, he didn't pay close attention to it, because wraiths of the mutant pathway could transform into spirit bodies, allowing them to directly interact with the spirit world to obtain information. In other words, they naturally possess the power of divination and anti-divination. So regardless of whether it was Sharron or the target Steve, the revelation that Klein received was either wrong or deviated. After he finished his divination, he read the newspapers and books, as he usually did. He practiced his Beyonder powers in the activity room. Then he washed up and went to sleep. There was nothing abnormal about it. At 4:10 in the morning, Klein suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. He found a candle, built a wall of spirituality, and quietly began the ritual of summoning himself. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, but he was in no hurry to respond to the prayer. Sitting in the high-back chair belonging to the fool, Klein focused on the surface of the long bronze table. He saw the all-black eye, Azic's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, and the dark, majestic figure of Roselle holding a scepter. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Klein stretched out his right hand to turn the card of blasphemy upside down. "What I can't see can't hurt me." After conjuring a pen and paper, he took off his topaz pendulum and repeated his first 2 divinations. The result of the first divination rotated clockwise at an adequate frequency. That was to say that the commission should be accepted, but it also wasn't necessary. The result of the second divination was the counterclockwise rotation of the topaz pendulum, but it spun with great amplitude and frequency. Klein's interpretation was that there was danger, quite considerable danger, but it wasn't life-threatening yet as long as it was properly dealt with. Phew. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Klein remembered a hunch from before. Perhaps every magician needs to perform. Otherwise, the name of the potion would be mage, not magician. The key to never perform unprepared is to be prepared, as well as to perform. And this may not just be in combat. The 2 assumptions of diverting the enemy's attention and getting the applause of the audience is predicated on there being a performance. As long as I can find the appropriate solution, disguise myself well, and deal with it perfectly, it will be hard for the Rose School of Thought to find me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Combined with the revelation he had just received from the divination, he quickly came to a decision. Leaning back against the fool's high-back chair, he raised his head to look at the towering ancient palace and the boundless gray fog and revealed a slight smile. "Then, let's have a grand performance." With that, he took the all-black eye and Azic's copper whistle and responded to his own prayers. The next morning was a Thursday morning. Klein, who had bought the ingredients early, prepared homemade Fainapotter noodles, which was closer to the noodles mixed with meat sauce. He went to the door to take out today's newspaper from the mailbox. As he ate, he found a notice of a Beyonder gathering in the Backlund Morning Post. As expected, once the tense situation is resolved, the gatherings begin. Klein smiled and said to himself. At 9 o'clock, he took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and took a look. Then, he faced the empty living room and said to the oriel window, "I'm willing to provide help. The conditions are exactly as you said. But that's only if you give me a few more days. He paused for a moment before replying with a smile. I need to make some preparations. Other than Klein, there was no one else in the living room. But suddenly, an illusionary voice rang out. Okay, after you've finished preparing, you can pay the bar a visit. In Viscount Glant's study, Audrey was sitting in a chair, helping Susie straighten the fur on the back of her head. She said to Furs and Zio, who were sitting quietly beside her while sipping their wine, "Why were you in such a hurry to bring me here?" Although this was the first time she had seen Furs and Zio since the incident with Lenivis, she had already paid them through Susie. Well, after joining us at the Tarot Club, Furs seems to remain unchanged. She's still languid and fond of being snide with Zio, but there are some things about her that are completely different. She used to be dispirited, depressed, and she seemed to hold little hope for the future, but now, that aspect has completely disappeared. Audrey, the telepathist, smiled faintly and observed the state of Miss Magician with a calm heart. After downing the rest of the red wine, Furs said, "It is indeed Ormer, the most famous red wine. It's much better than the ones I've drunk before. The level is very clear, and each level has a different feeling." She put down her wine cup and said, "The gathering that might have the spectator and clues to the psychology alchemist will be held this afternoon." "Is that so? Why the rush?" Audrey asked, puzzled. Furs explained with a smile, "Because the serial killer has wasted too much of everyone's time. Moreover, that's the outskirts of Northborough. It's during the afternoon when the Nighthawks are most relaxed." "Okay." Audrey nodded lightly and didn't ask any further. At the same time, her gaze swept across the room, and she sighed silently. Compared to the past, Zio is a lot quieter compared to the present Furs. At that moment, Viscount Glant chuckled and said, "Audrey, I will go with you." "Why?" Audrey asked despite knowing the answer. Glant cleared his throat and said, "It's because I've already obtained the apothecary formula. All I need to do is trade for some ingredients. My vault doesn't have the 2 corresponding ingredients." "Oh, Furs sold it to me. £300. She guarantees that it's authentic." £300. "I remember that you bought it from Mr. World for only £230. Audrey couldn't help but glance at Furs. Chapter 333, The Tracker. In the suburbs of Northborough, in a soon-to-be abandoned 3-story medical school building. Even at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fog and the clouds had already darkened the whole of Backland, as if a storm was approaching. Along the dilapidated corridor, the gloomy light shone in diagonally, penetrating the windows and causing everything to appear silent and scarred. It was eerie and terrifying. This was Audrey's second time here, and she was no longer as nervous and tense as before. She turned her head left and right in her surgical cap and big mask, habitually observing the environment, observing every detail of this place. Viscount Glant was walking beside her and gradually turned apprehensive. He couldn't help but whisper, "Why do I find that this place is a little strange? Could there be evil ghosts?" As a mysticism enthusiast who had only half a foot in the Beyonder circle, the only Beyonder phenomenon he had witnessed was Furs's passing through walls and the opening of a door. He was still unsure of the existence of wraiths and shadows. However, this didn't stop him from being afraid of similar monsters. Furs turned her head and shot him a glance as she held back her laughter. Most of the participants of this gathering are Beyonders. If there really are evil ghosts or spirits, they would definitely be very happy. It usually implies ingredients or servants. Noticing that Viscount Glant was obviously relieved, she purposely added, "Of course, I'm only talking about the weaker kind of ghosts. A truly formed shadow might be able to kill everyone here without making a sound. And even if you run, all you can do is run back and forth between the 3 stories without being able to leave. It's like entering a maze." Zio nodded in approval. "I've once encountered a similar wraith. I ran in circles while in the cemetery without any means of escaping. During this process, there were baffled people who would turn their heads for no reason, only to suffer a sudden death. If not for one of the Beyonders carrying a sun charm, perhaps you wouldn't be seeing me here today." Viscount Glant shivered as he looked out the window. At this moment, a withered tree branch hit the glass and made a light sound as it was blown by the cold wind. Glant almost shouted out loud as he frantically inched towards the 2 Beyonders, Furs and Zio. Audrey resisted smiling and quietly watched this scene from the sidelines. In her heart, she thought, "I have met Mr. Fool who is close to a deity. I know the city of silver in the forsaken land of the gods. I have heard of all kinds of terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness. Why would I fear wraiths and shadows? However, I really haven't met a ghost yet. Pooey. Audrey, what are you thinking? It's better not to come across this kind of thing. Unless I become a psychiatrist with Beyonder powers capable of influencing other creatures, or if I obtain mystical items that can restrain ghosts and monsters." The 4 of them couldn't help but increase their pace and quickly arrived at the gathering venue for the day. Before she entered, Furs found an opportunity to bend her back and whisper into Zio's ear, "You did well cooperating with me just now. You actually made up a story so quickly that's enough to frighten others. Look at the spots which aren't covered by Viscount Glaint's mask. It's so white that you can't see any colors. Zio turned her head as she answered blankly. I didn't make up the story. That was something that happened to me before I came to Backland. Furs was stunned for a moment before she blurted out a question. For real? Why would I lie? Zio's puzzled face was obscured by the mask. Furs turned her head and took 2 steps forward and suddenly shivered. At that moment, Glaint didn't wish to stay in the creepy corridor any longer. He reached out his hand and pushed open the door to the gathering venue. As the creaking sound echoed, he saw the concrete floor and the smell of antiseptic coming into his nose. It made him frown. Soon after, he saw a large pool in the middle. It was filled with a clear, yellow liquid, and there were floating figures inside it. Some of the figures were entirely naked. Some were rather complete, while others had half their skin ripped off. They had the brownish auburn colors of beef jerky. They were corpses. Ah! A man's shrill cry resounded in the room. Gazes were instantly cast onto Glaint. These gazes were all from the figures in white coats surrounding the pool. They were also wearing surgical caps and huge masks, and only their eyes and a bit of their skin were exposed. Glaint's body swayed a bit. He wanted to turn around and run away, but when he saw Audrey, Furs, and Zio pass him, as if nothing had happened, in order to enter his room, he realized that they were pretending that they weren't his companions. As he took a deep breath, Glaint nearly vomited. He looked outside and saw that the corridor was dark and gloomy, filled with shadows, and that there wasn't a single living soul in sight. With another shudder, Glaint hastened his steps and caught up with Audrey and the others, finding a place to sit down as far as possible from the pool. After a few minutes, a figure wearing a white coat stepped out of the line and used a wooden pole with a hook on the side to pull a corpse to the side. Then, he directly dragged the corpse to the concrete floor. He paused for about 3 seconds, took out a scalpel, and slit open the body's abdomen. As the gash deepened, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from inside. Let the gathering begin. Glaint reached out with his hand to press down his mask. His throat moved a few times, and he almost vomited. They were midway in the gathering with all kinds of trades, either a success or failure, happening. Audrey, who had been calmly observing all this time, finally opened her mouth and said, I want the spectator potion formula. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt several gazes sweep over her. However, they quickly moved away and didn't linger for long. After several seconds of silence, the transaction was aborted. Around 4 in the afternoon, it was getting closer to night. Why was there nothing at all? Glaint didn't maintain his aristocratic demeanor as he slumped against the wooden wall of the carriage and sighed. This Beyonder gathering had left a deep impression on him, making him feel as if he had taken a huge risk. But even so, he was still unable to buy the horn of an adult flying unicorn and the venom crystal of a royal jellyfish. Furs secretly pursed his lips and said, That's normal. Although Backland is the easiest place to get ingredients, if you can't join every Beyonder gathering, there will still be situations in which you won't be able to find what you want for a long time. It requires either luck or patience. Mr. Viscount, think about Miss Audrey's spectator potion. She hasn't received any clues to date. Sometimes, you can encounter the ingredients, but you would lack the money to buy them. Zio, who was sitting to the side, thought in exasperation. Audrey consoled Glaint. When I get back, I'll go to my family's vault and do a search. Maybe there's something you want. She had brought the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland with her today, but she hadn't encountered the spinal fluid of a Farsman rabbit. Therefore, she had only exchanged it for 320 pounds in cash. It was to prepare for Susie's advancement. Glaint nodded, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Zio sitting up straight. She frowned and said, It seems like someone is following us. I trust your intuition. What do we do now? Furs asked, looking around. Following us? Why follow us? All we did was sell one Beyonder item and obtain a few £100 in cash. Even if someone wanted to rob us, we shouldn't be the top targets. Although Glaint acted like a rookie, we didn't. In addition, the gatherings organizer had done a lot of things to ensure the safety of the members and to prevent anyone from being followed. Unless the person who sent the tracker is the organizer. Last time, everything seemed normal. What's the difference between the 2 occasions? Audrey's mind raced when she suddenly came up with an idea. Perhaps it was my request to purchase the spectator formula that attracted the attention of the psychology alchemists. It's impossible for them to randomly sell the spectator formula, so what would inevitably follow is recruitment into the organization. And recruitment isn't a simple matter. One has to be wary of any quasi-nighthawks or quasi-mandated punishers, or spies sent by other hidden factions. If they don't observe the target and conduct an investigation, the organization would quickly be destroyed. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey said to Furs and the others, Prepare to be attacked. Pretend as though you didn't notice the tracker. If we can successfully return to Empress Burrow, don't worry about exposing the identities of Glaint and me. Both of you have to leave in secret. Her green eyes swept over Glaint, and she added with a smile. A lot of people know that we are mysticism enthusiasts, so it's normal for us to find an opportunity to participate in a Beyonder gathering. Even if the tracker is an official Beyonder, they won't suspect anything. We are just regular people, so all they will do is warn us through other channels. But I'm already at sequence 8. Phew. In order to come into contact with the psychology alchemists, I have to take a little risk. It's likely the official Beyonders won't target me for seeking to purchase a formula. They shouldn't be able to bypass the gathering organizer and track us down. I want to believe in my own judgment. Audrey cheered herself on. Okay, Viscount Glaint mumbled as he agreed. The horse carriage continued on as usual, going in circles a few times. In the end, Audrey and the others changed to another carriage as they had planned. Throughout this process, the tracker never attacked. When they reached the back door of Viscount Glaint's mansion in Empress Borough, the two nobles used their usual means of returning. As for Furs and Zio, they each relied on their own skills to leave. About 10 minutes later, Audrey, accompanied by her huge golden retriever, Susie, and her maids, openly left through the front door in her own carriage. As she listened to the sound of rolling wheels, she was unable to confirm if there were still people following her. She could only let her thoughts wander. It's obvious that the daughter of Count Hall isn't a spy of any Beyonder faction. There's nothing wrong with her past. Her love for mysticism is well known. Her status and identity can provide assistance that's different from other people. Perhaps, in 2 days, there will be members of the psychology alchemists who will try to come into contact with me. Audrey thought with some anticipation and some nervousness. Although he said he was making preparations, Klein spent 2 days at the Quelite Club as if nothing had happened. He even played a game of cards with the equestrian teacher, Talum, and the others, winning a few solely. Before he went to bed, he didn't forget to visit the outside of Lawyer Jurgen's house to make sure if there were no lights, and to feed the cat. At 8 o'clock on Friday night, he put on his iron mask and wore his black hooded robe and entered the activity room of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Chapter 334, Bullets. The only candle flickered its yellow flame, casting shadows on the walls around the activity room. Klein found the most convenient escape point before surveying his surroundings. He saw the Eye of Wisdom with his deep cheek lines and the plump apothecary. Well, after another comparison, even though he's wearing an iron mask that covers half his face, it's still pretty clear that he was the man I met at Rice Circus who deserves a beating. Klein looked away and waited for the gathering to officially begin. The woman who had an artisan backing her was very hidden among the participants, so he couldn't be sure that she was present before she spoke. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom raised his head to look at the mechanical clock on the wall and chuckled. There's a lot of people here today. Let's begin. Before he finished speaking, the plump apothecary rushed to speak. I need a Beyonder creature for an experiment. It's best if it's an animal, and it's best if it's already restrained and one that's not too dangerous. A beast-type Beyonder creature? Klein was slightly moved. He remembered what the apothecary had said in the circus theater and that he was apparently able to read the thoughts of beasts. He's just an apothecary. Yet, he poses such an ability and is even looking to purchase a beast-type Beyonder creature. After I sold him the Spring of Elves Marrow Crystal, he should have gathered the ingredients and advanced to the next sequence. In other words, the sequence after apothecary has something to do directing wild beasts? Klein made a deduction based on the information he knew. At this moment, someone responded to the apothecary with a sneer. Who would keep a Beyonder creature by their side? It's dangerous and easily discovered. Wouldn't it be easier and more concealed to kill them to obtain its Beyonder ingredients? The apothecary was a person who refused to lose in a spar of words, so he immediately sneered. What a foolish thought. You can't guarantee that the Beyonder ingredient on a Beyonder creature is exactly what you need, and that you can definitely sell it. You might as well tame it and direct it to be your helper, increasing your strength several-fold. As he spoke, his voice gradually grew softer. He felt as if he had revealed some important secret. Damn it, why can't I control this mouth of mine? The apothecary figuratively smacked himself in the heart. As expected, Klein nodded indiscernibly. Without a doubt, the apothecary's request wasn't met. Most of the participants here were low-sequence Beyonders, and their statuses in Backlund weren't very prominent, with the need for them to be relatively alert, to the point of barely maintaining it. So how was it possible for them to extravagantly rear a Beyonder creature? Furthermore, more importantly, there was the fact that wild Beyonder creatures were usually hostile to humans. Any encounter would usually lead to one dead, so if one wanted to capture them alive, they would need to have a sufficiently strong team or be strong enough to overwhelm the enemy. Of course, this didn't exclude particular Beyonders who possessed special abilities that were suitable for such situations. After a bout of disappointment, the apothecary coughed lightly and said, I've brought quite a few bottles of medicine. All of you know the effects. If you want them, you can speak up when the gathering is almost over. The few medicines to treat wounds, go berserk, and increase one's ability in that aspect? Klein silently lampooned. He chuckled and provided a suggestion. You can purchase a Sequence 9 formula, find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, and then concoct the potion to feed the animal you fancy. This way, you will have a Sequence 9 Beyonder creature, and you can also continuously advance it with the subsequent potions. Of course, that's built on the premise that you are rich enough and can deal with the defective ones that lose control. The apothecary was stunned for a few seconds. After a while, he said, "How extravagant. Just saving up money and finding the Beyonder ingredients for myself is difficult enough for me. It's also a high probability event for an animal to lose control after they consume potions. It will take me several times before I succeed. Someone who can do this must have a mine or owns a bank. Our tarot club's Miss Justice likely rears a Beyonder creature." Klein suddenly felt sorry for the apothecary. If one wanted to disregard it for the sole purpose of earning money, apothecaries were the easiest among the low-sequence Beyonders to amass large amounts of wealth. The problem was that they were also easily targeted by the official Beyonders. After a few more deals or failed transactions, Klein heard a voice that was deliberately suppressed. "I only brought one Beyonder weapon this time. They are 50 bullets with different effects. 20 of them are engraved with the Sun Domain's labels and symbols, forming a complete charm. They can be used to purify ghost-related monsters. They cause more damage to wraiths and shadows, so they are called purifying bullets. There are another 20 bullets which are meant for corrupted creatures, known as demon-hunting bullets. The other 10 are bullets that counter evil-type monsters, known as exorcism bullets. Their effects can be maintained for 18 months or more. 50 bullets for 500 pounds, or the barbarian potion formula. It will come with a revolver with the matching caliber. They did make related bullets according to my suggestions from last time. From the looks of it, they're more complicated than ordinary Beyonder weapons. It took them so long only to make a set." Klein didn't give the others a chance and directly said, "I have the barbarian potion formula." At this moment, a rather tall man offered a price. 550 pounds. In this day and age, a revolver was the most convenient Beyonder weapon to use and carry. The well-hidden lady's voice was filled with unquenchable joy as she said, "Sir, I'm sorry. I have a preference for the barbarian formula. 600 pounds. The man raised the offer again. "No, this is not about money." The woman with an artisan backing her glanced at Klein. "Deal. But please pass the formula to old Mr. Eye of Wisdom for his notarization." Phew, it's a good thing that I got the Dark Emperor card. Otherwise, if I met someone who can raise the price so ruthlessly, I definitely would have lost a lot of money today. Klein rolled up his robe, took out the barbarian formula which he had long written from his inner pocket, and opened it to take a look. Sequence 8 Barbarian. Main ingredients: Grass of Madness, Core Horn Crystal of a Land Rhinoceros. Supplementary ingredients: 1 deep-grained walnut, 1 fragrance hornet grass, 10 milliliters of the extract obtained from soaking poplar bark, 100 milliliters of liquor. After confirming that it was correct, Klein folded the paper and handed it to the attendant. Just like before, Eye of Wisdom took out the ring that was inlaid with many small diamonds. He mimicked the Beyonder powers of a notary and confirmed that the formula was true. Hearing this old man declare that the formula is valid, the woman with the artisan backing her heaved a sigh of relief and took out a square iron box the size of a palm. After the attendant passed the formula to her, she eagerly rolled it open and read it a few times, as if she wanted to memorize it directly. As for Klein, he snapped open the box and looked at it. There were 3 piles of bullets inside the metal box. One pile had a faint golden luster, as though they had just been fished out of hot water. The other was entirely silver and covered with patterns, cold yet sacred. The pile with the fewest bullets suffused a golden sheen amidst the brass color. He could vaguely see several labels and symbols engraved on it. Yes, it's authentic. Klein had the ability to appraise the bullets in the field of mysticism. He snapped the lid shut and stored the item in the pocket under his robe. As for the free revolver, it was nothing special. The body of the gun was a deeper brass color, and the handle was made out of walnut wood. Since his underarm holster had also been lost back when he encountered the police inspection, Klein had to attach the revolver to his waist and cover it with his clothes. After finishing the transaction, he looked around the activity room and deliberately raised his voice. "I need strong purifying items like Sun Holy Water and Sun Sacred Emblem. I can buy it in gold, or I can use formulas as a barter, like the sequence after Barbarian, Briber. Of course, if there are any questions regarding the mysticism and the Beyonder world that requires answering, I can also give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can answer it." As the apothecary listened, he widened his eyes. He had a feeling that this was that lucky lad. However, he had just become a Beyonder not long ago, so how could he have obtained so many valuable things? The more he thought about it, the more he gnashed his teeth, feeling as if he had made the wrong choice back then. Luck was the most important thing. The woman who had bought the barbarian formula couldn't control herself and almost said in her original voice, "I don't have anything you need, but I can pay you in cash. £800. Klein swallowed the word deal that he nearly said. He thought for a moment before chuckling. "I'm only accepting bartering for the time being. I will most likely be back for the next gathering. You can seek out the relevant items in advance. For the time being." The lady ruminated over the word and nodded slowly. "All right." After that, no one else said anything, and Klein's needs were also not met. In Backlund, in the Lone Kingdom, the worshippers of the eternal blazing sun could be considered heretics, so few of such items circulated beyond official channels. Klein was slightly disappointed, but he wasn't too concerned. He had an alternative plan. He clearly remembered that Miss Zio had once sought out a beyonder believer of the eternal blazing sun for purification, and the lady who craved the briber formula would definitely be actively looking for his desired items. Klein stopped talking and listened to the subsequent exchanges. When the gathering was coming to an end, an average-built participant with no special characteristics pinched the iron mask on his face and said with a deep baritone voice, "I need an adult black widow spider silk gland." An adult black widow spider silk gland? Sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Klein frowned slightly. Without using divination, he tried hard to recall where. Suddenly, he remembered the source of the familiar feeling. It was one of the main ingredients for the demoness of pleasure. Chapter 335, Exploring Verdi Street. Pleasure was sequence 6 of the demoness pathway. Klein had obtained its complete formula back when he channeled Madame Sharron's spirit, although it was usually difficult to recall the exact details, and he had to rely on the help of dream divination to recall the memory. Just hearing the main ingredient was enough to give him a sense of familiarity and make him form connections. He couldn't help but glance over at the buyer, confirming that he was male in terms of skin color, figure, voice, and unmasked facial features. The sequence prior to demoness of pleasure is witch. Regardless of their gender, as long as they pass that, they would all become women. This person clearly isn't one. He hasn't become a witch yet, so why is he purchasing the main ingredient of a demoness of pleasure? Could he be helping someone buy it? Is he the ally of some witch or a loyal subordinate? However, as a rather ancient secret organization, the demoness sect shouldn't be lacking in the corresponding ingredients. With their natural disposition, it would be normal for them to use the beyonder characteristics left behind by former members to concoct the potions. Did the witch behind the buyer lose her connection with the organization? With these thoughts, Klein had the impulse to follow him. However, after careful consideration, he gave up on this idea. Ignoring the question on how he could bypass the precautionary measures of Eye of Wisdom and lock onto the other party's tracks, just the fact that the other party's situation was unknown, and with him not having the time to perform a divination, it was enough for him to choose to follow his heart's wishes. What if there isn't only one witch, but a beyonder who's much stronger? Moreover, it's a good thing for witches to advance to demoness of pleasure. The former would cause calamities and harm many innocent people, but once they advance to the latter, their goal would be focused on pleasure. In simple terms, society would be less dangerous. Klein mumbled. An adult black widow spider silk gland was already considered to be relatively expensive and a rare beyonder ingredient. It was just like the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and the characteristic of a human skin shadow, which Klein needed in order to ascend to sequence 6. It was almost equivalent to the cost of half a house in the capital, so the buyer didn't receive a satisfactory response. To be precise, no one responded. The atmosphere of the gathering fell silent until the plump apothecary started selling the medicine he brought. After the previous trials, he received quite a few repeat customers. In less than 3 minutes, he had sold all the goods he could sell and collected more than £50 in cash. As Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering, each participant left through different passages in a different order and at different intervals. Klein was in the middle, and after he reached a secluded street, he took off his disguise and immediately set off for East Borough, arriving at Black Palm Street on that cold and foul-smelling night. On the way, he had purchased an armpit holster. He entering his rented one-bedroom apartment. Without taking a break, he took out his revolver and opened the metal box containing the beyonder bullets. He then took out 2 purifying bullets, 2 demon-hunting bullets, and 1 exorcism bullet. Then, he loaded them one by one into the chamber. Taking a pose, he tested the feeling and whether he could fire normally. Klein inserted the revolver into his armpit and busied himself with other preparations. For example, he checked to see if there was anything unusual about the all-black eye in the iron cigarette case. He also placed Azek's copper whistle in the metal box containing the bullets, and with the help of holy night powder, he created a sealed wall of spirituality that stuck to the surface of the box, completing the shielding of the ancient, delicate copper whistle. After confirming the shapes and positions of the 3 charms, Klein headed above the gray fog for divination. Then, he put on his cap and went out again. His target was 32, Verdi Street, which was south of the bridge. It was where the thief had found the master key. There might be clues to the apprentice formula or clues to related items there. It was somewhere that Klein had long wanted to explore, but he suspected that the man who died a tragic death had turned into a wraith-like creature. He didn't dare to take action until he bought purifying bullets. A magician never performs unprepared. Before the steam subway, the most economical mode of transport, had stopped running, Klein arrived south of the bridge before transferring to a public carriage and arrived near Verdi Street. It was already late at night, and a chilling drizzle filled Backland. There were barely any pedestrians on the street, and the light from the gas lamps was blurred by the liquid on the glass, making everything seem dreamlike. Klein circled the area and observed Unit 32's situation. He walked to its side, climbed to the second floor, and easily entered the target's interior from the balcony door, which clearly couldn't be closed by the thief from before. He didn't bring the master key, fearing that the item would cause an abnormal chain reaction here. The layout of the house was very normal. A corridor that connected the two balconies ran through the entire second floor. There were bedrooms, a bathroom, a solarium, and an activity room lining the sides. With the help of the crimson moonlight shining in from the balcony, Klein saw that all the doors had been opened. All kinds of items were thrown on the ground in disarray. It should be the result from the thief from before. He couldn't take away all the items, so he could only search for the most valuable ones. However, with the master key, there's no need for him to open doors. Klein went through the rooms, one by one, looking for things that might be involved with mysticism. After an unknown period of time, a black-gloved Klein arrived at the staircase without any success. Just as he took 2 steps forward, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure was pressed against the wall at the corner of the stairs. Its back was facing Klein. Its black hair was so thick that it almost covered its neck. Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, didn't even have time to observe, for the figure suddenly moved. His neck creaked as he turned his head, while his back remained facing the second floor. Amidst the hazy, weak, and illusory crimson illumination, the figure's eyes were bulging out of their sockets, filled with fear. Thud! Thud! The 2 eyeballs hit the ground. Bang! The figure's head fell off its neck and hit the wooden staircase. He's long dead. He's without any spirituality glow. Klein watched and judged calmly, as though what had just happened was a farce. He guessed from the details of the man's old black clothes and the number of rooms open on the second floor, and he decided that this was another burglar, one who had visited the house after the previous one. Unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. Could it be that the master key was actually restraining the danger here, and when it was taken away, pandemonium was set loose? Klein drew his revolver, adjusted the chamber to the firing position, and cocked the revolver. He walked up the stairs to the corpse. He squatted down and examined it briefly, but he couldn't find anything other than the fact that his neck had been twisted. After pondering for a few seconds, Klein straightened his body and carefully went down the stairs. Even though he was standing on a wooden staircase, he didn't make any creaking sounds. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After walking down the flight of stairs, he reached the ground. In front of him was a corridor that connected the 2 sides. The crimson moonlight shone in, outlining the outline of the balcony. The doors on both sides of the corridor were wide open, revealing a messy scene of scattered items. There was no living room, dining room, or kitchen here. This is the second floor. Klein went down from the second floor, only to return to the second floor. Throughout the entire process, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Klein didn't panic as he slowly turned around. Behind him, there was a staircase leading downwards. That is to say, my special ability can only resist the invasion of my Beyonder powers through the use of Beyonder powers such as dreams and spirit channeling, or for me to realize that the environment I'm in does not belong to the real world. I'll still be influenced by hallucinations. Klein took out his matchbox and took out a few matches with his gun-carrying hand. He continued down, throwing a match down every few steps. Once again, Klein came to the corner of the stairs and saw the dead body with its head separated from its body. At this moment, a cold wind blew across the back of his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. Ha! Klein snapped his fingers, and a red flame soared from behind him, soaring toward the ceiling. Those flames seemed to be a monster that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but the flames didn't burn anything. Klein was about to turn around and look with his spirit vision when his body suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into a lake frozen in winter. He couldn't help but tremble as his left hand was slowly reaching for his neck as he forcibly suppressed it. At that moment, Klein sighed softly. He forced his left hand into his pocket, removed the wall of spirituality, and opened the metal box containing the bullets. Next, he held Azic's copper whistle, took it out, shook it, and threw it into the air above the stairs. In almost an instant, he felt the coldness and stiffness in his body disappear. In his spiritual perception, a sinister and cold mass leaped out like a dog fetching a ball as it pounced at Azic's copper whistle. Klein smiled, raised his right hand, aimed at the copper whistle, and pulled the trigger. He softly said, "Bye-bye." Bang! The pale gold purifying bullet flew out and accurately hit that cold and indistinct object. A blood-curdling screech sounded out as the golden flames outlined a human's silhouette in midair. Under the bright and warm light, all the coldness and evilness quickly disappeared. Clang! Azic's copper whistle landed on the ground, bounced a few times, and rolled to the living room on the first floor. When Klein looked around, he saw that things were now significantly different. For example, the head of the corpse wasn't separated from its body. He had strangled himself with his own hands. It really is easy when you're prepared. Klein chuckled and went down the stairs again. He successfully reached the first floor and picked up Azic's copper whistle. He then swung it twice to see if there were any other wraiths or shadows here. After confirming that there were no more problems, he decided to head straight to the basement. As he walked down the flight of stairs and went through the door, he saw the picture he had seen in his dream divination. He saw the brown notebook on the long table. Chapter 336, The Abraham Family. Other than the master key and the silver pocket watch with inlaid diamonds which were taken by the thief, this place is still in the same state as what I'd seen in my dream. Klein looked around and saw black iron pots, glass jars, and bronze lampstands that had candles which had long since been extinguished. His spirit vision and spiritual perception told him that these were all very ordinary items. They didn't carry the slightest trace of a spiritual luster. But compared to before, there's still something extra. Klein reached out with his left black-gloved palm and touched the surface of the long table. His fingers were immediately stained with visible dust. After carefully, and making some preliminary divinations, Klein failed to find any secret chambers or hidden compartments. Thus, he turned his attention to the brown notebook. Carefully flipping through it, the contents of the first page entered his eyes. This will go into the annals of the rise of Accursed family. I want to remember every key point. Future descendants, please remember every word that I've said. It's a pity that you lost control and died just moments after taking the Sequence 9 potion. The illustrious glory of the Abraham family can only remain as words. Klein lampooned under his breath and continued reading, quickly flipping through the pages. He planned to take the notebook away once he confirmed its value, not planning to stay any longer. We, the Abraham family, were one of the most powerful nobles of the Fourth Epoch, and we were the main supporters of the Tudor dynasty. In that era, be it Loan's Augustus family, Faysac's Einhorn family, Intis's Sauron family, or Phaenopoder's Castilla family, all of them looked up to us. Indeed, they weren't weak back then, but we were stronger. Even the rumored Antigonus family and the Zeridal families were slightly weaker than us. Unfortunately, the glory of our family disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. Ancestor Bethel went missing in that war where the deities personally fought. The remaining high-sequence Beyonders all perished. Ever since then, our Abraham family has been under a terrible curse. Generations after generations of ancestors have attempted to revive our family, but without exception, all of them went mad and lost control. Some of them did so just before becoming a high-sequence Beyonder or at sequence 7 and 8. And every case of losing control brings about a disaster that is close to annihilating the family. The Accursed forget the family name carved in their bloodlines and hurt the other members of the family without restraint. They were already monsters. For the continuation of the family, the Abraham family made a painful decision to no longer live together. Instead, it split up into small families that migrated to various parts of the northern continent. That way, even if someone lost control and started a massacre, their bloodline wouldn't be cut off because of this. My father was afraid of the curse, so he chose to remain as an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the fact that the bloodline's last name is still ever shining, he wouldn't even be willing to tell me these things. I want to record this down. I want to keep it on my mind. I want to remember the glory and the disaster of the Abraham family. Every Beyonder generation would eventually lose control without exception. The curse of the Abraham family is even more terrifying than that of the City of Silver. Wait a minute, they should all be from the apprentice pathway. Could it be that they heard that Mr. Door's plea for help? This isn't a cry for help. It's clearly a life-depriving curse. However, according to Miss Magician's description, it isn't because she became an apprentice that she had heard those illusory ravings during the full moon, but because of her use of the bracelet on her wrist. Afterwards, she couldn't escape the ravings regardless of whether she wore it or not. And what's the reason for those? Beyonders of the Abraham family? Perhaps the curse has nothing to do with Mr. Door? Well, the notebook mentioned that the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel Abraham, had disappeared in the War of the Four Emperors. Could he be Mr. Door? He was banished from the real world, lost in the darkness, and left trapped in a storm? There's a possibility that the easiest target to ask for help would naturally be descendants from the same bloodline, who are of the same Beyonder pathway, but of a relatively lower sequence. It's a pity that because all the powerful Beyonders had perished, his shouts only bring about a curse on the family that has lasted for more than 1,000 years, almost causing the whole Abraham family to disappear. Is this the reason why Mr. Dorr is so aware of the history of the Fourth Epoch and the details of the War of the Four Emperors? If my suspicions are true, I can only exclaim, the Abrahams really are an unfortunate family. I wonder if the things mentioned by the owner of the notebook were affected by the passage of time of over 1,000 years and the separation of the family, which might result in discrepancies. In the War of the Four Emperors, the deities actually personally participated in battle? Klein slightly frowned, and the speed at which he flipped the pages became faster and faster. Father, who chose to remain an ordinary person, ultimately succumbed to his disease. This dealt my mother a huge blow, and she quickly departed with him. And that means I'm free. But what hurts me is that Father didn't tell me many things about Beyonders to prevent me from embarking down the cursed path. I have to come into contact with them myself and understand them. Thankfully, he didn't violate the orders of the Elder. He still handed me the potion formula of apprentice, trickmaster, and astrologer at his deathbed. I will repeat the 3 formulas to prevent myself from forgetting. Sequence 9. Apprentice. Sequence 8. Trickmaster. Sequence 7. Astrologer. After Klein saw that, he pricked his eyebrows slightly, feeling that the trip tonight had been worthwhile, and that he hadn't wasted the purifying bullet. Of course, he still had to go above the gray fog to confirm its authenticity. Astrologer. The apprentice pathway actually has a divination series job as well. In that case, one of my speculations from the past might be closer to the truth. The seer pathway and the apprentice pathway might be interchangeable at high sequences. Klein nodded slightly and continued to flip through the pages. Although he had already determined the value of the notes, he didn't want to leave the scene for the time being. If the last few pages of the notebook noted that something had been hidden somewhere, he would definitely have to come back again. Since that was the case, why go through so much trouble? As the pages turned, Klein roughly figured out the Beyonder history of this Abraham descendant. After his parents died, he began trying to touch base with the mysticism circles to gather information about the sequence potions and purchased the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. After 2 years of hard work, recording many still unconfirmed mysticism knowledge, he finally succeeded and concocted the apprentice potion. At the end of the notebook, he wrote, "According to my knowledge of mysticism, the spirit world and the real world would overlap the most on the night of the full moon. That is the time when one's spirituality is at its best, and it is also the most suitable time to consume the potion and advance. I will become an apprentice by the next full moon. I need to get stronger, step by step, and reproduce the illustrious glory of the Abraham family. Once I reach sequence 7, I'll be able to contact the elders according to the regulations set by the family. I know the method of communication well, so this is a secret that cannot be recorded. Take a potion to advance yourself during the full moon?" Klein was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but tap his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner to draw the crimson moon. "May the goddess forgive you for your ignorance." Klein vaguely understood why the man had lost control on the spot. According to his speculation, the curse that had plagued the Abraham family for more than 1,000 years was probably related to Mr. Dorr's call for help during the full moon. And that guy actually chose to consume the apprentice potion on the night of the full moon. In that case, it was highly likely that he would hear that illusory mumbles while the effects of the potion had yet to fade, and his spirituality was in a very unstable state. As such, he exploded with a bang. Fortunately, the hormesis, phlegria, that I heard back then wasn't lethal. Klein subconsciously sighed. Then, he thought of the oddity of the master key and vaguely came up with a hunch. The formation of the master key stems not only from the condensation of an apprentice's Beyonder characteristic, but also from Mr. Dorr's illusory ravings. Thus, the occasional problem of causing the holder to be lost becomes rather dangerous. It often allows the holder to enter inappropriate situations. This can be considered a kind of curse. And taking everything into consideration, Mr. Dorr being the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel, is quite possible. Phew. Klein exhaled when he saw that there was no information about any hidden treasures. He took the brown notebook and left the basement. As he dropped Isaac's copper whistle, he retraced the same path he took to get there. When he reached the balcony, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The scattered matches on the stairs lit up with a crimson light. They soon extinguished, leaving only minor burn marks. After taking a detour to East Borough to get rid of his disguise, Klein returned to Minsk Street before midnight. He went above the gray fog and used spirit dowsing to confirm the authenticity of the 3 formulas. Soon after, he tried to conjure the fake world opposite him on the modeled long table. Klein was about to manipulate him when he suddenly raised his hand and smacked his forehead. "I almost forgot. I brought the all-black eye back to the real world." After going through the trouble, he made the world appear in the majestic palace and changed the surroundings to look like that of an ordinary room. Then, He made the world pose piously as he said with a hoarse voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Please tell Miss Magician that I've already obtained the Trickmaster Potion formula. I hope that she can exchange it for items in the Sun domain which are good at purification and exorcism. If the value isn't equal, then I'm willing to make up for it with additional gold pounds." After manipulating the world, Klein turned the scene into a ball of light and transmitted it to the crimson star representing the magician. He clearly remembered that during the last time Miss Zhou had found someone to purify and exorcise her, Miss Magician had also been present. Chapter 337, The Search for a Missing Person. Furs flipped through the calendar on her desk and used a pen to mark the date of the upcoming full moon. She had decided that, as soon as she heard that horrible, illusory raving, she would chant the name of the fool and pass the painful minutes above the gray fog. Life is truly filled with things to look forward to. She closed the novel in her hands, ready to turn off the iron grill gas lamp that was set into the wall. At that moment, a flash appeared in front of Furz's eyes. She saw the boundless gray fog and a lofty figure that resided in a majestic ancient palace, as well as a man who was praying devoutly. When the voice reached her ears, she almost jumped, feeling both alarmed and joyful. The Trickmaster formula that I've been arduously searching for all these years has been found just like that? I participated in so many different Beyonder gatherings and failed to find any clues to the Trickmaster formula. Yet, it has been found just like that? And not even a week has passed since I made the request. This is the Tarot Club. As expected, it's not something ordinary Beyonder gatherings can compare with. Furs sighed with emotion and endured her excitement and joy as she cautiously responded. "Mr. Fool, is that formula authentic?" "Yes." The fool, who was sitting on the high back chair and looking down, replied calmly. Furs suddenly clenched her fist and secretly pumped it by her waist twice. Almost without any hesitation, she asked, "That was Mr. World, right? Please tell him that I will find what he needs as soon as possible." When the gray fog dissipated and everything was over, Furs remained stunned for 2 seconds. She couldn't suppress her excitement as she stood up to pace back and forth in her room. The Sun's domain, items that are good at purification and exorcism. I encountered them only twice in the past, but they were bought by others. They might not be willing to offer them again. Yes, back at Mr. A's gathering, Zhou had hired a devotee of the eternal blazing sun to perform a purification and exorcism ritual. He's at least sequence 7, and he should have the relevant items. Or perhaps, he grasps key clues to them. I just wonder how much it'll cost. Although Mr. World promises to pay the difference, I might not be able to come up with the amount needed for the initial payment. Furz's thoughts gradually shifted to her financial situation. She now had £370 in cash, mainly earned from what Viscount Glaint had paid for the apothecary formula. She also had £510 in her bank account, which added up to nearly £900. As for something similar, it can go as high as £2,000, while the cheapest might cost from £500 to £600. Yet, it might not necessarily be the kind of item that Mr. World needs. What if I run into a suitable item but don't have enough money? Get a loan from the bank, or a loan from an usury with a higher interest rate? As long as all goes well, then when Mr. World pays the difference, my debt will easily be repaid. Maybe I could borrow from Miss Audrey for a few days. She usually never cares about money, so she will definitely not collect any interest. Furs quickly came up with a solution. Just then, Zhou, who had gone to somewhere secluded at night to practice her combat skills, returned to their rented 2-bedroom apartment. Seeing that the lights were still on in her room, she knocked on the door and asked, "Are you pulling an all-nighter to write the beginning of your new book?" Furs, you seem really happy. Did the publisher increase your rates?" No. Furs was slightly taken aback before she forced a smile. "I just received a piece of information that's suspected to be a clue to the Trickmaster Potion formula." "Really? Your waiting has finally paid off." Zhou totally didn't notice Furz's hidden oddity. Seeing her good friend so happy for her, Furs couldn't help but sigh to herself. "I'm already a member of a secret organization. From that moment forth, I've taken on a fate that requires me to constantly hide and lie to my friends. Is this the price, one out of many, to be paid?" Saturday morning, Klein once again visited inventor Leopard at St. George Burroughs' Surge Street. Since the bicycle had yet to be patented, he only paid the last £20 and exhorted Leopard not to rush to talk about subsequent investments and partnerships until he had the patent. With regards to this, Leopard was very agreeable. He had been tricked twice before for the same reason. Before getting a patent, once the potential investors who he had made contact with had fully understood his product, he was kicked aside to watch as the potential investor bribed the patent office and acquired the patent first. After leaving Leopard's place, Klein arrived at Isengard Stanton's place in Hillston Borough at the appointed time. It was a dark and gloomy house. Today was the day that the rewards for the serial murder were going to be dispersed. Walking through the living room and into the activity room, Klein saw the two detectives he was more familiar with, Kaslana and Stewart, and sat down next to the latter. Sherlock, how much do you think we'll get this time? It should be no less than protecting Adel. Of course, I didn't do much, so what I can receive will be limited. Emperor Roselle once said, the more plowing and weeding, the better the crop. Stewart clenched his fist and held it to his bearded chin. Klein guessed with interest. The split might go as high as a few £100, and even the lowest wouldn't be less than £10. And I'm the one that will get the higher end of the split. If Isengard Stanton's words were as credible as he had described, Klein added in his stirred heart. At that moment, a white shirt, brown-vested Isengard, with white hair at his temples and a thinly contoured face, entered the activity room while carrying his signature pipe. As the fireplace burned, he sat down in a reclining chair and said with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back from the Backlund police station. They acknowledged our contribution, and they think we've been instrumental in cracking the case. Although we didn't participate in the subsequent capture, we can still obtain half the bounty. In other words, we'll split £1,000 in cash. This is considered quite a handsome bounty, even in Backlund. A single detective has to have zero expenses, not eating or drinking, and even resorting to sleeping on the streets, for 4 or 5 years to amass this amount. The atmosphere in the living room immediately became relaxed. Everyone was filled with anticipation about the reward they would receive. Even Klein was no exception as he guessed the amount Isengard would give him. It should be at least £100, right? He whispered silently. Isengard took a puff on his pipe, narrowed his eyes, and said in a satisfied tone, Everyone, thank you for your trust in me. I will now do the splitting. The biggest contributor this time was Detective Sherlock Moriarty. The ideas and train of thoughts that he provided us had allowed us to find more clues and put us on the right track. He's a genuine expert at deduction. Ma'am Kaslana can bear testament to this. I still have a few letters from Detective Moriarty, and anyone in doubt can take a look. That's very fair. He actually didn't list himself as the biggest contributor. Klein turned to the great detective, Isengard Stanton, and viewed him in a different light. It's no wonder that he has such authority in the detective circle. Seeing that there were no objections, Isengard nodded and said, I declare that Detective Sherlock Moriarty will be awarded £300. Immediately, the detectives in the activity room broke out into whispers. From time to time they looked up at Klein, as if they finally recognized this brilliant detective whom Mr. Stanton had praised as an expert at deduction. What a generous man, a just man. Klein grinned and ultimately didn't act. Modestly. In second place were Isengard himself and Kaslana, who each received £160, while the rest of the detectives split the remaining £380 depending on their respective contributions. Even the lowest received £15, equivalent to 3 or 4 weeks of their usual earnings. This was the benefit of handling a major case with a high bounty. Stewart, who had received £40, was very pleased because he felt that he had only done 2 days of observation. Furthermore, the subject he observed ended up not being the final confirmed suspect. Of course, he also had to pay a portion of the £40. All informants and helpers involved in the matter had to be paid. After distributing the bounty, Stewart suddenly remembered something. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said to Klein, Sherlock, I've recently accepted a missing person assignment that pays a lot. Try using your resources and help me pay attention to it. If the person is found, I won't forget your share. Sure, no problem, Klein replied indifferently. Stewart handed over the piece of paper and said, It's this man. He's been missing for nearly 2 weeks. As he's involved in some improper conduct or might even border on committing a crime, the client doesn't wish for us to seek the police's help. Klein nodded slightly and unfolded the paper. He saw a black and white photo that was made through lithography. It was a man with hair that was combed back in a slanted fashion, and there was a certain elegance in his propriety. He was about 27 or 28 years old. He had a handsome appearance, but there was an undisguised air of arrogance between his eyes. His nose was high, and his lips were thin. Right? His name is, Stewart recalled, and said, Emlyn White. Emlyn White. Klein suddenly turned his head to look at Stewart. Ah, isn't that the name of the vampire who's imprisoned in the basement by Father Yutravsky? In Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey, who had been invited to a tea party, was listening to her mother and Duchess Della chatting about nobility matters with a slightly bored expression on her face. Her eyes swept across the 3-layered rack, the uniquely styled muffins, cake, and other delicious tidbits. She felt that she had been indulging herself recently, so she lightly picked up her cup and sipped the black tea. After a while, she got up apologetically and, accompanied by the maid, went to the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she met a tall, middle-aged woman with slender eyebrows and a graceful appearance. It was Duchess Della's younger sister, the wife of a hereditary viscount, Lady Norma. After exchanging the formalities, Norma looked at Audrey and said with a chuckle, I heard that our beautiful young lady is very interested in mysticism. She mentioned mysticism. Could it be that someone from the psychology alchemists is here to test me? Audrey instantly entered her state as a telepathist. A little embarrassed, she lowered her head and replied, yes. Chapter 338, The Experienced Klein. After hearing Audrey's affirmation, Lady Norma laughed. What an honest child. I happen to know some experts in mysticism who are very knowledgeable. Would you like to chat with them? Definitely. That's exactly what I want. Praised the lady. Feigning surprise, Audrey drew a crimson moon on her chest. With a smile on her face, Madame Norma nodded slightly and said, how about we have our afternoon tea together tomorrow? No problem. Audrey's excited eyes held a little innocence. After she bade Lady Norma farewell and headed for the living room, her smile gradually settled as her bearing turned composed and relaxed. The detailed changes in her body language, the color of her emotions, and the changes in her body of heart and mind that were reflected superficially, they all imply that she holds no ill intentions, but she was rather nervous. It seems like Lady Norma might really be a member of the psychology alchemists. She had been observing my expression and actions, but she couldn't adjust or hide her emotions. Maybe she's like Susie, a spectator, but unfortunately, she didn't know that the person in front of her is a telepathist. Audrey thought, feeling both perturbed and proud. She couldn't help but let her feet gracefully walk in a straight line with one foot taking the place of the other. In the house of Isengard Stanton situated in Helstonborough, Klein's lips quivered a few times, but in the end, he didn't ask Stuart who his employer was or what he looked like. He decided not to get involved in matters involving Emlyn White as best as he could. Although based on Emlyn's words, he was a law-abiding vampire, but that was only limited to his claims. There were still too many gaps about his earlier life for Klein to be sure that he had not harmed the innocent. As a result, he lacked the motivation to seek out Father Yutravsky to save Emlyn. After all, Father Yutravsky was a Dawn Paladin who was skilled in combat and had the aid of mystical items. Furthermore, he was an unweakened Dawn Paladin. Besides, it would make it easy for him to expose his true identity to Father Yutravsky and Emlyn White. Let's hope that he can gain the approval of that powerful priest as soon as possible and finish the sentence to be let out on parole. In his heart, Klein tapped 4 times in a clockwise fashion for Emlyn White. After the bounty was divided, the detectives took their leave, and Klein was given the best treatment. He was walked out the door by the great Detective Isengard. Holding his pipe, Isengard coughed lightly and said, there are still some suspicious points about the serial murder case that we haven't fully understood. There might be an even more ferocious guy hiding behind the killer's back. You must be careful not to spread the word that you played an important role in this case. It seems like the official Beyonders also suspect that the gigantic devil dog has an owner. Klein replied solemnly. I know, I had my own guesses about this too. Mr. Stanton, you have to be careful as well. You were the one who gathered us, and you're a major partner of the police. Isengard put the pipe into his mouth. Then he took it out and said, Sherlock, I guess I'll call you Sherlock. You can rest assured that, although I'm no longer young, I'm still an outstanding fighter, an excellent marksman with an instinctive vigilance. Furthermore, you have a high probability of being a Beyonder not from the low sequences. I just wonder which pathway you belong to. Klein thought for a moment and said, Mr. Stanton, you don't seem to be a native from Backland? Your accent is closer to that of Civilaus. Yes, just like your mid-seashore accent, Isengard admitted frankly. The two detectives smiled at each other as an acknowledgement of the other's observational ability. Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street before nightfall. Well, I now have 1,224 pounds in notes, plus 5 gold coins, and a small amount of change. This is quite a considerable amount compared to how much I had when I first came to Backland. However, Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredients will cost at least 1,500 a pop. Sometimes, because they're scarce and rare, the price might even increase several-fold. And Beyonders who can obtain such items usually aren't low in sequence. They wouldn't misjudge its value and sell it at a low price. It's quite impossible to pick it up at bargain prices. Although the lady with the artisan behind her is very eager for the Dark Emperor potion formulas, she has to consider the progress of her advancement. For her to only be at sequence 9, it's quite impossible for her to spend a large amount of money to buy the formulas up to sequence 6 in advance, unless she's filthy rich. Well, you can't always be so exploitative. While in thought, Klein was in no hurry to prepare dinner. Instead, he went back to his bedroom, drew the curtains, and went above the gray fog. He had an idea that he needed to verify. Sitting in the fool's seat, he stretched out his hand and picked up the unadorned brass master key. Based on the notebook he read last night from an Abraham descendant, he guessed that the man had lost control on the spot because of his choice of advancing during the full moon. Therefore, the curse-like ability of the master key, which can make people go lost, only to find themselves in bad spots, has a high probability of being contaminated by Mr. Door's illusory ravings. other than the resentment and indignation in the Beyonder characteristic. So what sort of changes will it undergo when the moon is full? Klein mumbled. Conjuring a pen and paper, he wrote the divination statement he had thought long in advance. Would it manifest during the full moon? Holding the piece of paper in one hand and the master key in the other, Klein leaned back in his chair, gave a self-deprecating laugh, and said, I'm courting death again. But there shouldn't be too much danger this time. Mr. Dorr is far separated from the real world. He's lost in the depths of the darkness. Furthermore, I have the gray fog to shield me. In this case, the danger from divination was no different from direct divination. The experienced Klein half closed his eyes, and his pupils turning dark as he constantly chanted, would it manifest during the full moon? After 7 times, Klein fell into a dream. In that gray, detached, illusory world, he once again saw the basement where the Abraham descendant had died. The flesh and blood here had long since dried up. The silver pocket watch inlaid with diamonds and the ancient-looking master key had yet to be stolen. They were still lying on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp, hollow voice echoed in Klein's ears. It was like a thin needle stabbing into his head, extending inside, bit by bit, while it scraped as if it was going to completely peel off his scalp. This extreme pain caused Klein to wake up and sit up straight. He looked at the blue veins protruding on the back before they quickly restored to normal. It's much more manageable than spying on the eternal blazing sun or secretly listening to the true creator's angry roars. Klein went from pressing down his fingers to wrapping them as he thought. Of course, if this were the outside world, he believed that he absolutely wouldn't have had such a reaction. If Miss Magician had always been listening to such pleas, she would have long lost control. From the looks of it, due to the resulting curse, the master key makes the voice even clearer. That's not right. Father Yutravsky has likely survived the night of the blood moon with the master key in hand. He clearly wasn't affected. Perhaps he had stored the master key in his bedroom and stayed in the hall outside for confession. As long as one makes contact with the master key, they will hear the pleas during the full moon? Phew. Before becoming a high-sequence Beyonder, I wouldn't dare listen to it in the real world. What I heard just now seemed to be requesting assistance in ancient Hermes. Klein carefully recalled and confirmed what he had heard. With regards to this, the only thing he could do was twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is really a death-styled plea in the true meaning of the phrase. It's a pity. If only we could make those people from the Rose School of Thought hear Mr. Dorr's plea for help on the night of the full moon. With their already cold, warped personalities, they would definitely explode one after the other. After carefully considering if there was any way to achieve this goal, Klein returned to the real world, and according to his plan, he enjoyed dinner, changed his clothes, and left the house. He made 2 transfers and arrived outside the Bravehearts bar. He only circled it once without ordering any alcohol before leaving. While doing so, he noticed that Casper's was back again. After walking a block, Klein specially got on a rental carriage and made the driver head to Sherwood Borough. An illusory figure appeared in front of him just as the horse moved forward. It was Miss Sharron, wearing a long black regal dress. Are you done with your preparations? Sharron asked coldly. The soft black cap on her head was firmly pressed against her light blonde hair. Coupled with her pale face, her exquisite facial features gave her the beauty of a doll. Klein answered frankly, not yet. I'm still waiting for an item. Sharron said with unperturbed blue eyes. I've prepared a mystical item. That's why you took the mission of being a 3-day bodyguard for £1,000. Back then, the item caught your eyes, but you lacked the money? Klein smiled in enlightenment. Don't be anxious. The more prepared we are, the greater the chance of success. Furthermore, I can usually use a mystical item from the Sun domain to make up for my shortcomings. Klein added in his heart. Seeing that Sharron had stopped talking, he said, I came here today to get you guys to help me in an experiment. What is it? Sharron asked simply. Klein said with a serious and trustworthy expression. According to Maric's description, I think your curses are different. During the full moon, he has to endure the crazy desire for bloodlust which makes him unable to fight. As for you, you would enter a weakened state if you do not absorb the souls of humans. Is that right? Sharron listened quietly and nodded. Yes. I don't have any solution to your problem at the moment, but I think it's still possible to suppress Maric's problem temporarily. For example, taking appropriate medicine and letting him be in a state where he doesn't have any emotions. That way, during that time, he won't be in pain, and he will be able to participate in the battle. Klein expressed his thoughts. Sharron shook her head and said, it doesn't work. Such medicine is no longer effective against him. No longer? In other words, it had worked before? Klein thoughtfully asked why. He had injected too much in the past. Even if he changed types, it'll only be effective for the first 3 to 4 times. We're unable to find any new types, Sharron said, suddenly turning silent, as though remembering something. Hearing her words, Klein immediately smiled. I have a different kind of sedative here from that apothecary. Seeing that Sharron didn't say that this sedative was ineffective, he clasped his hands and continued. I'll give you one and let Maric try it during the full moon. It's going to be a full moon tomorrow night. If it's effective, let him drink 2 or even 3 in one go before the battle. As for whether he would develop a resistance to the same medicine in the future, that's not something that needs to be considered right now. Klein thought calmly. Chapter 339, Psychiatrist. Sharron took the sedative that was stored in a glass tube, looked at the liquid that looked pure, and lightly nodded. All right. As expected of someone who doesn't waste her breath, Klein smiled and said, Miss Sharron, can you tell me the candidate locations for the battleground that you've decided on? I wish to familiarize myself with the surroundings in the next few days. This way, no matter where you ultimately choose, my preparations would be more than sufficient. And since they have the right to choose the location of the final battle, they won't worry about the possibility of me informing the authorities or any other beyonder who might try to take advantage of the situation. Of course, if she really doesn't trust me, she could try another notarization. Klein thought quietly. Sharron stared at him for a few seconds with her blue eyes before saying, Prepare a map of Backlund when you're back. Leave it on the coffee table. No problem. I hope that this cooperation will not only go smoothly, but also be enjoyable. Klein habitually leaned forward to shake hands. Sharron lowered her head to take a look, and her figure gradually faded into the air. Klein continued his motion and raised his right hand to smooth his black hair, laughing dryly in the process. He had asked for the location of the battleground ahead of time, not only to prepare for the mission, but also to be on guard against Sharron and Maric. Although their philosophy was to suppress and restrain their desires, and it was unlikely they wouldn't kick someone to the curb when they'd outlived their usefulness. Klein couldn't be sure that Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre didn't have what they had abnormally desired. If there really was a treasure that would cause any ordinary beyonder to have strong malicious intent, Klein really couldn't guarantee that the 2 mutants would be able to control themselves. Therefore, he had to figure out the environment in advance and prepare an escape route in the event that they wished to silence him. It wasn't that Klein didn't trust Sharron, who he had went through life and death with, but it was the most basic form of self-protection. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be vigilant so as to not be harmed. Klein turned his head to look out the window and sighed inwardly in Chinese. One gas lamp after another kept being left behind as the carriage went forward. The streets became more spacious and cleaner, and it took him more than half an hour to get back to Minsk Street. It's really expensive taking a carriage at this time. Klein looked up at the nearly black sky and the red moon that seemed to barely pierce through the clouds. He walked on for a while, and suddenly he saw that the house of lawyer Jurgen was dark. Pulling out his gold pocket watch, he pressed it open and glanced at it. With a chuckle, Klein detoured to Jurgen's door and used the key that he had been given to open it. At that moment, Brody the black cat was already quietly sitting behind the door, staring at the visitor with his pair of dark, round green eyes. The room was dark and silent, bleak and lonely. Klein squatted down and tried to touch Brody's head, but Brody quickly moved back and flung his hand away in disgust. Shaking his head with laughter, he got up, opened the valve, and lit the gas lamp. Following Jurgen's descriptions, he went to the cupboard to find the food that had already been prepared. Then, he went into the kitchen, lit the kettle to boil some water, and prepared Brody's favorite dish, boiled chicken breast. The black cat followed him in, and with an agile leap, it reached the counter. It sat beside him and watched him without making a fuss. Klein glanced at it, rehearsing the shredding of chicken breast in his mind while he chatted with Brody. You must miss Mrs. Doris, right? Are you worried about her condition? Lawyer Jurgen didn't come home today. Are you feeling lonely and uncomfortable on your own? Do you feel like you lack a sense of belonging and are exhausted? As he spoke, Klein's voice slowly faded into silence. Brody the black cat remained sitting there, quietly watching him. It didn't make any noise, nor did it cry out. Audrey was invited to tea at Lady Norma's house. These are the mysticism experts that I mentioned. Lady Norma introduced the distinguished guests warmly. This is Mr. Hilbert Alucard, a psychologist and a jewelry designer. He's very talented. This is Miss Escalante Ocelica. She's a doctor for mental health, what we usually call a psychiatrist. Hilbert Alucard was a man in his 40s. He looked to be of southern continent descent, and his skin was brown. His brown hair, blue eyes, and facial features weren't particularly outstanding. He gave off a silent and reserved feeling. Escalante Ocelica was a baby-faced lady who looked like a young girl studying at a public or grammar school, even though she was already a psychiatrist. She was 3 or 4 centimeters shorter than Audrey, and she had long raven black hair that reached her waist and a pair of lake blue eyes. Audrey exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Then she sat down, keenly aware that Alucard and Escalante were observing her. She didn't use her telepathist abilities, and she pretended to know nothing. While initiating topics in the field of mysticism, she constantly paid attention to her emotions, ensuring that they were in the most logical state. I can't let them find out that I'm already a beyonder, and that I have already taken the spectator and telepathist potions. Audrey knew exactly what role she was to play today. Unlike the silent Alucard, Escalante was quite a conversationalist. After a few rounds of exchanges, she asked, "Do you know about major years and major months?" "No, I haven't heard of those," Audrey cautiously answered, using only the knowledge she had obtained from her interaction with mysticism enthusiasts. "In fact, I've already learned from Mr. Hangman what a major year and major month is," she added with a smile in her heart. A major year refers to the number of years it takes for the planet to deviate from its axis, totaling 25,920 years. In the field of mysticism, this is considered a complete cycle that goes from the beginning to the end. A major month refers to the number of years it takes for this deviation to pass through one of the 12 constellations. Each major month represents 2,160 years. During the transition of major months, terrible disasters will occur. And according to calculations, we aren't too many years away from the end of the current major moon. Escalante spoke with confidence, keeping the atmosphere harmonious. Audrey hid the fact that she knew a lot as she asked the wrong questions from time to time in a curious tone. With this, time passed quickly. At the end of tea time, Alucard and Escalante stood up at the same time to take their leave, leaving Lady Norma's house. This caused Audrey to be rather disappointed. She imagined that they would eventually hint at the matter regarding the psychology alchemists, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Yes, as a secret organization that cannot be exposed, the examination of candidates can't be that simple and direct. From the looks of it, they will need to interact with me a few times and observe me in secret before they decide whether or not they want to reveal information to me and recruit me into the organization. That's good too. I can report this to Mr. Fool. Audrey quickly understood the underlying reasons. She then took her leave, and Lady Norma walked her to the door, smiled, and said, "Audrey, I see that you're also interested in psychology. Why not consider being a psychiatrist before you get married? Count Hall and his wife are followers of the goddess. They should be able to support you in doing such things." Among aristocrats, unless there was a financial crisis or other special situations, coming to an agreement on marriage required a long process. Only after careful consideration and comparisons would they be able to make a decision. This was because this wasn't only a matter between two youngsters, but it also involved the alliance and mutual assistance of the two families. Therefore, although aristocratic women were able to officially enter social events under the direction of the queen after the age of 18, proclaiming their adulthood and consideration for marriage, they often started a family after the age of 26 according to statistics. Similarly, the average age of a male aristocrat's entry into politics for the first time was 28.5 years. In other words, Audrey would have about 8 years to do what she liked after she reached adulthood. The Church of the Evernight Goddess had always encouraged female believers to go out to work and engage in certain occupations. In the aristocratic circles, many young ladies and women became literary critics, musicians, pianists, painters, etc. "Is this a test?" Audrey smiled faintly and replied, "I will need to read more books in that case." Actually, she had always felt that it wasn't too safe for the members of the psychology alchemists to become psychologists or psychiatrists because the upper echelons of the official organizations, such as the Nighthawks and the mandated Punishers, likely knew of the acting method. Therefore, they would definitely pay more attention to this group of people. Lady Norma seemed pleased with her answer and nodded with a smile. "Escalante and Alucard are both good teachers. Well, maybe I could consider asking Miss Escalante to be my home tutor on psychology." Audrey nodded obediently. When Klein got up on the early Sunday morning, he found that the map of Backlund on the coffee table in the living room had been circled in several places, and they weren't too far apart. Therefore, he spent the rest of the morning carefully familiarizing himself with the surroundings, figuring out exactly where the buildings were located and where the nearest cathedral was. In the afternoon, having time to spare again, he went to the Quelite Club to practice his shooting and beyonder powers. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the surgeon, Aaron Series, hobbling out slowly from the buffet cafeteria with a crutch. After greeting him, he asked out of concern, "How have you been lately, Aaron? Has your luck improved?" Aaron, who was born with a blank face, smiled sincerely. "At least I'm not that unlucky anymore. I followed your suggestion, went to the cathedral, and told the bishop about the matter. He told me to go directly to the confessional to pray to the goddess. I actually fell asleep while praying, but I felt like the goddess had bestowed me with a peaceful state. After that, my luck has been normal. Praise the lady." He drew a crimson moon on his chest. "According to my experience, it was likely a particular sequence 7 nightmare who caused you to fall into a deep sleep. Then, a Nighthawk, who specializes in rituals, quickly set up an altar, prayed to the goddess, and neutralized your misfortune." Klein smiled. "That's great." At that moment, Aaron looked at him and said, Sherlock, I've always felt that you weren't very pious in your belief of the god of steam and machinery. Why don't you change your faith? Look at me, a perfect example. Put your faith in the goddess. Chapter 340 passed. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Upon hearing Aaron's request, Klein almost drew the crimson moon on his chest, but he ultimately resisted the urge and replied very seriously. Perhaps there's something about my behavior that has led you to misunderstand. But I have to tell you that faith is something that cannot be changed after it's decided upon. Aaron immediately raised his arms and made an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry that I misunderstood your faithfulness. I shouldn't have taken your faith as a joke. All right, our differences in faith do not prevent us from becoming friends. Klein wiped away the fake expression he put on and smiled. That's not true in Faceac and Fainapotter. They can only accept one faith. In comparison, with so many churches coexisting for more than 1400 years, Lone and Intis are much more open in this respect. Before Aaron could answer, he casually changed the subject. Did you see Will Septon again? I'm referring to the kid that had one of his legs amputated, the one who said that your luck would turn for the worse. He was certain that the Nighthawks would follow the clues provided by Aaron, so he wondered what the outcome was. He was curious if the child who changed Aaron's luck still had the tarot card in his possession. No, I haven't seen him since he left the hospital. Aaron shook his head firmly. What a pity. The Nighthawks can find his address according to the hospital's records, and it's not convenient for me to be involved. Of course, the child might have moved away long ago. After a brief exchange with Aaron, Klein decided to head for the underground shooting range, familiarizing himself with his free revolver with ordinary bullets. At this moment, two more acquaintances came in. One was a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Coin Company's shareholder, Ma'am Mary, and the other was Klein's landlord, Stellan Sammer. They were all wearing relatively light skirts, making them look much younger. According to the rules of the club, each member could only bring in one additional person. Therefore, Mary's maid and her bodyguard were left in the reception hall. Klein politely greeted them and praised them out of courtesy. Ladies, you two are as beautiful as ever today, and yet there is a beauty that's different from your usual beauty. Having come into contact with a lot of important figures recently, Mary smiled and said, Roselle said that exercise is a necessity of life, and Stellan is always at home, dealing with trivial matters. Even when she's out, she would be participating in parties and listening to operas. Her health is much worse than it used to be, so I brought her here to play tennis and squash. With her high cheekbones, she looked around and saw a member of the House of Commons and two other members of Parliament of the Greater Backland area. She then turned to Stellan and said, I see someone I know. Excuse me while I head over to greet them. You can wait for me at the library. All right. Compared to Mary, Stellan was clearly much prettier, but towards this lady, she seemed very respectful and docile. After Mary had gone some distance away, she slightly raised her chin, looked at Klein and asked, Mr. Moriarty, you seem very busy these days? Yes, I was working with a lot of detectives to help the police investigate the serial murder case. We made a certain contribution and received quite a sizable reward, Klein answered truthfully. Stellan covered her mouth with her hand. Really? What did the murderer look like? Why did he kill those ladies? The newspapers had been very vague. I'm sorry, I have to comply with the confidentiality clause. Klein deftly made up an excuse. It's not like I can tell you that it had a body of black fur, a smooth, glistening tail, and that it likes to run on all fours. Klein lampooned inwardly. Stellan nodded regretfully, and then she asked curiously, So how much did you get? It was split among quite a number of us. Klein didn't answer directly. Was there 50 pounds? Stellan pressed. Yes. Klein nodded honestly. Stellan Sammer smiled. You earn a lot more than I imagined. You really are a capable detective. No, it might take years to come across such a case. Klein smiled and shook his head. No matter what, you have proven your ability. Stellan's eyes looked like they were thinking as she said, Next Sunday, Luke and I will be hosting a party at home. I hope you can come. Oh, I'm sorry. I was very presumptuous. I'll have my maid send the invitation to you. Heh. There will be a lot of unmarried ladies at the party, and their fathers or mothers will have decent jobs, and their families will earn more than 200 pounds a year. Some of them have part-time jobs that they can do at home, such as being a typist. They're all very excellent women. This is a blind date party. Mrs. Stellan has approved of my ability to make money as a detective, so she plans on introducing me to a girl. But in her eyes, am I only fit to be with a woman at that level? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but after considering the need to maintain their neighborly friendliness and the trouble of preparing his own dinner, he agreed with a smile. If all goes well, I'll be there on time. Stellan smiled and said, Then Luke and I will be awaiting your visit. She left without another word and entered the small library of the club, while Klein proceeded to practice his shooting and beyond her powers in the small, enclosed shooting range. At 9 o'clock at night, Klein was sitting at his desk, watching as the crimson moon gradually pierced through the clouds, revealing a full body. The water-like, light red veil slowly spread out, and time passed by the minute. When it was 10:15, he heard illusory pleas that seemed layered. Klein easily guessed that it was from Miss Magician. Closing the curtains, he switched off the lights, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray mist. There, he reached out to touch the shrinking and expanding crimson star. In a split second, the hazy figure of furs appeared on the chair with the symbol of a layered door. She let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, you have saved me once again." "That's not something to worry about," Klein replied in a very light, casual tone. Furs was left speechless and sat down again. She was considering what had just happened, so she didn't say anything. As for Klein, he didn't take the initiative to bring up any subjects in order to maintain his image. Within the towering palace, which looked like a giant's residence, the silence quickly transformed into the main theme. When Furs snapped back to her senses, she suddenly felt that this atmosphere was a little oppressive and uncomfortable. During the gathering, there's still Miss Justice, Mr. World, and company. There was no need to worry about complete silence, but now, there's only Mr. Fool and me. What should I do? This pressure is stifling. I need to say something. I have to. I can't just sit here like an idiot. That's Mr. Fool. He certainly wouldn't care about anything, but I'm so nervous and restricted. Furs suddenly felt as though she had found herself alone with her boss when she first entered the workforce. Although Klein wasn't a spectator, he could clearly see Miss Magician's restraint and uneasiness. He smiled and said, "Maybe you can tell me how you became a Beyonder. For example, how you obtained the apprentice formula and that bracelet." Klein silently added the real question he was trying to get by. Furs relaxed a little and recalled. "That was almost 3 years ago. I just graduated from Backlund Medical School. With my father's help, I entered a private clinic with pretty good benefits. My father had already settled down in East Balham back then. Ever since the safe sea route to the southern continent was discovered, the outstanding youth of the kingdom started spreading their footprints to every corner of the land. My father, as a low-level military officer, went to East Balham to chase after wealth and power. My mother and I were left behind in Backlund to live like widows. It would take months before a distant letter sent by boat would arrive. This situation isn't uncommon in the kingdom. I knew an old gentleman who had 5 children, but they were either in the archipelago, Western Balham, the Paz Valley, or the Hajeni Plains. They have their own career, their own family, and their own wealth, but they've forgotten that there is a father waiting for their return all this time. When I was in grammar school, my mother fell seriously ill. I had no choice but to helplessly watch her die on the hospital bed, and it took my father a month to answer my letter, telling me that he had a new family and a new life in East Balham. He gave me all his property in Backlund plus some money. I think he felt a little guilty. As a best-selling novel writer, Furs had mastered the art of rambling. Since Klein had nothing to do, he listened quietly without interrupting. Phew. Furs exhaled and continued. "Anyway, my father introduced me to Yosefov Clinic through the Veterans Club. The salary there was really good, and I was doing pretty well, but I was a little anxious about the future. Hence, I worked hard to learn from the senior doctors and worked hard to save money until I met an old lady who came to see me regularly. She was very lonely and childless, and her partner had passed away 10 years ago. I had some sympathy for her, so I often talked to her and accompanied her. Once, I was surprised to find that she was able to walk through walls, which opened a whole new world to me. That old lady said that it was something her husband left her. She vaguely mentioned that as long as one wasn't a member of some family, there was apparently no curse. Not long after, she was so ill that she was on the verge of passing away. She asked me if I wanted to become someone like her. I was very young then, and I still had a lot of fantasies in my head. I agreed without any hesitation. She gave me the formula and told me to watch her body after she died and take away the glowing object that would suddenly appear. And this was the thing she left me, which could be used as the main ingredient of a potion. Also, she gave me this bracelet, telling me not to use it unless I'm in absolute danger. She also told me not to pay too much attention to the ravings during the full moon. Unfortunately, I was ultimately unable to avoid danger. After using it once, the full moon's raving became worse. It seems like that was a widow of a particular Abraham. She had used her own experience to prove that the curse only existed in the bloodline. Klein nodded. Once you become a high-sequence Beyonder, the ravings wouldn't have much of an effect on you. I hope so. Although she didn't believe she could become a high-sequence Beyonder, she believed in Mr. Fool. It was Monday again, and as soon as Klein got up, he went downstairs and saw an open sheet of paper on the coffee table in the living room. Effective. That's good. Klein immediately let out a sigh of relief. At 15 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, he promptly went above the gray fog to prepare for the new Tarot Club gathering. Chapter 341, Private Communication. The sight of the towering stone pillars that supported a high dome and the mottled and ancient long table that appeared to have been placed there since hundreds, if not more than 1,000 years ago, entered the eyes. Although Audrey Hall had seen this scene many times, she would still feel a kind of shock that came from the bottom of her heart the moment she arrived above the gray fog. Out of the corner of her eye, she scanned the surroundings and didn't see any new members. She then looked up and bowed to the person in the thick gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As she spoke, she suddenly saw a card covered with a complicated pattern on the table to the right of the Fool. It was lying there quietly, casually, like an ordinary object. Is that the card of blasphemy? A card of blasphemy that hides one of the paths of the divine. Audrey immediately understood. After the Fool nodded in response, she subconsciously glanced at the Hanged Man, the Sun, and the Magician, and she found that they had also noticed the card that didn't exist in the past. However, their eyes and actions revealed their doubts and astonishment, as well as their inevitable conjectures. After all, a card that could be placed by the mysterious and lofty Mr. Fool was definitely not an ordinary item. Well, Mr. World's reaction is a little odd. He's not even looking there. Is he able to hide his thoughts so well? Is he really the nemesis of a spectator and telepathist? Audrey quickly decided that, other than Mr. Fool, the card of blasphemy was known only to herself. This made her feel quite proud. It was a feeling like sharing a secret with her parents when she was young, while she kept her two elder brothers in the dark. That's a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle, a treasure that countless beyonders in the mysterious world dream of. Audrey took the initiative to raise her hand after the Magician, the Sun, and the others did their greetings. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something I would like to report to you alone." Alone? Alger frowned slightly as he subconsciously tried to guess at the content, but was without any clue. Derek and the others were also curious, but they didn't think too much about it. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Sure." Frankly, he had no idea what Miss Justice was going to report to him. After waiting 2 seconds, he blocked off the senses of the rest of the members and gestured to Justice. Audrey sat with a dignified posture and said with a sincere attitude, "Mr. Fool, as I had asked to purchase the spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering, there has been 2 suspected members of the psychology alchemists who came into contact with me recently through certain nobles. I'm inclined to join them, but only if I can guarantee my own safety. What is your opinion on this? I've attached great importance to this. Psychology alchemists. From the evidence from various sources of information, it's not considered an evil organization. At present, they might not have a deity that they believe in. Its main mission is to explore and research one's mind, consciousness, psyche, and spirituality. It's more like a scientific self-help group. Of course, among the Orthodox Churches, it's also a form of sacrilege since they believe that everyone's spirit belongs to God. And according to Daxter Guderian, the upper echelons of the psychology alchemists definitely have an inclination. The original creator, the God that created everything, and they worship him, to a certain extent, a rather primitive form of worship. Many thoughts flashed past Klein's mind as he finally said with a smile, "If you think it's suitable, you can do so. If you encounter a problem, you can seek help from the Tarot Club. Thank you for your suggestion." Audrey instantly felt relieved. Klein thought for a moment and added using a calm and leisurely tone, "Inside the psychology alchemists, there are people planted by the churches, such as informants of the mandated punishers and Nighthawks. You have to know how to hide and conceal yourself. Mr. Fool is so nice to remind me to be careful." Audrey slightly bent her eyes and replied with a shallow smile, "In the future, there will also be an informant from the Tarot Club inside the Psychology Alchemists. Miss Justice, you haven't even joined, and you're already thinking of betraying them." Klein silently drew an invisible crimson moon for the Psychology Alchemists. After reporting the matter of the Psychology Alchemists, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to end the conversation. Instead, she said, "Mr. Fool, I've memorized another 2 pages of Roselle's diary." That was also why she had asked to speak to him in private. If she had conjured Roselle's diary and given it to Mr. Fool under the witness of the Magician, Furs, she could imagine that at the end of the gathering, Furs would immediately come to her and borrow those Roselle's notes she had bought in the past. And with regards to this, the goddess could prove that Mr. Fool had seen them all. "I forgot to do so previously. One of these 2 days, I'll find an opportunity to tell Furs that the Roselle notes I bought were torn apart by Susie. Yes, torn apart, into pieces that cannot be restored. I'm sorry, Susie." Audrey repented in her heart. "Very good." Klein knocked gratefully on the edge of the long bronze table to help Miss Justice conjure the diary pages. When he had the 2 pages in hand, he cast his eyes over, only to have his smile gradually stiffen. The first line of the journal read, "March 6th. Damn it, I'm almost constipated from eating the food here. This is what I saw at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition." Klein hid his expression and turned to the second page. He found that the contents were still the complaints and novel experiences of Roselle's early days of his transmigration. They were of no practical use. He controlled his expression and smiled. Do you wish to deduct from the gold pounds you have yet to pay, or do you wish to get something else in return? Audrey said without any hesitation. Mr. Fool, I would like to know which path of the divine that card of blasphemy is. You really treat money as dirt. Klein silently sighed, as he didn't hide his smile as he said, that is the Dark Emperor card. The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer. So that's what it is. After receiving her answer, Audrey felt abnormally satisfied. After the private conversation ended, the magician, Furs, looked eagerly at the World who sat right at the other end. Mr. World, I will try my best to gather a mystical item or powerful beyonder weapon in the Sun domain. What kind of deal did you two make in private? Despite feeling very familiar with Furs, Audrey wasn't aware of this, so she couldn't help but ask. Furs let out a sigh and said, Mr. World has helped me find the formula to Trickmaster. Mr. World sure is capable at finding formulas. Does he have extensive and reliable resources and connections in this field? Audrey listened in surprise. The hanged man, Alger, concealed his solemn expression, once again re-evaluating the World and raising his assessment of him. As for Derek, he felt rather expectant. He hoped that after he finished digesting the light supplement potion, Mr. World would be able to easily find for him the formula for Sequence 7, Solar High Priest. The World laughed hoarsely when faced with the numerous gazes that were staring at him. Miss Magician, before you purchase it, it's best that you chant Mr. Fool's honorable name and request that he pass the relevant information to me. Yes, I have already sought Mr. Fool's permission and he has agreed to help us. If I'm not satisfied with the items that you have set your eyes on, perhaps I will consider switching to another request. Klein now had 3 alternatives for the items in the Sun domain, so he planned to compare them before making any finalization. One of them was the brooch which old Mr. Eye of Wisdom had mentioned. It had the effect of purifying and warding off evil spirits and letting the wearer use a portion of the spells in the Sun domain. The negative effect was that the wearer would never feel cool, forever stuck in a hot and irritable state. Klein found the mystical item only okay, and since the price could be close to £2,000, he was unable to afford it, even if he had sold the Briber formula. Therefore, he planned to wait a few days. If Miss Magician and the lady with the artisan backing her couldn't find something better, then he would cash out the formula and buy the brooch. Okay, I'll give you the information no later than tomorrow. Furs had confirmed that Mr. A would be hosting a gathering that very night, but she had given herself another day for any unexpected outcomes. When the conversation was over, Alger looked around and said, as if he had already prepared a draft, I recently took on an investigative mission. I'm not sure if you have any relevant leads. In the past 2 to 3 years, many original native tribes in the southern continent have been plundered and all their people were taken away. In the various colonies, on the islands at sea, some slaves have also mysteriously escaped. Such situations have not happened in a long time since the countries of the northern continent abolished the slave trade. Have you all heard anything that's relevant? His eyes swept over Justice, the Magician, and the World, but he didn't look at the sun. How could a boy trapped in the city of silver inside the forsaken land of the gods know about what was happening outside? Audrey carefully recalled the conversations she had heard at the many noble gatherings, but after a while, she said, No, I've never even heard of such a thing. The Magician and the World shook their heads. Is this indicating that slave trading in the black market is flourishing again? Why would they need so many slaves? Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table and thought about the matter suspiciously. Seeing that no one could provide any clues, and how Mr. Fool showed no interest whatsoever by not interrupting, he said without changing his expression, You can attempt to seek out the formula for Wind Blessed. I will provide you with payment that would absolutely be enough to satisfy you. The formula for the Wind Blessed? He's almost done digesting the potion of the seafarer. Klein activated his spirit vision and glanced at the hanged man. Sure enough, he found that the surface layer of his astral projection was not only pure blue like the sea, but it also had slight ripples, as if slowly undulating. If I do the math, it took Mr. Hangman nearly 4 months to digest the seafarer potion. He's often at sea. Audrey also made a judgment based on what she had observed. Another point that Furs paid more attention to was that Mr. Hangman was likely a Sequence 7, a mid-sequence beyonder. She nodded indiscernibly and said to herself. After the hanged man finished announcing his mission, Derek raised his hand and said with some apprehension, I've been assigned to go on a mission. I will be heading to the half-destroyed temple that I mentioned previously in the near future. Yes, the one related to the fallen creator. The leader responsible for this operation is Shepherd Elder Lovia. Do you have any suggestions? Chapter 342, The Old Fox Alger. Suggestions? My advice is to stay as far away as possible. Upon hearing the son's question, Klein instantly had such an answer in his mind. However, in order to preserve the image of the fool and see what the others would suggest, he remained silent and did not manipulate the World to speak. After a short moment of silence, Alger turned his head to look at the sun. He said in a staid and gentle voice, "You have provided too little information, so it's difficult for us to give any useful advice. The only thing we know of regarding that semi-destroyed temple is the presence of the true creator, or in other words, the fallen creator's unique statue. We don't know what else is there, so naturally, we aren't able to make much of an analysis of the situation. The fallen creator is indeed the true creator. To think that there's faith in the true creator in the city of silver where the sun lives. There's even a temple built." The magician Furs listened with relish and almost wanted to write it down. Justice Audrey waited for the son's description of the strange temple in anticipation. Derek nodded, his eyes looking up for a few seconds before he said, "In addition to the statue, there are also many incomplete murals with terrifying evil spirits lingering around. However, they have already been eliminated by the exploration team led by 2 elders from the 6-member council. I've yet to see those murals with my own eyes. It's said that it records the prophecy of the end of days and how the fallen creator will save his believers, as well as the corresponding bloody ritual. In the corner of a certain mural, there are some strange characters that appear to be evolved from Jotun. After some deciphering, a few elders believe that they meant Rose Redemption. This might a code name for the original muralist. It might also be the code name of the organization that built the temple and the city. According to the chief's judgment, these murals are at least 1,000 years old. The 1,000 years I'm referring to is the one that you know. But I'm not completely sure. In the city of silver, we use the frequency of lightning to demarcate our days. It's considered night when the lightning eases up and day when there's plenty of lightning. One cycle is a day, and the 4 seasons only exist in books, so we can't grasp the specific number of days. Only the chief can confirm that. At this point in the sun's story, Furs suspected that she was listening to a fairy tale. A city without the sun, without the red moon, without day and night or changes in the seasons. It sounded unreal no matter how she listened to it. Only fairy tales or novels would make such daring descriptions. And the author has to smoke cannabis and be in a state of psychotic madness in order to create such a city. The first thought that came to her mind after her astonishment was, "I want to use the city of silver as a blueprint for a novel." However, she soon gave up on this idea, for she didn't know what the city of silver really implied. She wasn't sure if it was a secret that was collectively concealed by the 7 churches, and she was afraid that as soon as the book was published, she, as the author, would have the Nighthawks knocking on her door, claiming to collect the copper pennies in her gas meter. So that's the kind of environment which the city of silver has. The sun also often mentions of monsters lurking deep in the darkness. Unfortunately, I'm only at sequence 8. Otherwise, I would really like to ask Mr. Fool to send me there for an adventure. No, Audrey, you are no longer an innocent girl. You should be aware of how much danger is involved in this matter. Justice Audrey switched between letting her thoughts run wild while also engaging in self-reflection. At least 1,000 years? The Aurora Order hasn't been in existence for more than 3 centuries. It might not even be 2 centuries old. It's unlikely to be built by them. Perhaps the true creators. Faith had begun as early as the 5th epoch or even the 4th epoch. However, the organization that revered him wasn't the Aurora Order. In the next 1 to 2,000 years, the 7 Orthodox Churches have been repressing it, causing the true creators' believers to be in a crisis. The churches have destroyed them again and again, and finally, they had resurrected themselves as the Aurora Order. Klein, who had some guesses, made his seating posture and stayed up here unchanged. Derek paused for 2 seconds and continued. A preliminary cleanup of the terrifying monsters in the city ruins and the half-destroyed temple has been done. Our mission this time is to explore the underground parts of the temple. Do you have any suggestions? With your understanding of the fallen creator, what should I pay attention to? My suggestion? Alger said without almost any hesitation. My advice is absolutely not to go. The fallen creator is a true evil god. Even if his temple has been destroyed, it might still contain abnormal danger which cannot be easily detected. If the one leading your team is one of the other elders of the 6-member council, then there's nothing wrong if you insist on going. It will just be risky. But you just mentioned that the person in charge of this matter is Shepherd Lovia, and the true creator is the deity standing at the peak of this beyonder pathway. Therefore, absolutely do not go, Alger added. Your suggestion is the same as mine, but it doesn't require the sun to describe the half-destroyed temple. You could have come up with this conclusion with the conditions at the beginning. I understand. Mr. Hangman, you were doing it on purpose. This way, you got a rough idea of the state of the temple without paying anything. You're really just bullying a little kid. Sitting at the end of the table, Klein leisurely reached out his hand to support his forehead. The sun was silent for a few seconds, and seemingly having been put in a tough spot, he said, "But the mission is compulsory." The hanged man chuckled and said, "Nothing is necessary. Will you still be participating in patrols before this mission?" Find an opportunity and deliberately let the monsters injure you. As for how serious it should be, you can reference the past cases in the City of Silver. At this moment, Audrey read a message from Sun's eyes and movements. That actually works? After a brief period of surprise and confusion, Derek frowned and said, "But I don't have any patrolling missions in the near future," Alger sneered. "You can always pretend to be on the brink of losing control. No, to be precise, you can push yourself to the brink of losing control. Under such a situation, I believe the higher-ups of the City of Silver would definitely not bring dangerous baggage with them on the exploratory mission, right? There is a trick. As long as you keep your spirituality in an empty state for 2 days, you will begin to hear auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. If you stop suppressing yourself, then your situation will improve in a week, and you wouldn't really lose control. Of course, your City of Silver definitely has some solutions and contingencies to cure those who show signs of losing control. Your recovery would definitely be quick, so you need to time yourself perfectly. It's best if you start doing so 2 to 3 days before you set off." Derek was stunned for quite a while before he muttered to himself, "Yes, those who show signs of losing control will be placed under control and be quarantined underground in the spire, where they will be treated with medicine, rituals, and mystical items. If the situation isn't too serious, then they only need to consume medicine. Sigh. An honest and good kid has been corrupted by an old fox just like that. But, Mr. Hangman, how do you know of this trick of pushing yourself to the brink of losing control? If you use this trick often, losing control might really happen." Klein sighed in his heart. Audrey was dumbstruck when she heard this. She felt as though she'd been educated. Seeing that the son was still hesitating as though he didn't wish to lie to the City of Silver's elders, Alger slowly asked, "Do the other elders of the 6-member council know that the fallen creator controls the shepherd pathway?" "They don't." Derek shook his head honestly. Alger asked again, "Do you think it's possible that Shepherd Elder Lovia will do harm to the City of Silver? Just answer yes or no. There's no need for any explanations." "Yes." Derek finally couldn't lie to himself. Alger chuckled and said, "So, you are the only one who knows of this matter, but you haven't found a way to warn the other elders of the 6-member council, right?" "Yes." Derek's expression grew heavier. Alger changed his seating posture as he leaned back. "This mission carries immense risk. This is something you know. If you die in that half-destroyed temple, then who will be able to find a way to expose the strangeness of Shepherd Lovia? Who can save the City of Silver from this crisis? The fallen creator is a real, evil god. You are not pretending to lose control or lying to others for your own personal interests. You are doing so to save the City of Silver. Comparing your honor to that, which is more important?" Derek clenched his teeth and nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hangman." Audrey and Furs suddenly had the urge to facepalm themselves. He really is an easily fooled child. However, that's good too. It prevents the Tarot Club from losing members in the near future. Klein sighed silently as he controlled the world to say, "I have a question to ask Mr. Sunday. This could involve a transaction. Therefore, I'm requesting a private exchange." Klein quickly switched back to himself and nodded indifferently. "Sure." After the others were screened, the world looked at the sun and asked, "Does the City of Silver have a way to remove an evil god's mental corruption on a beyonder characteristic?" This was something Klein had wanted to ask a few times before, but considering that Justice and the others might also be interested, and if the sun was unable to answer questions that involved an evil god, then all eyes would likely be cast toward the godlike Mr. Fool. Therefore, he had restrained his impulse. It was only moments ago when he got inspiration from Miss Justice and came up with the idea of communicating privately. "We have never encountered an evil god," Derek answered earnestly. "We can only separate a rampager's mental corruption from a beyonder characteristic. That's it. This might actually work. After all, I have the gray fog." Klein suppressed his joy and made the world speak. "What do you need in return?" "It's not a matter of compensation." Sun shook his head. "That method and the corresponding knowledge requires me to be at least the captain of a patrol team, or even a strong warrior like the captain of an exploration team in order to be privy to such matters. The former requires being sequence 7, while the latter requires a minimum of sequence 6. Phew." Klein sighed, letting the world hoarsely say, "I hope that you can attain the qualifications as soon as possible." Chapter 343, By Oneself. After the private communication between the world and the sun, the tarot gathering began its free discussion session. Audrey asked with great interest about the unique scenery of the sea and of any strange happenings, while Alger gave selective descriptions according to his own knowledge. Furs listened quietly and was inspired to write a novel about a pirate king, of how he captures a female passenger and has a complex love affair with her, a fantasy that coexisted with reality. Derek could only imagine what the sea looked like based on the paintings in the City of Silver and the corresponding words. In the end, Klein, whose spirituality was gradually drained, announced the end of the tarot gathering, after which, he quickly returned to the real world and made up for it with a nap. 7:30 at night. In Empress Borough, inside a particular noble's house, Furs put on a hooded robe. After so many days, she was once again attending the gathering organized by Mr. A. She sat quietly in a corner, and whilst pretending to casually survey her surroundings, she noticed that Mr. A, who was sitting alone on the sofa, seemed a little different from before. This wasn't a change in appearance or temperament, because the other party's face was completely hidden in the shadow of his hood, preventing her from making out anything. The difference she felt was an almost intuitive feeling. Mr. A is no longer as carefree and indifferent as before, with him always looking at everyone in a supercilious manner. The current him seems to be very repressed, like he's trying his best to control something. He feels a lot more dangerous now. In the past, Mr. A was a mountain. Now, he's more like a reared-up snake, sticking out its tongue vociferously. The best-selling writer, Furs, suddenly felt grateful that she hadn't gotten Zio to come with her, since she needed to hide matters about the Tarot Club and not let her know that she was looking for something in the Sun domain. This way, even if there are any accidents, my escape would be much easier. She rotated the bracelet, which only had 2 stones left. She was in no hurry to write down her request to hand over to the attendant. Instead, she patiently observed for a while. It wasn't that she was naturally cautious, but the lessons of the past had left her with deep impressions. The 2 stones on her bracelet were evidence of this. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she finally picked up a piece of paper and a pen in front of her and wrote in deliberately distorted handwriting, seeking to buy mystical items or powerful beyonder weapons in the Sun domain. After handing the note to the attendant, Furs looked around again, but she couldn't find the eternal blazing sun believer who had helped with the purification and exorcism ritual among the disguised or masked figures. Trades took place as the attendants shuttled about. The entire hall remained quiet and orderly. After an exchange in the middle of the gathering, Furs's request was added to the 2 chalkboards right in front. Not long after, she received a reply from the attendant. A small slip of white paper was filled with dense words. Mystical item, band of light ring. It can make the wearer an envoy of light, an attendant of the sun. They will be immune to various diseases and wield sacred powers. The wearer can summon blinding light and use several spells in the sun domain. It can purify all dead spirits in a 50-meter radius. It is the nemesis of such creatures. If the wearer is acknowledged by the ring, they will be enhanced. Otherwise, they will be weakened. The only problem is that if the wearer utilizes it too often, they will slowly become a believer of the eternal blazing sun and slowly defend the doctrines and praise the sun from the bottom of their hearts. If you wish to obtain it, then please pay me 9,000 in cash at once. I can wait for you to raise it. 9,000 pounds. Furs's mouth gaped open, as though the other party was robbing her. This was a huge amount of wealth that she wouldn't be able to borrow, even if she asked someone to lend it to her. Aside from the deposit for the assassination of the Intis ambassador, the amount of money she had seen so far combined had never been this high. A person with 9,000 pounds in cash was considered a tycoon, even in Backland. Although I know that mystical items are expensive, I never expected them to be this expensive. Does he plan on getting the 9,000 pounds and not participate in beyonder gatherings anymore, and leave the circle so as to enjoy life in peace? For a moment, she didn't dare to reply to the seller. She pretended that nothing had happened and listened for nearly 10 minutes. But when she received no additional response to relatively inexpensive beyonder weapons, she got up and went to the washroom. After confirming that no one was around, she closed the toilet door and sat down on the toilet. She recited Mr. Fool's honorable name, told him in prayer about what had just happened, and asked him to pass it on to the world. Klein, who had heard the layered, illusory sounds, quickly went above the endless gray fog and gained a basic understanding of the situation. 9,000 pounds. He mouthed the number, his expression twisting slightly. After silently calculating the amount of money he could raise in a short period of time, he let out a breath, conjured the fake person, the world, and manipulated him to give a response. The negative effect of this mystical item is too serious. I do not wish to be a believer of the sun. You don't have to worry about this anymore. We'll transact using cash instead. Pay 450 pounds, and you'll get the formula for Trickmaster. The moment he finished his sentence, he cut the connection. Watching as the world disappeared, he raised his hand to rub his forehead and muttered to himself. Next, I'll have to see the information on what kind of items that barbarian lady can gather. Otherwise, I can only purchase that brooch from Eye of Wisdom. In the washroom, Furs let out a sigh of relief. She indicated that she would hold the sacrificial ritual as soon as she got back. It's a pity that I don't know the formula for now. Otherwise, I could take the opportunity to see if there are any beyonder ingredients I need. She returned to the hall and focused on the information on the 2 blackboards. She didn't respond to the previous note, much less consider bargaining. Even if the seller was willing to discount it by £1,000, she wouldn't have the money or liquidity to buy it. And more importantly, she felt that Mr. World couldn't afford it either. She stayed until the end of the gathering, and because of Mr. A's changes, she didn't linger or talk to anyone. She quickly left the house. After more than 10 minutes, the gathering came to a complete end, leaving Mr. A and his attendants alone. Slowly, Mr. A got up and walked down the stairs to the basement. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling down several steps. He was sprawled on the ground, and the shadow beneath him quickly turned scarlet red. His flesh and blood melted and mixed into the shadow, making it look like a brand new, skinless, monster-like person that had been separated from his body. Gasp! Gasp! Mr. A's breathing gradually returned to normal as his taut body gradually relaxed. The blood and flesh that had separated flowed back once again. Everything returned back to normal. Mr. A crawled forward and knelt in the basement, once again confessing his sins while choking with sobs. He was confessing for his oversight from before, that he wasn't vigilant enough and caused the Lord's descent to fail. City of Silver, Derek Berg's house. He walked in silence a few times around the table, unable to make up his mind. His reasoning told him that Mr. Hangman's suggestion was the best one, but the faces of the other members participating in the mission kept flashing in his mind, and he felt that he had abandoned and betrayed them by pretending to. Lose control. Is there no way to save them? Should I find a chance to meet with the chief and tell him that the half-destroyed temple belongs to the fallen creator, who's an evil god that controls the shepherd pathway? That he should be careful of Elder Lovia and change the person responsible for the mission. But how should I explain where I got this information from? In their eyes, Mr. Fool would be the same as an evil god. Derek pulled his hair in frustration. The axe of Hurricane was placed in a position that was within reach of his hands. Every time a bolt of lightning streaked past the window, it emitted a faint light. Suddenly, Derek stopped and looked out into the darkness and into the dark sky. It was as if he had once again seen the state his parents were in before their deaths. He found the pain he had experienced when he stabbed his sword downwards. There's no time. I need to make preparations for the future so that I wouldn't be suspected for my discovery of that god being the fallen creator. As his expression distorted, he clenched his teeth and muttered to himself. He then suddenly left the side of the window and went back to the table. He began practicing the light suppliance beyond her powers to drain his spirituality as quickly as possible. In the Hall family's luxurious villa, in an art studio, Audrey leisurely smeared oil paint when she heard a rhythmic knock on the door. When her maidservant, Annie, opened the door, she saw that it was her mother, Countess Caitlin. Although this lady was close to 50 years old, she looked to be in her early 30s. She had blonde hair, green eyes, and a beautiful and graceful appearance, enough to attract the attention of most gentlemen. Mother, is something the matter? Audrey put down the items in her hand and stood up, puzzled. The Countess looked at her daughter, who was even more beautiful than her younger self. She smiled and said, I just attended a dinner party. Lady Della said that you're very interested in psychology and that you wanted to hire a tutor, didn't you? Yes, but I haven't decided yet. Audrey replied hesitantly on purpose, just like she usually did. How could the Countess not see through her daughter's thoughts? She smiled and said, she recommended a psychiatrist named Escalante. If you have no problem with that, I'll send someone to invite her to tutor you twice a week. How about that? It's your decision. Audrey's smile blossomed, bit by bit. Mother, come and sit here. I'm lacking a beautiful model. On Tuesday morning, Klein confirmed through the Backlund Morning Post that Eye of Wisdom's gathering would be held tomorrow night. He was relieved as he was no longer worried that his acquisition of the items he needed wouldn't be in time for Miss Sharon's attack on the enemy. To celebrate the good news, he decided to take a day off at the Quelite Club. Chapter 344, Spending Lavishly. Underground shooting range of the Quelite Club. When he was done shooting, Klein meticulously serviced his free revolver and adjusted the ratio of purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets to 3 to 1 to 1. Phew. He exhaled, put away the revolver, tidied his coat, and slowly walked back to the hall on the first floor. He had already heard from the attendant that the dish that was in limited supply today was pan-fried dragon bone fish. As soon as he entered the buffet cafeteria, Klein saw an acquaintance, Talum Dumont, the equestrian teacher from an abject noble family with short brown curls. He was eating his lunch with unfocused eyes. Klein carried his plate over, sat down, and greeted him. Talum turned his head and glanced at him. His lips quivered a few times, and after 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he finally opened his mouth and mumbled, Sherlock, do you know rare people who have strange abilities and are very powerful? Yes, the one in front of you is one. Klein's eyebrows twitched. He didn't give a direct answer. What do you want to do? Talum opened his mouth, but said nothing. With a solemn expression, he thought for a while before he squeezed out a smile and said, It's nothing. I was just asking out of curiosity. He had asked what should a person do if he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have the last time, and this time, he's asking if I know of anyone with strange abilities. Is he trying to get rid of the other party and completely sever his friend's fantasies? Who's worth the risk? Hiring a killer is equivalent to murder. Klein mumbled silently, cut a piece of the fish without any fine bones, and stuffed it into his mouth. Talum drew a breath, finished the food from his plate quickly, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He seemed to return to normal as he said with a smile, "Mike wants to hire you for a few days to be his bodyguard." Mike Joseph? The reporter from the Daily Observer? I remember his performance at the Golden Rose was rather brilliant. Klein chuckled. What does Mike want to do now? Talum spread out his hands and said, I'm not sure. He just casually mentioned this matter. It seems to have something to do with an interview. He said that he will visit you the day after tomorrow. I hope you have the time to accept this commission. I can't be sure. Klein, who didn't know the details, didn't give an affirmative answer. At that moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas from a woman. Miss Magician, is she prepared to sacrifice the money in exchange for the formula? Klein picked up his speed and finished the rest of his food. Then, he downed the black tea and went to the reception desk to get the attendant to open a lounge for him. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he went above the gray fog and found that his judgment was correct. Miss Magician was requesting to hold the sacrificial ritual. The reason for her delay was that she only had 370 pounds on her, and she had to go to the bank to withdraw some of her savings. After a series of maneuvering, she saw the 450 pounds vanish into the illusionary door, and an additional formula appeared in her mind. Sequence 8. Trickmaster. Main ingredients. Stomach pouch of a spirit eater, 20 milliliters of a deep-sea marlin's blood. Supplementary ingredients. 5 milliliters of essential oils made from hornbeam, 10 grams of string grass powder, a blossoming red chestnut flower, 80 milliliters of pure water. Finally, I finally obtained it. It's been years. First couldn't help pacing back and forth, feeling overjoyed and proud. Then, not feeling at ease, she took out a pen and a piece of paper, recording down the formula so that she wouldn't forget it and end up having to trouble Mr. Fool. If I don't meet someone who doesn't know the market well, then the main ingredient is at least 300 pounds, and I only have 430 pounds left. I still need to work hard to earn more money. I am going to write a new book. First suddenly felt that she was brimming with motivation. She was no longer the procrastinator she had been before. 5 minutes to 8 on a Wednesday evening, carrying all his savings, Klein entered the house where the gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom was held. He was wearing a black robe, with the hood over his face, and an iron mask. 1,674 pounds in cash and 5 gold coins. This is the new peak of my wealth. I wonder how much will remain after this gathering. Klein entered the living room and scanned the room with the help of the candle's flickering light. The apothecary didn't come. Is he caught up with something? Klein frowned slightly and sat in the same position as he did the previous time. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, Let's begin. Before he could finish his sentence, someone impatiently spoke up. It was the heavily shrouded lady who seemed to have an artisan backing her. She suppressed her voice and asked, Is the friend who wanted to sell the briber formula last time here? I'm here, Klein answered simply. The lady heaved a sigh of relief, pushed her iron mask down, and said, This time, there's a Beyonder weapon that you need. Of course, you can also choose cash. What's the Beyonder weapon? Klein suppressed the eagerness in his heart. The lady organized her words and said, This is a whip woven from the feathers of the holy sunbird. You can usually disguise it as a belt. When used, it will be covered with pure holy flames of light. Any undead monsters that are whipped by it will suffer great damage, and the weaker ones would even be directly obliterated. It can also be used to soak in liquids to create sun-holy water, but that would reduce the spirituality's durability. Every use will decrease its durability by a month. Currently, it has 13 months of effective durability. If you are willing, you can exchange it for the briber formula without paying any additional cash. Holy sunbird? It's not the sun divine bird. If it's the latter's feathers, I'll take it. Of course, only tail feathers would do. They can be used to concoct the Sequence 4's unshadowed potion. Klein was quite satisfied with the weapon itself, but the problem was that it could only be used for 13 months. Every time he made sun-holy water, the durability would be reduced by a month. In time, he would have to replenish it with something similar. With this in mind, he turned to look at the seat of honor. Mr. Eye of Wisdom, can you describe, in detail, the brooch you introduced last time? Oh, write it down on paper and indicate the price that would satisfy you. He was afraid that the others would be interested in the brooch and thus raise the price, so he decided at the last second to get Eye of Wisdom to write it down. All right. Eye of Wisdom laughed and asked an attendant to bring him a pen and paper. While he was writing, the members of the gathering continued their trade. There were even some who were tempted as they asked about the price of the whip, only to receive an answer to wait. After a while, The Eye of Wisdom finished writing the introduction and passed it to Klein through the attendant. When Klein unrolled it, he saw that the words on the paper were written in print, preventing him from noticing anything special about them. Very careful, he started to read carefully. Sun Brooch. It can also be called Midsummer, and it is considered a relatively weaker grade 2 sealed artifact. With it acting as the center, it will fill a 10-meter radius with pure and warm energy. Normal people will not be able to sense it, but undead spirits and monsters will suffer constant damage, and they will quickly evaporate, like a pool of water under a blazing fireball. Even wraiths and shadows will suffer the same fate, albeit lasting a little longer. In such an environment, the strength of powerful undead creatures will be significantly weakened. It will be very difficult for the wearer to be possessed or corrupted by evil. Spirits, or monsters, allows use of spells such as Holy Light Summoning, Holy Water Creation, Fire of Light, Cleave of Purification, Horror Immunity, Holy Oath, and Sun Halo. The downside is that, as long as you carry it, you will never be able to feel cool. You will always be experiencing a terrible heat. Young man, don't underestimate this state. The hot and irritated you will slowly step into the abyss of losing control. I will only sell it for 2,000 pounds. Don't try to bargain. As you know, I'm not too short of money, and I'm a collector. It's much stronger than I imagined. Eye of Wisdom had been very vague the last time. Klein's heart skipped a beat. After a few seconds of thought, he looked over at the woman with the artisan backing her. 900 pounds in cash. The average price for a sequenced 7 potion formula was around 800 pounds. Deal. The lady answered without hesitation. If I had known, I would have offered 1,000 pounds. Klein forced a smile. He was a man of his word, and, without reneging his offer, he exchanged his prepared formula for 900 pounds in cash. In an instant, his wealth soared to 2,574 pounds. It was enough to make a bachelor man live a pretty good life for the rest of his life. After Eye of Wisdom's appraisal, the lady looked at the formula once more in satisfaction. Sequence 7, Briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping infant flower, strange-faced cannabis crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 5 drops of golden jimsonweed juice, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. After completing the transaction, Klein drew a deep breath, looked at Eye of Wisdom, and solemnly said, 2,000 pounds. I want that sun brooch. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, to be honest, I really don't wish to sell it, but since I have 2-081, sun brooch isn't necessary to me. Besides, I have already named my price, and reneging isn't my style. Wait 3 minutes for me. I'll get the sun brooch. All right, Klein replied, feeling both expectant and also feeling the pinch. At this point, the Beyonders in the activity room cast their gazes on him. A deal of 2,000 pounds rarely appeared at this level of ordinary gatherings, perhaps not even once in a year or two. Klein could feel the greed and covetous feelings in their eyes. After a short silence, the transactions continued until Eye of Wisdom returned. In his open palm lay a dark golden brooch shaped like a sunbird. It was obvious that the Eye of Wisdom had some sweat on his face. Chapter 345, Sun Brooch. You can confirm it before you pay. The hooded Eye of Wisdom walked directly to Klein and handed the dark golden brooch to him. Very generous. Klein reached out to take it, but before he could examine it closely, he felt his surroundings become very hot. Even the wind felt as if it had been ignited. Once it entered his nose, it would spread to his lungs. At this moment, he seemed to have left the cold and humid backland, finding himself in the desert and wilderness, right in the middle of the northern continent. Hanging above him was the sun that radiated endless light and heat, and in his surroundings was the extremely dry and boundless yellow sand. Phew, it makes me want to eat ice cream. Sweat slowly seeped out of Klein's forehead, but under the iron mask, the liquid couldn't fall freely. It could only stick on the spot. Through direct contact, he could feel the pure and warm power radiating out, but the Beyonders around him were not affected in the slightest. After fixing the brooch in place, Klein released his spirituality and infused it into the dark golden surface. With a boom, he saw the sky filled with dancing dots of pure gold light as he received a great deal of information. This included how to use some of the spells in the sun domain with the help of the brooch. Most important of all were the tricks to injecting spirituality and the corresponding activation incantations. One of them included providing the brooch with 2 seconds of spirituality, allowing it to summon a holy beam of light that descended from the sky to purify the undead and inflict certain damage on other targets. A continuous supply of spirituality for 5 seconds, together with the use of the word sun in ancient Hermes, would create a small amount of sun holy water, which would exorcise evil spirits, drive away the cold, and purify wraiths. In addition to the difference between strength and time intervals, the other corresponding spells could be cast as well. Fire of light was a sacred, concentrated flame that suddenly appeared out of thin air via a mere thought. Cleave of Purification was an effective attack against wraiths, and it could also be used to augment bullets. Horror immunity allowed the wearer to no longer feel fear. Holy Oath was used to temporarily strengthen one's strength, agility, fire damage, and holy damage via chanting the corresponding ancient Hermes term. Sun Halo targeted comrades who were within 20 meters of him. It could effectively boost their courage and purify the evil energies within their bodies. Not bad. Other than not being strange enough, it doesn't have too many flaws. It complements my magician abilities nicely. It's just a little hot. Klein's mind was filled with fantasies about himself in short-sleeved clothes. He rolled up his robe, took out a stack of bills from his inside pocket. Together with the 900 pounds he had just received from the lady with the artisan backing her, he counted 2,000 pounds in cash before handing it to Eye of Wisdom's attendant. After counting thrice and finally confirming that there was no mistake, Klein looked at his rapidly shrinking wallet, feeling both happy and sad at the same time. The money he had painstakingly saved had been reduced to 574 pounds and 5 gold coins. However, he also obtained his second mystical item. The number of side effects was obviously fewer than the master key. It was a mystical item which was more outstanding, the sun brooch. The only drawback is it's just too hot. Klein reached out and touched his iron mask, and he nearly took it off to start using it to fan himself. With the reduction of his funds, Klein stopped considering the notion of purchasing anything else. He just sat there quietly, listening until the end of the gathering. Stimulated by the massive deal of 2,000 pounds, the gathering that night was relatively lively. For example, the whip woven from the feathers of the holy sunbird was sold for 850 pounds. Eye of Wisdom also made several purchases, buying an ancient book and a Beyonder. Ingredient. When the gathering ended, Eye of Wisdom surveyed the room and looked at Klein. He said with a chuckle, "You shall be the first to leave." Is he afraid that someone will rob me? Klein thanked him sincerely and walked out of the living room under the guidance of the attendant. He then impatiently took off his hooded robe and iron mask. He had already tried to use his spirituality to wrap and seal the sun brooch. It prevented it from constantly purifying the surroundings and prevented its existence from being discovered by other Beyonders. However, the negative effects couldn't be weakened, unless it was not on his person. In order to ensure my mental health, I should only use it only when necessary. I can usually rely on purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Klein left the gathering venue and took a long detour before arriving outside the Bravehearts bar. He entered, circled the area, and quickly came out again and hired a carriage. Unsurprisingly, he quickly saw a figure in a black regal dress outline itself opposite him. Sharron's appearance had not changed at all. She asked in an ethereal voice, "Are you done with your preparations?" "Yes, you can choose the ambush location and time. Notify me once you have confirmed the details." Klein nodded calmly. Sharron looked at him and said, "Okay." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Have Caspers prepare a box of explosives and bury them all over the planned battlefield." Sharron was silent for 2 seconds before she said, "Steve is also a demolition expert." "No, my main purpose is not to blast anyone apart." Klein smiled. "I just want to put on some fireworks." Sharron stared at him for a few seconds, then she nodded. Witnessing her figure fading rapidly, Klein leaned back against the wall and opened the window, letting the bone-piercing wind in, but he still felt hot. "Back on Earth, I hated summer the most. I like ice pops, ice cream, cold drinks, watermelons." As he mumbled, Klein reached into his pocket and held the sun brooch. "This is a mystical item worth 2,000 pounds. Returning to Minsk Street, Klein walked slowly along the road lined with trees to Unit 15. When he passed Lawyer Jurgen's house, he subconsciously looked inside and saw the gas lamp with a slightly blue glow. "There's someone home." Klein laughed as he sighed, his forehead constantly beaded with sweat. Early the next day, on a Thursday morning, Klein had just come out of the bathroom with a newspaper in hand when he heard the doorbell ring. "Who is it?" "Right? Talon mentioned that reporter Mike Joseph will be coming to me today." Amid the tinkling bells, Klein came to the door and reached for the handle. The image of the visitor naturally appeared in his mind. He was about 30 years old, with a black tweed coat and a matching half-top hat. He had sparse eyebrows, charming blue eyes, and a handsome mustache. But his skin was rather rough. He was none other than the reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. "Good morning, Mike. Talon told me about you." Klein opened the door and greeted him. He hadn't hesitated to throw the sun brooch above the gray fog. Mike Joseph pulled his bow tie and said, "Sorry for disturbing you so early, but I have matters to deal with later." "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast? Would you like to try my toast?" Mike suddenly smiled. "I'm so sorry. That would be so nice of you. If it's possible, could I also have a cup of hot coffee? Milk would do too. I noticed that you ordered fresh milk." "All right." Klein smiled in response. He busied himself with the toast, poured the milk, took out a tin of butter, and sat down, eating without a word. Across from him, Mike was enjoying his breakfast without restraint, oblivious to the silence. Phew. Klein exhaled and put down his cup. Mike, you wanted to hire me to protect you? Mike set his knife and fork down slowly and took a mouthful of milk. Yes, about 2 days, Friday and Saturday, maybe even Sunday morning. Who wants to hurt you? Klein asked in deliberation. Mike chuckled and said, No, this is just a form of proactive self-protection. The editor of the newspaper arranged for me to do an investigation in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. It said that it's sponsored by some church or aristocrat. As you know, gangs run rampant in East Borough. There are thugs everywhere, and there are people who are willing to betray their conscience just to scrounge a meal. I need a bodyguard who is good at fighting and shooting. And most private detectives have certain connections in East Borough, don't they? I don't. I rely on metaphysics to crack cases. No, deduction. Klein thought for a moment and said, But I might not have the time in the next few days. I have to see when Miss Sharron will be taking action. Mike cleared his throat and said, I've already applied for £10. This protection mission will amount to £10, even if nothing happens. Klein let out a soft chuckle. Mike, I'm serious. Tomorrow at this time? Oh, come after breakfast to look for me. If I have availed myself, I will take this commission. If I'm really busy, then I will introduce you to other detectives. They're also good at fighting and shooting. For example, Stewart or Kaslana. 2 names flashed through his mind. Mike finished the remaining toast and said, That wouldn't be an issue. After breakfast, Klein watched the journalist leave his home and admired the sights of the freezing rain outside through the oriel window, the passing carriages and pedestrians, the dark sky, and the colorful umbrellas. Finally, a normal mission. It neither involves beyonders, nor does it have anything to do with finding cats and catching adulterers. It's a pity that it isn't a commission regarding a murder case or something like that. Otherwise, I would be able to experience what it feels like to be a true detective. There is always only one truth. Klein's thoughts wandered aimlessly as he felt an inexplicable sense of carefreeness. If not for the fact that he was still worried about the situation regarding Sharron and Maric, he planned to relax completely, visit all kinds of museums, buy a ticket to a large theater, listen to a few operas and musicals, and enjoy the delicacies of the various nations that had gathered in Backlund City. Well, I'm a casual tourist, a lonely gourmet. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, turned around, and walked towards the sofa, intending to look through the newspapers he hadn't finished reading. Suddenly, he noticed that a slip of paper had appeared on the coffee table. The handwriting was elegant and reserved. Tonight at 10 o'clock. We'll meet at the back door of Braveheart's bar. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look outside the window, sighed, and said, Is it finally starting? Chapter 346, A Magician Before Going on Stage. 10 o'clock at night, in the alley by the back door of the Braveheart's bar. Like the previous time, Klein, in his black double-breasted frock coat and matching half-top hat, had merely circled the bar once before he walked to the nearest street, as though he were on a stroll. Just as he walked out of the alley, a carriage stopped in front of him. Behind the glass window was Maric's pair of brown eyes, which were still suppressing any signs of malicious intent. Klein pressed the top of his half-top hat, and, holding the sturdy cane in his hand, calmly boarded the carriage as if he had hailed it himself. He sat down and straightened his bow tie like a gentleman attending a banquet. That outfit isn't suitable for battle. Maric, who was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and tights, sized him up a few times and frowned. It was obvious that he still had some doubts regarding Klein's strength, but he had chosen to trust Sharron. Klein smiled casually and said, My beyonder powers are different from yours. Our fighting styles are different too. This type of clothing will not affect me negatively in any way. It even suits me very well. For example, it has a lot of pockets, and they can be used to store different items in different places, so as to avoid taking the wrong things when in a hurry and losing my life through such a laughable mistake. As he spoke, he took out the remaining 3 sedatives from a sewn concealed pocket. They were the special sedatives concocted by the apothecary. Just as he finished his sentence, a figure quickly outlined itself on a window of the carriage. A figure wearing a long black regal dress and a small soft hat. It was none other than the Sequence 5 Beyonder of the mutant pathway, Wraith Sharron. You explain too much. Sharron looked at Klein and said in an ethereal tone, Not natural enough. I just wanted to get into the act. Klein laughed dryly and replied, Probably it's because I'm a bit nervous. Without waiting for Sharron to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Maric. Find a chance to drink it yourself. I'm sure that you're more experienced than I am. You won't drink it too early or too late, much less drink too little or too much. Maric looked at the sealed and transparent glass test tube, gently shaking the liquid inside, and said, 2.5. Any more, and I will really be sedated. I wouldn't do anything for a short period of time. Very good. Klein praised and turned to look at Sharron. Have you guys decided on the ambush spot? Sharron nodded. We're on the way there. She didn't directly reveal the intended location to Klein. Very prudent, very careful. Klein thought for a moment before asking, will you be hurt by purification? As a zombie, yes. Same when I'm in my spirit state, Sharron explained succinctly. In other words, when a Sequence 5 Wraith is still in their physical state, the purification effects wouldn't be effective. Klein thoughtfully asked, what about exorcism? What about demon hunting? As they were dealing with a beyonder of the same pathway, Sharron didn't hide anything from him. Demon hunting will deal damage to our bodies. Likewise for exorcism, to both our bodies and spiritual bodies. But it wouldn't be fatal. Klein curled his lips into a smile and exhaled. I understand. He pondered for a moment, and he asked again after some deliberation, do you feel the power of purification and exorcism now? No, Maric replied hoarsely. Very good. This spirituality cage, modified from a wall of spirituality, is indeed able to isolate the effects of the sun brooch. However, I'm so hot. Klein secretly sighed and confirmed. Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre. Do they have any other mystical items or beyonder weapons besides the Scarlet Lunar Corona? We don't know. Maric pinched his glabella, looking a bit irritated. With the battle at hand, he couldn't help but be stirred by these emotions while suppressing his maliciousness and desires. Sharron listened silently and replied without any hints of discomposure. When influenced by the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Jason and Tyre will be in a rather fervent state. Even if they have mystical items, they would lack the reason to use them. Unless it's something passive, added Maric. But to a werewolf, their claws are their beyonder weapons. It's the same for me, Tyre, and Jason. It can tear through steel and comes with venom. Klein's eyes darted about as he nodded. All right, I have no more questions. In the night, with few pedestrians, the carriage sped across the streets, its wheels going over puddles of water from time to time, splattering fine dirt onto itself. After 10 minutes or so, Maric had the zombie driver stop the carriage. Klein looked out through the glass window and saw a dark, dilapidated building. Not far away, the sound of running water could be heard. This is the West Balham dock that has been abandoned for a year and is about to be rebuilt. Our planned ambush point will be around its warehouses, Maric introduced. The abandoned West Balham dock. If an accident were to really happen, the Tussock River would be the best escape route. According to my previous survey, there is a Lever Cathedral about 2 kilometers northwest of here, one belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Klein quickly recalled his surroundings. He disembarked from the carriage, tidied up his clothes in a leisurely manner, and, with his cane in hand, followed Sharron and Maric into the dock, which awaited renovations. After walking for about 5 minutes, they came to an open space surrounded by several warehouses. The soil here was dark brown, with withered weeds lying everywhere. A wooden chest quietly sat in a dark corner. Those are the explosives you asked for. Maric pointed. Klein immediately nodded and said, aren't you afraid that a tramp might steal them? My zombies are sleeping underground here. If anyone enters, they will scare that person away. Maric pointed to a few other spots. Avoid them when you bury the explosives. No problem. Klein smiled and nodded before asking, will my purification and exorcism effects hurt your guys? No. They are equivalent to corpses when in deep slumber, and there's also a thick layer of soil shielding them. Maric gave an affirmative answer. After looking around, Sharron became talkative for once. Stay here and make your preparations. We'll go and lure the enemy over. It won't take more than 30 minutes. Please make use of the time. After you finish your preparations, hide in a warehouse. Don't be in a hurry to make your move. Make sure to be patient. No matter how dangerous the situation is, treat it as normal. When I become weak and the Scarlet Lunar Corona appears, you can use that eye to search for Steve and launch a sudden attack on him. I will also use my mystical item to complement you. Klein listened attentively, chuckled, and said, a very simple plan. The simpler the plan, the more effective it is, Sharron calmly responded. Maric pinched his forehead, shook his head, and said, Steve isn't a fool. If any problem arises in a complicated plan, it will lead to a complete disaster. After they finished their exchange, Sharron vanished and Maric quickly departed from the dock. After watching them leave, Klein took out a small square metal box from his pocket. Its surface was covered in a thin film of spirituality. This was the spirituality cage that had been modified from a wall of spirituality. It could, to some extent, isolate the outside world from the effects of certain mystical items, but it couldn't abate the negative effects they had on the possessor. Of course, sealed artifacts which were too powerful or too strange were definitely not something that a spirituality cage could deal with. They required a special sealing environment that was specially designed for it. For warehouses, overgrown with weeds. The ground is muddy from the rain earlier. Klein took out a piece of paper and shook it. The paper quickly became taut and as hard as an iron plate. Klein held the note, and dug a shallow hole in the middle of the open ground. He buried the small square iron box in his hand. There was only a thin layer of soil between it and the outside world. Next, he took out the explosives from the wooden box and buried them in different corners and in different warehouses. He buried the remaining explosive sticks near the center. After finishing all of this, he took out his revolver and adjusted the ratio of the bullets again, 3 purifying bullets and 2 exorcism bullets. Putting away the revolver in his underarm holster, Klein tidied his clothes, walked to a gap between 2 warehouses, and threw a paper figurine there, right above some buried explosives. He examined his surroundings again, and then he took out another square metal box. He removed the spirituality cage on its surface and took out the dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch, solemnly wearing it on his left chest. Phew! Klein let out a breath, left the place, circled the exterior, threw out some inconspicuous items, and burned away the used piece of paper. When he returned, he climbed to the top of one of the warehouses and hid in the shadows. Reaching out his hand, he counted and confirmed the various charms, extract, and herbal powders. He touched the iron cigarette case and snapped his fingers. The paper figurine he had left between the 2 warehouses stood up and transformed into a gentleman wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, a silk half-top hat, and was holding a hard cane. The gentleman's position was rather remote and hidden, making it difficult for anyone who came in from the outside to notice him. With his stand-in present, Klein's figure disappeared from where he stood. However, his vision wasn't affected in any way, and he could clearly see the road that led to the clearing. Even though he had made preparations and had experienced many battles, Klein was still a bit afraid and nervous at that very moment. No matter how good a performance was, it could still be seen through. Furthermore, the enemy was a Sequence 5 wielding a mystical item. There was also a Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. Is this the state every magician is in before he goes on stage? Klein took a silent breath, suppressing his emotions and the heat of his body. That night, the crimson moon was constantly obscured by the clouds, and there was only a glimmer of light in the clearing. Before long, Klein saw 3 figures rapidly approaching, one in front, one in the middle, and one at the back. Chapter 347, Zombie and Werewolf. Running ahead of the group was Maric. His disheveled hair was completely blown back by the wind, and his expression was twisted and hideous. He was even faster than a steam locomotive at its peak speed. With a whoosh, he arrived at the entrance to the clearing. But even so, he was still unable to escape from his pursuers. The closest figure to him was a man who had the same pale complexion as himself, with indistinct, dark patches on his face, as if they were healing marks from rotting wounds. The malice in his eyes was completely undisguised and unrestrained. He looked more like a zombie who was craving fresh flesh rather than a human being, and Klein guessed that he was Jason, a Sequence 6. The distance between Jason and Maric remained within 7 or 8 meters, sometimes lengthening, sometimes shortening. This repeated again and again as they ventured back and forth. More than 10 meters behind them, a figure was left far behind. It was a thin but muscular man. His hair was shaved very short, and his hair stood erect like spikes. As he swung his arms, the tip of his palms flashed with a metallic light, reflecting the weak, crimson moonlight. Those were black fingernails which were as long as daggers. Werewolf tire. Klein chanted the person's sequence and name silently. In his mind, the wall that was splashed with blood appeared in his mind. It was a scene with intestines and limbs splattered all over the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Maric used all his strength as he ran, while Jason gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could. At some point, the healed dark spots on his face began to swell, as if some sort of rotten liquid was about to ooze out. The 2 of them left the puddles of water and moist soil that were turning into white frost in their wake. The withered weeds were lifted up by the wind created by the 2 of them. As they slowly fell down, they began to rot and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out of the frosted soil and accurately grabbed Jason's ankle. Huh! Jason twisted his body and forcefully kicked out, breaking the hand's wrist and sending it flying. The remaining stump's flesh and blood had long since rotten, and white maggots struggled to squirm outwards. Maric stopped, pinched his lips with his right hand, and let out a shrill whistle. Bang! 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 The soil in different parts of the clearing were lifted, and the expressionless corpses sat up. At the same time, a chilly wind suddenly swirled. Countless transparent shadows seemed to have caught the scent of a bloody feast, and none of them wanted to fall behind as they rushed towards Jason. Some pulled his arms, some pulled his calves, and some even hugged his head. Jason stopped and grunted. The shadows flew out, one after another. Some of them screamed miserably and disappeared, while others stayed in their original spots, lost. At almost the same time, Maric and Jason both raised their right hands, thumbs held up beside their forefingers, with their index fingers aiming at each other. Silently, The air between them exploded as black wisps of air billowed upwards. Maric took a step back, and a few strands of his disheveled hair withered in a blink of an eye and fluttered to the ground. Maric, you're still so weak. You still don't understand how to use the power of desire, Jason said with a low, hoarse laugh. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre had already arrived at his side. As for Steve, the Sequence 5 Beyonder in charge of the operation was nowhere to be found. Don't be in such a hurry to finish off Maric. Wait for Sharron to come and save him. Lord Steve is about to arrive, Werewolf Tyre whispered to Jason. He then extended his bright red tongue and licked his lips. I wonder what Sharron will look like when she has her clothes off. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Jason turn his head. His face was deathly pale, and there were two identical figures in his eyes. Black regal dress, light blonde hair, exquisite face, and pale skin. Ha! He struck out with both palms and gripped Werewolf Tyre's neck. The creaking sound of bones giving way sounded out. Wraith Sharron had attacked. Tyre inhaled sharply, making his neck bulge like a water pipe. It grew strands of stiff black hair and briefly resisted the force that would snap his windpipe and neck. His eyes gradually rolled backward, showing its whites as his red tongue hung out, and sticky saliva drooled down his lips. However, his right hand had accurately reached into his pocket. He had cracked a preset spirituality seal. The empty clearing, together with the warehouses, suddenly lit up as crimson moonlight filled the entire area. Jason's grip on Werewolf Tyre's neck began to weaken, and a figure in a small, soft hat appeared behind him. Tyre's face broke into a smile that was both smug and cruel. His right hand took out a miniature full moon from his pocket, a crimson full moon. It was a dark red accessory that constantly emitted a serene luster. Shaped like a full moon, it had crimson rubies embedded along its circumference. In the middle was a symbol that symbolized the moon, as well as many other mysterious labels. Sharron narrowed her eyes instinctively and retreated 2 steps back. Her incorporeality slowly receded. Her legs no longer seemed capable of supporting her weight. She fell limply to the ground, her black and complicated regal dress stained with dust and mud. Werewolf Tyre raised the palm-sized round accessory high up into the air, laughing as he gasped for breath. Lord Steve was right. You would definitely attempt to counterattack. And Sharron, your target for possession would definitely be Jason, whose sequence is higher than mine. Therefore, the Scarlet Lunar Corona was given to me. Yes, where is he now? This isn't as Sharron had expected. It seems like I can only choose the best opportunity to strike myself. Klein frowned as he heard this, and he forcefully suppressed the anxiety in his heart. At this point, Werewolf Tyre was in no hurry to attack. He knew that the longer the effects of the Scarlet Lunar Corona lasted, the weaker Sharron would become, and the more Maric would be in pain. In Jason's cold eyes, which usually had a hint of savagery and madness, there was no longer any rationality in them left. He was also affected by the Scarlet Lunar Corona, but he was used to indulging in his desires, so he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt a thirst for the fresh flesh before his eyes. Gasp! Jason let out a low, inhuman growl from his throat. His exposed skin and hair turned white. At that moment, Sharron raised her arms with difficulty and used her left hand to remove the black glove that she wore on her right palm. Jason happened to lunge at her, and a thin layer of ice covered the soil around her. Suddenly, endless rays of light burst forth from Sharron's palm. As they fed on Sharron's spirituality, they interweaved in front of the doll-like lady to form a bronze door, which was covered with mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable smell. The door swung open with a creak, and a crack appeared. From the crack, pairs of pale or transparent hands or arms covered in teeth or bloody, skinless arms stretched out, crossed the void, and grabbed zombie Jason. Indescribable pairs of eyes were hidden in the darkness behind the door, quietly watching the prey in front of them. Before he could even react, Jason was grabbed by the arms, and he was entangled by smooth and incorporeal tentacles. These tentacles were dark green vines that had countless baby faces protruding out. These strange entities were crying and laughing as they tried to drag zombie Jason behind the door. Even though his thoughts were completely controlled by his bloodlust and the urge to kill, Jason instinctively felt afraid. Gasp! The sound from his throat suddenly intensified, and layers of frost immediately appeared on the worrisome-looking arm. The dark green vines that protruded from the babies' faces emitted painful groans as they continuously dripped with decayed, turbid yellow liquid. The pulling force abated, but it did not disappear. Jason kept directing ghosts to interfere, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. Even when he tried to use spells from Death's domain, they failed to deliver any striking results. His body began moving uncontrollably towards the crack of the illusory, mysterious door. Occasionally, he would manage to struggle and retreat a little. As he had taken a sedative in advance, Maric was not completely taken down by the pain. Taking advantage of this, he took out the last 2 sedatives, broke the bottle with a snap, and drank 1.5 glasses in one go. The suppressed malice in his eyes weakened, and his twisted expression returned to normal. He swept his gaze at Werewolf Tyre. At the same time, with a swoosh, Tyre's thin but muscular body disappeared and reappeared more than 10 meters away. As his figure began outlining itself, an illusory image was left behind. A black aura that seemed to be alive rose up from the ground, pierced through the remnant images, and disappeared with a flicker. Tyre hadn't used Blink, as his sequence didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers to do so. He had relied on the Scarlet Lunar Corona to push him to his maximum speed. The speed at which he moved at produced afterimages. At that moment, Klein, who was hiding in the shadows at the top of the warehouse, also reached into his pocket with his left hand, touching the iron cigarette case. He removed its surface spirituality cage and gently opened the case. He was sure that Wraith Steve had already arrived at the scene. Otherwise, Jason definitely would have been dragged behind the terrible door if the deadlock continued. As for Wraith Tyre, despite being augmented by the Scarlet Lunar Corona, he was unable to instantly finish Maric off. When Sharron aimed the door of mysteries at the werewolf, the Scarlet Lunar Corona would end up changing owners. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the all-black eye inside the metal cigarette case, his mind filled with crazy, foul, and terrifying ravings. There were terrifying ravings that made his blood vessels bulge. He felt as though his eyes were cracking, and his head could explode at any moment. And in the midst of these ravings, Klein saw strange, mysterious, and illusory black threads. They were divided into groups, some of them extending to Sharron's body, some of them from Werewolf Tyre. They intertwined with each other without entangling themselves as they extended into the void. Among them, many of the black lines came from a spot not far away from Maric, and they didn't overlap. Wraith Steve, he wants to possess Maric. With a thought, Klein retracted his left hand. Instead of drawing his gun to shoot, he snapped his fingers without making much of a sound. Boom. An explosion suddenly occurred between the 2 warehouses. The raging flames and heat caused a figure wearing a black double-breasted frock coat to float out. After catching the attention of the others, Klein quickly drew his gun and pulled the trigger at the spot he remembered. At the same time, the dark golden sunbird brooch on his chest flashed with a ray of light. He added cleave of purification to the purifying bullet. Bang! The bullet shot out with a faint golden beam of light. Chapter 348, Terrifying Wraith. A faint golden stream of light flashed past, hitting what seemed like an empty space. However, resplendent flames suddenly rose up from that spot, rapidly forming a silhouette who was wearing a black tuxedo and a dark red cloak. The figure's left arm was burning with holy and pure flames as it continuously emitted faint black and green smoke, illuminating his pale face in dark green glow. It was a man in his 40s with oily hair that was neatly combed with meticulous attention. His eyes were dark and green, and while possessing no emotion, there were no signs of pain. Wraith Steve. He turned his head and looked maliciously at Klein, who was at the top of the warehouse. Klein was startled as he felt his body suddenly turn cold. Even the heat brought by the sun brooch couldn't counteract it. His body stiffened quickly, and his eyes glazed over. His pupils reflected the same 2 figures, a black tuxedo, a dark red cloak, a head of hair slathered with oil, a pair of dark green eyes, and the pale face of a man in his 40s. Almost in an instant, Klein was placed under Steve's control, his thoughts gradually numbing. This was the ability of a Sequence 5 Wraith. It was a strange and hardly defensible ability. Fortunately, he was adequately aware of everything beforehand and was already prepared for it. Moreover, the exorcism effect could effectively resist the possession of evil spiritual beings, so before his ability to think had completely disappeared, he stimulated the spirituality of his spirit body and injected it into the dark golden sunbird brooch. Just as he was about to raise his hand to grab hold of his neck, a warm and pure ray of light suddenly descended from the sky. It was like a pillar of light from the sun, bringing with it a feeling of brilliance and holy purification as it enveloped Klein within. It was a spell from the sun domain, holy light summoning. Amidst the holy light, the formless possession ability was weakened, and Klein's eyes suddenly regained their luster. In close succession, his body ignited, becoming brittle and charred, leaving behind a thin piece of paper. At the same time, between the gaps of the 2 warehouses, Klein, in his double-breasted frock coat and matching silk half-top hat, jumped out of the roaring flames from the previous explosion. His cane had been thrown away somewhere long ago, and the same figure floating above his head had also been successfully destroyed by the flames. It turned into pieces of ashes and scattered in every direction. Before Klein could confirm his situation, he felt an invisible grip on his ankle. There was a firm grip on his calves, arms, chest, and clothes. In his spirit vision, which had long been activated, Klein saw blurry, transparent figures. Some of them were incomplete, some were covered in blood, some of them had burnt black skin, and others were pale and cold. Phew! A cold wind of unknown origins blew at his neck, making his hair stand on end and made his body tremble uncontrollably. The dark golden sunbird brooch in front of him suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, and golden illusory flames started flaring up around him one after another. These flames emitted the aura of the sun, and because they were so dense, they formed a sea. This was the fire of light from the sun domain. The ghastly ghosts around Klein shrieked silently and vanished, and the cold wind at the back of his head was replaced by the scorching heat of the sun brooch. Klein, who was temporarily safe in this environment, couldn't help but sigh in fear. Even though he had prepared ahead of time and had obtained items to counter his opponent, a one-on-one battle with a Sequence 5 Wraith was still precarious. The performance had almost ended in failure from the very beginning. Not too far away from Maric, the dark red-cloaked Steve's figure turned slightly incorporeal. The bright flames on his left arm were quickly extinguished under the onslaught of the black aura. His eyes shone with dark green light, filled with malice and desire. He seemed to have lost his mind and ability to think. At this moment, with the shot's warning, Maric had distanced himself and directed the numb-faced zombies who had crawled out of the earth to surround Werewolf Tyre. He created slippery layers of ice and rotting sludge in an attempt to affect his enemies' movements. Werewolf Tyre held onto the tiny full moon that was emitting crimson light as he ran without stopping. When he was blocked by a zombie, he casually swiped down. Whoosh! The zombie was immediately split into 6 pieces. The long rotten flesh and wriggling maggots sprinkled all over the ground. Werewolf Tyre froze for a moment, looking at his claws in disbelief. Only then did he understand that the augmentation that the Scarlet Lunar Corona brought him wasn't only restricted to speed. He felt that he had mastered some powerful and strange spell. Tyre stopped running and turned to face the pale Maric. At this moment, zombie Jason was drawing closer to the illusory but mysterious door. His body was covered with dark green vines that had protruded from the faces of the babies. He was being dragged by arms that were either full of teeth or were skinless. His eyes were almost touching the crack of the bronze door as he stared coldly at the indescribable eyes hidden in the darkness. It was as if that place was the final resting place for his heart. No, his body, which was controlled by bloodlust and the desire to kill, shouted out shrilly. Werewolf Tyre, who was about to counterattack, stopped instantaneously. Clenching his teeth, he threw the miniature version of the crimson full moon at Steve. Only by allowing a Sequence 5 Beyonder to regain his strength would he be augmented, allowing the battle to come to a quick end. Only then would Jason have a chance of being rescued. Upon seeing this, Klein's eyes lit up, and he immediately snapped his fingers. Ha! Boom! In the Scarlet Lunar Corona's trajectory, a pre-buried explosive threw up the soil, blew out a strong, impactful gust of wind, and set off a scarlet flame. Being struck by this, the Scarlet Lunar Corona was redirected and landed in another direction. Boom! Another explosive blew up, inducing a fiery light to rise up. Klein leaped up and pounced at the Scarlet Lunar Corona, which wasn't too far from him. Suddenly, a pale palm appeared right in front of the Scarlet Lunar Corona's landing spot and grabbed it. It was none other than Steve, who had disappeared and then reappeared. His instincts made him chase after the full moon. Ha! With a soft sound, Steve grabbed the Scarlet Lunar Corona. His dark green eyes, which were full of malice and desire, gained a trace of spiritual luster. This caused him to return from the form of a pure wraith to a Sequence 5 powerhouse. He smirked at Klein. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with this weak opponent, so he let his figure disappear once more. Klein, who had already thrown himself out, rolled twice, reached into his pocket with his left hand, and once again gently flipped open the iron cigarette case. He touched Rosego's all-black eye. Amidst the ravings that caused his tears and snot to constantly flow, Klein saw more strange black lines, and from their origin, he caught a glimpse of the invisible Steve. He was closing in on Sharron, who was slumped to the ground weakly, at high speeds. He wanted to control her, rescue Jason, and put an end to the battle. Sharron was their main target for this operation. Klein suddenly retracted his left hand, and with a thought, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2. 1. A holy beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Sharron from behind. Steve, who was wearing a dark red cloak, suddenly appeared a few meters away, barely avoiding the holy light. With the augmentation of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, his speed was already frightening to the point of him being capable of effectively dodging in an instant. But at the same time, the genuflecting Klein had raised his right hand and pulled the trigger of the revolver. His target was Jason. A resplendent bullet flew out, aimed directly at Jason's back, and was about to help him enter the bronze door of mystery. But at that moment, Steve disappeared and reappeared behind Jason, blocking the bullet with his open left palm. Sizzle. The sunlight from the explosion made him shake his arm in pain. He narrowed his eyes as his skin was constantly charring and peeling, but it quickly healed. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound. Klein had snapped his fingers again. Boom. A nearby explosive exploded. The resulting shock wave and bullet-like stones shot out in all directions. A large number of them landed on Jason's and Steve's bodies. No. With a blood-curdling scream, the clothes on Jason's side tore apart, and the quickly darkening white spots on his skin appeared as if fresh blood was about to seep out. To a zombie with a body as hard as steel, this wasn't an effective injury, but to a person like Jason who was struggling to hold on, it was equivalent to the beckoning of death. He could no longer hold on as those terrifying arms quickly pulled him into the crack of the bronze door. No. Jason's scream resounded into the distance as the mysterious and illusory door closed with a clang, devouring the rest of his screams and isolating it from the world. The clearing in the middle of the warehouses turned completely silent. Jason had completely disappeared, as though he had never been born into this world. Steve's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, letting out an angry screech. Damn it. Bam. As his voice resounded, Klein felt as if someone had heavily hammered him in the head. His vision turned blurry, and whatever he breathed and smelled of blood. His vision had become blood red. For a short time, his ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and he couldn't hear anything else. After Tyre delivered the scarlet lunar corona, he had grown black fur and sharp fangs. He was no longer immune to its effects and painfully covered his ears. Blood even flowed out from the corner of his eyes and mouth. Maric, who should have seized the opportunity to grab him, was in an even worse state. His desire and malice, which had been suppressed by the sedative, had reared their heads once more, causing him to almost lose control of his zombies. His expression was extremely twisted. Chapter 349, Poison Bottle. Due to Wraith Steve's shriek, the weakened Miss Sharron also revealed a painful expression. However, she still managed to close her palm with much difficulty, causing the rays of light to be severed, which caused the illusory, mysterious bronze door to disappear. Klein knew that the situation was turning bad. Enduring his headache, he quickly took a step back and entered the fire. His figure quickly disappeared and reappeared in another explosion that happened in a different direction. He had just jumped out in an attempt to strike back when he saw Steve, the middle-aged man with the dark red cloak, stop in his tracks instead of chasing after him, as though he was waiting for something. Klein suddenly felt agitated. His head felt dizzy, and his stomach spasmed. He quickly weakened, but he had no idea why. Maric, who had just recovered from the sharp shriek, also had an abnormal reaction. He constantly stretched out his hands to grab at himself, as if his body suffered an uncontrollable itch. He gasped for breath as he used his long, sharp nails to rip apart his clothes and left white streaks across his body. The more he scratched, the deeper it became, causing its redness to seep out. Sharron fell to the ground, but she couldn't stand again. Her blue eyes lost their focus, as though she couldn't see anything. Poison, she whispered the word. Not far from her, Steve looked at her tightly clenched fist. He seemed rather fearful of the bronze door that was covered with mysterious patterns and an indescribable smell. He didn't dare to recklessly make a move. In his right hand, he held the scarlet lunar corona, the crimson full moon that was releasing a cold glow. Using his left hand, he took out a brown, translucent glass bottle from his pocket, and he snorted. Biological poison bottle can be used to randomly create different kinds of toxins. As long as you open it, the poisons will gradually spread to its surroundings. It will be effective in less than a minute, and the symptoms will only become worse. In 4 minutes, if you don't leave the poison-filled environment, then the corresponding effects will be unpreventable, such as death. What a pity. I thought Jason would be able to hold on to this moment. Sharron, you wouldn't have been affected since a spirit body isn't afraid of poison, but unfortunately, there's the scarlet lunar corona here, which prevents you from switching states. Perhaps you can give up resisting and let me understand your hidden charms. He appeared to be leisurely introducing the abilities of the mystical item in his hand, as though he wanted to wait for Klein and company to completely lose their ability to resist before attacking. However, Tyre didn't understand his intention. Under the influence of the scarlet lunar corona, the irrational werewolf started his counterattack without hesitation. He threw himself forward, flailed his claws, and swiped across Maric's body, tearing it apart. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of nails tearing through steel sounded in succession, and Maric's skin finally showed signs of bloody wounds. Klein pinched his forehead. It felt like his forehead was starting to heat up, but the negative effects weren't as bad as what Steve mentioned. It seems like the poison has been weakened by the sun brooch's constant purification and purging effect. Klein suddenly sneered. Are you planning on attacking us after we succumb to the poison? Why do you think I didn't use fireworks just now? Why do you think I relied on explosives? With so many explosions, I've definitely attracted the attention of others. The official Beyonders nearby are rushing here at this very moment. You don't have much time left. Steve turned his head to look at Klein, whose face couldn't be identified thanks to the paint that was smeared on it. He suddenly laughed and said, I forgot there's a bug that I can easily deal with. Don't worry, you'll definitely be dead before the people from the church arrive. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein suddenly raised the revolver in his right hand and shot out a purifying bullet. Steve moved his footsteps slightly, traversing several meters in turn. Along the way, he left afterimages behind. However, Klein's bullet didn't hit where he had aimed. Instead, it hit the middle of the clearing, piercing through the soil and creating a loud commotion. A breeze of spirituality blew past, and both Maric's zombie and Steve's shadows stopped moving at the same time. In a split second, they charged out rapidly, charging towards the center of the clearing like a pack of hungry dogs at mealtime. Steve, who was about to use arcane methods to control Klein and easily kill him, was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a puzzled and surprised expression. For some baffling reason, he discovered that he couldn't command the undead he controlled. It was a first for him. At the same time, Klein snapped his fingers, detonating a few more bombs and setting off scarlet flames that soared into the air in different locations. His figure leaped from one bonfire to the other as he blinked towards the clearing's exterior. You want to run? Steve whispered. Just as he was about to turn incorporeal to chase after his target, he found that the zombies and shadows had dug out a square metal box and were fighting for the item inside. Soon, one of Shadow succeeded. Its body swelled, and seemingly gaining intelligence, it flew in another direction. So that item is used to delay my actions and allow him to successfully escape. Humph, he still doesn't understand what a Wraith and the Scarlet Lunar Corona is capable of. Steve temporarily gave up on chasing Klein. Putting away the biological poison bottle, his body suddenly disappeared and appeared on a thin layer of ice that formed in a puddle of water. He relied on his terrifying speed to drag out an afterimage and arrive behind that giant shadow. Steve's eyes flashed with a dark green light. The shadow instantly dispersed without a sound, and the item in its hand dropped. The other zombies and shadows, completely disregarding the oppressive aura of the mighty existence as they rushed over to grab it. Steve was more and more alarmed and curious. He discovered that his spiritual intuition couldn't draw any revelations from the object that had caused the rioting of the zombies and shadows. He stepped forward and grabbed the object with his left hand. It was a dark gold key ring. Hanging from it was an ancient and exquisite copper whistle. Beside the copper whistle hung a simple bronze key. They clung closely together as they remained in Steve's pale palm. At the same time, Steve's scarlet lunar corona in his right hand was quietly emanating a crimson glow, like a miniature full moon. Before thoughts even surfaced in Steve's mind, a faint but very strange sound entered his mind, ripping at his nerves and scraping his scalp. Ah! Steve let out a miserable scream and fell from midair to the ground. The scarlet lunar corona, which he held in his hand, and the key ring with the copper whistle and key were sent flying at the same time. He struggled and twisted on the spot, his body bulging and protruding. There were arms that were as small as babies which grew out of his body, or a foul, light yellow liquid that sloshed inside his body. At this moment, a flame ignited again. Klein, who had escaped, leaped out and appeared in the path of the scarlet lunar corona. He didn't attempt to catch the mystical item. Instead, with a gentle flick, he diverted its trajectory, sending it flying toward the weakened Miss Sharron. Steve's cries of pain gradually died down, and the scarlet lunar corona accurately landed on Sharron. Sharron's figure instantly turned incorporeal, and the blue eyes that had lost their focus regained their luster. Clenching her right hand tightly, her left hand held the palm-sized accessory inlaid with a ring of dark rubies. Her body began to float. The scarlet lunar corona allowed its wielder to be immune to the influence of the full moon. Sharron was no longer weak, and in her spirit body state, she wasn't afraid of the biological poison. At this moment, the zombies and shadows gathered together once again, fighting over the chained master key and Azek's copper whistle. Klein didn't care. He raised his left arm and pointed. The sun brooch on his chest flashed a dark golden glow and disappeared. An intense, bright, and holy light fell from the sky, shrouding the group of zombies and shadows that were fighting over it. In what seemed like daylight, the transparent and bizarre shadows quickly melted and disappeared. The pale and stinking corpses emitted black smoke first before they ignited and burned like candles. By the time the light disappeared, there was almost nothing left except for Azek's ancient and intricate copper whistle and the master key, which were both strung on an already blackened key ring. They lay there silently. Meanwhile, Sharron didn't care about Maric, whose injuries were turning graver thanks to Tyre's attacks. Instead, she relied on her own ability to phase into mirror-like items to reach the thin piece of ice, that Steve had previously used, and stepped out. She stretched out her right hand towards Steve, who was transforming into a monster, and opened it wide, aiming the palm of her hand at the enemy. Endless rays of light burst out and quickly intertwined to form the mysterious patterned bronze door. Creak! With a jarring noise, the small black hat on Sharron's head was blown away by a sudden gust of wind, and her carefully combed blonde hair cascaded down in a disheveled state. It was obvious that using the mystical item again was rather taxing on her. Creak! The mysterious bronze door produced a crack, and a series of shrill laughter, sobbing, and shouting echoed in the air. Arms either filled with teeth or completely without skin reached out wildly and grabbed at Steve, whose pustules were bursting one by one. The strange dark green vines that accentuated an infant's face and the slippery, illusory tentacles also bound the Sequence 5 powerhouse. Ah! Steve cried out again. The pale yellow pus, which flowed out, covered his entire body, allowing him to barely resist the pull. A bright red crack appeared on his face, and in it was a hole leading to a dark tunnel. At that moment, Klein raised his revolver and aimed it at him. Without any delay or hesitation, with his face disguised, Klein calmly pulled the trigger while wearing his half-top hat. Bang! Bang! With a flash of the sun brooch, 2 bullets filled with holiness accurately hit Steve in the head. Although they didn't pierce his skin or bones, they ignited resplendent flames, turning Steve into a bright torch. Ah! With another scream, Steve was pulled closer to the illusory bronze door. As Klein released the revolver's cylinder, the shells fell to the ground, and he took out the metal box containing the Beyonder bullets. At the same time, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2. 1. A pure and flawless pillar of light fell from the sky and instantly hit Steve's body. Taking this breather, Klein inserted 3 purifying bullets and 3 exorcism bullets into the cylinder and snapped it shut. He aimed at Steve's head again, and with the flash of the dark golden brooch, he pulled the trigger hard, 6 times in a row. Bang! 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 Chapter 350, Splendid Fireworks. One by one, the bullets sliced through the air, either swirling with a golden luster or emitting resplendent beams, as they hit Steve's head. Thanks to a clown's control over his body and his persistence in practicing his marksmanship, Klein's 6 bullets, which were augmented with cleave of purification, accurately hit the same spot as the first 2 bullets. They were like fists from a giant of light, repeatedly pounding at the left of Steve's face. With a series of bangs, Steve, who had been entangled by the strange arms and the dark green vines, failed to phase away to avoid the attack. His head was whipped to the side repeatedly as his body trembled. His cheekbones quickly caved in, breaking out into sharp, white bones. Bang! The last bullet completely tore through, splashing the Sequence 5 powerhouse's dark red blood. This opening allowed the resplendent and golden flames to continuously drill in, burning into bursts of dark green mist. In the holy light, Steve's clothes were ignited. His body was quickly charred as he dripped with grease. However, he was still alive. Compared to Nimblewright Master Rosigo, the survivability of a Sequence 5 from the mutant pathway was clearly much better. However, the heavily injured Steve could no longer resist the strange tugging arms. His legs moved forward uncontrollably, almost flying towards that bronze door and into the deep crack that had opened. He was thrown into the darkness where pairs of eyes lurked. At this moment, Sharron suddenly clenched her right hand, her forehead covered in sweat. The illusory and subtle rays of light were abruptly severed, and the indescribably mysterious bronze door lost the source of its existence. It swayed, and before Steve entered, it reluctantly pulled back its long arms, which were either filled with teeth or blood, and sealed the crack. Creak! The door closed, quickly becoming transparent before it disappeared. Steve's leaning body was rigid in place, blackened, and shriveled, like a mummified corpse that had been burned for a long time. With her right fist tightly clenched and the scarlet lunar corona on her, Sharron's figure rapidly turned incorporeal. She took a step forward and overlapped with Steve. Klein's spirit vision instantly lost sight of her. However, the charred Steve raised his fists and abruptly smashed them against his already severely injured head. Bam! His head turned into a pulp like that of a rotten tomato, and milky white spots sprayed out before splattering to the ground. A translucent figure was also expelled. It rapidly spread out, turning into something that looked like a giant jellyfish. Within it was a dreamlike liquid that was swishing and a pair of deathly pale eyes that were condensing. Sharron was forced out by this strange object, and she reappeared beside it. She suddenly stretched out her left hand, letting out a silent shriek. The ground suddenly turned black, as if it had turned into a muddy deep sea. Twisted bloody vines grew out from it, splitting into many sections, with each section having 4 sharp teeth and an eye. The blood-red vine wildly grew upwards, immediately locking onto the jellyfish-like phantom as it greedily sucked the dreamlike liquid within. The phantom quickly collapsed, and the blood-red vine once again retreated back into the muddy deep sea. But with this delay, the headless, charred Steve began running. He tore across the clearing and headed for the way out. He still wasn't dead despite already losing his head. Steve had only run a few steps when a sudden crisp sound cracked in the silence. "Ha!" Klein, in a black double-breasted frock coat with a matching half-top hat, turned to him and snapped his fingers. Boom. The dirt beneath Steve's feet was violently lifted, and scarlet flames soared. It spread upward, and when it reached its highest point, it spilled down like beautiful fireworks. Steve's body was torn to pieces from such fireworks. His charred hands, feet, guts, and blood splattered everywhere. One of his fingers rolled to Klein's feet, and the brown, translucent biological poison bottle fell in another direction. The mutilated body, which was the last traces of Steve's existence, squirmed a few times before finally becoming still. In the scene with the blooming fireworks, Klein felt his spirituality become more active, and the powers that still wasn't completely his had become more attuned to him. In response to this sensation, he passed the revolver to his left hand. He took off the silk half-top hat from his head with his black-gloved right hand, and he pressed it to his chest and bowed slightly at Sharron. Sharron's blue eyes looked over. She looked past Klein to the carnage of Werewolf, Tyre, and Maric. Sharron's figure disappeared, and Tyre's eyes reflected her image. Tyre stood there stiffly, his black hair standing on end. He raised his arms with great difficulty and pressed them against his head. "Gotcha!" He twisted hard, and his eyes soon saw his spine, which were underneath the cover of his torn clothes. "Huh!" Tyre twisted and pulled again, pulling his head out of his torso. Throughout the entire process, he didn't let out a single scream or a single word. He held his head, letting the blood constantly drip down. The corpse which had lost its head was still standing straight, without toppling. Sharron didn't immediately leave Tyre's body. She appeared to be attempting something. Very soon, bits of dark green light emerged from Tyre's head and body, quickly condensing onto one of his fangs as its core. It seems like Miss Sharron has a way of accelerating the separation of a beyonder characteristic. The prerequisite to doing so requires her to possess the target, kill the person, and have complete control of the body. Enlightened, Klein bent down and picked up the shells that had fallen to the ground, stuffing them into the metal square box, one by one. He was afraid that the investigators, which would subsequently arrive, would find the artisan through the uniqueness of the shells and, hence, find the woman who had purchased the Briber and Barbarian formulas from him. Then, they would lock onto Eye of Wisdom's gathering, causing his safety to be threatened. As for the bullets, they had long been sacrificed to the corresponding deities in the holy light and flames, just like the materials and charms. Putting the revolver away, Klein was about to take a step forward when Sharron appeared beside the biological poison bottle with an exaggerated speed. She made it float up and land on her palm. Before Klein could think of anything else, the pale woman flicked her wrist and threw him a translucent brown bottle and a dark green fawn. To save time, "She's helping me pick up my spoils?" Klein was startled. He instinctively pulled out a piece of paper and covered the two items. He didn't come into direct contact with them. At this moment, he could see that Sharron's complicated black regal dress had lost its usual tidiness and cleanliness. It fluttered gently in the wind, and a few strands of her light blonde hair were stuck to the side of her face, making her feel more like a person. This biological poison bottle comes with its own lid. I just wonder what negative side effects it has." Klein lowered his head and examined his spoils of war. He used the black cap hanging on the side to reseal the biological poison bottle so that it wouldn't continue to do him harm. As for the dark green fong, it was the beyonder characteristic left behind by Werewolf Tyre. As Klein placed the two items into a small metal box he prepared, and he used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality, blocking off the influence they had on their surroundings. He watched Sharron's figure disappear from the corner of his eyes. Steve's remnant flesh squirmed and produced a nearly translucent point of light. Similarly, he was still on guard against Maric, lest he suddenly went crazy. Amidst this vigilance, he discovered that the healing powers of a zombie was truly astonishing. The bone-deep wounds from a moment ago had now basically closed. Maric also gave him a profound look. It was as though he had remembered something and understood something. When he was done, Klein walked a dozen steps away, picking up the square metal box that had been dug up by the zombies and shadows. Then, he found Azic's copper whistle and the master key, which were surrounded by human-shaped candles. He glanced at it and awkwardly realized that he didn't dare to pick them up. The effects of the scarlet lunar corona were still radiating through the clearing. This was the last trap he had set up, one that would never be used unless all other means were exhausted. For this, he had taken the time to visit a hospital's morgue and test out what the corpses would do after they had gotten their hands on Azic's copper whistle. It allowed him to design a corresponding plan. Ahem. Can you stop the influence of the scarlet lunar corona? Klein turned to look at Sharron, who had materialized again. She already had an additional translucent doll in her hand. Without saying a word, Sharron placed the scarlet lunar corona to her chest with her other hand. The circle of rubies quickly dimmed, and the light from the full moon disappeared from the abandoned land. Only then did Klein lean over and grab the keyring with his fingertip, raising up Azek's copper whistle and the master key. Then, he stored them in the square iron box with concave bullet marks and quickly created a seal. Meanwhile, Maric circled around and dealt with the scene. Sharron pulled up her small black bonnet, and her figure disappeared before reappearing in front of Klein. "The Book of Secrets is in your room," Sharron said calmly. "That is to say, no matter what the end result is, as long as I can make it back alive, I will be able to get a portion of the reward. I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble for nothing." Klein smiled and bowed. "Thank you for your generosity. The official Beyonders will arrive anytime soon. We have to leave." Sharron nodded and asked, "Do you need any help?" "There's no need." Klein chuckled. "I still have lots of fireworks which I haven't released." As soon as he finished his sentence, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining explosives exploded, one by one, sending flames up into the sky. They clustered around the largest and most eye-catching one in the center, producing a dreamy and beautiful scene. Sharron's gaze was instinctively attracted to it for a second, and when she looked back, Klein was no longer there. There was only a spark that gradually dissipated. Away from the clearing, he took a small detour northwest, preventing him from running into any official Beyonders on the way. One match after another was lit on the road, and the flames quickly soared up and then quickly disappeared. Klein's figure constantly emerged from within them as he leaped across the flames and departed the westbound dock. Immediately following that, he took out a special bottle of extract and wiped it over his face. With a gentle wipe using a piece of paper, he removed all the paint. Klein shook his wrist and burned the paper to ashes. Then, he picked up the cane he had hidden nearby, straightened his clothes, and walked out into the street like an ordinary person. Not long after, Klein arrived at a cathedral. Its name was Lever Cathedral. As many devotees weren't rich, they might not be able to rest on Sundays and were usually busy during the day. Thus, the cathedrals of the various churches typically opened until the early hours of the morning, giving most believers the opportunity to pray and repent. Klein looked up, tapped the steps with the black cane in his hand, and stepped inside. He intended to avoid the subsequent round of inspections of the surroundings people. A few minutes later, a machinery hive mind team appeared at the clearing surrounded by abandoned warehouses. There were a total of 5 of them, each armed with different kinds of Beyonder weapons. However, all of them frowned when they saw the cleaned-up scene. After looking for a moment, they began putting in effort to gather clues. Lever Cathedral. Since it wasn't even 11 yet, there were quite a few people here. However, not a single person spoke. The entire prayer hall was so peaceful and holy that no one wanted to break the silence. Klein sat in the third pew along the aisle. He leaned his black cane forward and took off his silk half-top hat. Wearing a black, double-breasted frock coat, he clasped his hands against his lower jaw and closed his eyes. His expression was abnormally calm as he faced the triangle-shaped sacred emblem in front of him.